The Book of the Dead. By E. Wallis Budge. Preface. The Papyrus of Ani, which was acquired by the trustees of the British Museum in the year 1888, is the largest, the most perfect, the best preserved, and the best illuminated of all the papyri which date from the second half of the XVIII dynasty, about B.C. 1500 to 1400. Its rare vignettes, and hymns, and chapters, and its descriptive and introductory rubrics render it of unique importance for the study of the Book of the Dead. And it takes a high place among the authoritative texts of the Theban version of that remarkable work. Although it contains less than one half of the chapters which are commonly assigned to that version, we may conclude that Ani's exalted official position as Chancellor of the ecclesiastical revenues and endowments of Abydos and Thebes would have ensured a selection of such chapters as would suffice for his spiritual welfare in the future life. We may therefore regard the Papyrus of Ani as typical of the funeral book in vogue among the Theban nobles of his time. The first edition of the facsimile of the papyrus was issued in 1890, and was accompanied by a valuable introduction by Mr. Lepage Renouf, then keeper of the Department of Egyptian and Assyrian Antiquities. But, in order to satisfy a widely expressed demand for a translation of the text, the present volume has been prepared to be issued with the second edition of the facsimile. It contains the hieroglyphic text of the papyrus with interlinear transliteration and word-for-word translation, a full description of the vignettes, and a running translation. And in the introduction an attempt has been made to illustrate from native Egyptian sources the religious views of the wonderful people who more than 5,000 years ago proclaimed the resurrection of a spiritual body and the immortality of the soul. The passages which supply omissions, and vignettes which contain important variations either in subject matter or arrangement, as well as supplementary texts which appear in the appendixes, have been, as far as possible, drawn from other contemporary papyri in the British Museum. The second edition of the facsimile has been executed by Mr. F. C. Price. E. Wallis Budge. British Museum. January 25, 1895. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. The versions of the Book of the Dead. The four great versions of the Book of the Dead. The history of the great body of religious compositions which form the Book of Dead of the ancient Egyptians may conveniently be divided into one of the periods, which are represented by four versions. 1. The version which was edited by the priests of the College of Anu, the On of the Bible, and the Heliopolis of the Greeks, and which was based upon a series of texts now lost, but which there is evidence to prove had passed through a series of revisions or editions as early as the period of the VIII dynasty. This version was, so far as we know, always written in hieroglyphics, and may be called the Heliopolitan version. It is known from 5 copies which are inscribed upon the walls of the chambers and passages in the pyramids 2 of kings of the VIII and VIII dynasties at Saqqara. 3 and sections of it are found inscribed upon tombs, sarcophagi, coffins, stelae and papyri from the XVIII dynasty to about AD 200.4. 2. The Theban version, which was commonly written on papyri in hieroglyphics and was divided into sections or chapters, each of which had its distinct title but no definite place in the series. The version was much used from the XVIII to the XXIII dynasty. 3. A version closely allied to the preceding version, which is found written on papyri in the hieratic character and also in hieroglyphics. In this version, which came into use about the XXIII dynasty, the chapters have no fixed order. 4. The so-called XVIII version, in which, at some period anterior probably to the XXVIII dynasty, the chapters were arranged in a definite order. It is commonly written in hieroglyphics and in hieratic, and it was much used from the XXVIII dynasty to the end of the Ptolemaic period. Early forms of the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead. The earliest inscribed monuments and human remains found in Egypt prove that the ancient Egyptians took the utmost care to preserve the bodies of their dead by various processes of embalming. The deposit of the body in the tomb was accompanied by ceremonies of a symbolic nature, in the course of which certain compositions comprising prayers, short litanies, etc., having reference to the future life, were recited or chanted by priests and relatives on behalf of the dead. The greatest importance was attached to such compositions, in the belief that their recital would secure for the dead an unhindered passage to God in the next world, would enable him to overcome the opposition of all ghostly foes, would endow his body in the tomb with power to resist corruption, and would ensure him a new life in a glorified body in heaven. At a very remote period certain groups of sections or chapters had already become associated with some of the ceremonies which preceded actual burial, and these eventually became a distinct ritual with clearly defined limits. Side by side, however, with this ritual there seems to have existed another and larger work, which was divided into an indefinite number of sections or chapters comprising chiefly prayers, and which dealt on a larger scale with the welfare of the departed in the next world, and described the state of existence therein and the dangers which must be passed successfully before it could be reached, and was founded generally on the religious dogmas and mythology of the Egyptians. The title of Book of the Dead is usually given by Egyptologists to the editions of the larger work which were made in the XVIII and following dynasties. But in this introduction the term is intended to include the general body of texts which have reference to the burial of the dead and to the new life in the world beyond the grave, and which are known to have existed in revised editions and to have been in use among the Egyptians from about B.C. 4500 to the early centuries of the Christian era. Uncertainty of the history of its source. The home, origin, and early history of the collection of ancient religious texts which have descended to us are, at present, unknown, and all working theories regarding them, however strongly supported by apparently well-ascertained facts, must be carefully distinguished as theories only, so long as a single ancient necropolis in Egypt remains unexplored and its inscriptions are untranslated. Whether they were composed by the inhabitants of Egypt, who recorded them in hieroglyphic characters, and who have left the monuments which are the only trustworthy sources of information on the subject, or whether they were brought into Egypt by the early immigrants from the Asiatic continent whence they came, or whether they represent the religious books of the Egyptians incorporated with the funeral texts of some prehistoric dwellers on the banks of the Nile, are all questions which the possible discovery of inscriptions belonging to the first dynasties of the early empire can alone decide. The evidence derived from the enormous mass of new material which we owe to the all-important discoveries of mastaba tombs and pyramids by M. Maspero, and to his publication of the early religious texts, proves beyond all doubt that the greater part of the texts comprised in the Book of the Dead are far older than the period of Menes, the first historical king of Egypt. 5 certain sections indeed appear to belong to an indefinitely remote and primeval time. Internal evidence of its antiquity. The earliest texts bear within themselves proofs, not only of having been composed, but also of having been revised, or edited, long before the days of King Mene. And judging from many passages in the copies inscribed in hieroglyphics upon the pyramids of Unas, the last king of the VIII dynasty, about B.C. 3333, and Teta, Pepi I, Merenare, and Pepi II. Kings of the VIII dynasty, about BC 3300 to 3166, it would seem that, even at that remote date, the scribes were perplexed and hardly understood the texts which they had before them. 6. The most moderate estimate makes certain sections of the Book of the Dead as known from these tombs older than 3,000 years before Christ. We are in any case justified in estimating the earliest form of the work to be contemporaneous with the foundation of the civilization 7 which we call Egyptian in the valley of the Nile. 8. To fix a chronological limit for the arts and civilization of Egypt is absolutely impossible. 9. Evidence of the antiquity of certain chapters. The oldest form or edition of the Book of the Dead as we have received it supplies no information whatever as to the period when it was compiled. But a copy of the hieratic text inscribed upon a coffin of Mentuhotep, a queen of the XVIII dynasty 10 about BC 2500, made by the late Sir J.G. Wilkinson 11 informs us that the chapter which, according to the arrangement of Lepsius, bears the number LXIV, 12 was discovered in the reign of XVII 13, the fifth king of the XI dynasty, about BC 4266. On this coffin are two copies of the chapter, the one immediately following the other. In the rubric to the first the name of the king during whose reign the chapter is said to have been found, is given as Menthahotep, which, as Goodwin first pointed out, 14 is a mistake for Menkaure 15, the fourth king of the IVTH dynasty, about b.c. 3633, 16, but in the rubric to the second the king's name is given as XVII. Thus it appears that in the period of the XVIII dynasty it was believed that the chapter might alternatively be as old as the time of the XI dynasty. Further, it is given to XVII in papyri of the XXIX dynasty, 17, a period when particular attention was paid to the history of the Book of the Dead. And it thus appears that the Egyptians of the Middle Empire believed the chapter to date from the more remote period. To quote the words of Chabas, the chapter was regarded as being very ancient, very mysterious, and very difficult to understand, already 14 centuries before our era. 18. Antiquity of Chapter 64. The rubric on the coffin of Queen Menthahotep, which ascribes the chapter to XVII, states that this chapter was found in the foundations beneath the Henu boat by the foreman of the builders in the time of the king of the north and south. XVII, triumphant. 19. The Nebseni Papyrus says that this chapter was found in the city of Kamenu, Hermopolis, on a block of ironstone, written in letters of lapis lazuli, under the feet of the god. 20. And the Turin Papyrus, XXVIII dynasty or later, adds that the name of the finder was Harutataef, the son of Khufu or Cheops 21, the second king of the IVTH dynasty, about BC 3733, who was at the time making a tour of inspection of the temples. Birch 22 and Neville 23 consider the chapter one of the oldest in the Book of the Dead, the former basing his opinion on the rubric, and the latter upon the evidence derived from the contents and character of the text. But Maspero, while admitting the great age of the chapter, does not attach any very great importance to the rubric as fixing any exact date for its composition. 24. Of Herotataf, the finder of the block of stone, we know from later texts that he was considered to be a learned man, and that his speech was only with difficulty to be understood. 25. And we also know the prominent part which he took as a recognized man of letters in bringing to the court of his father Khufu the sage Teteta. 26. It is then not improbable that Herotataf's character for learning may have suggested the connection of his name with the chapter, and possibly as its literary reviser. At all events, as early as the period of the Middle Empire, tradition associated him with it. The Book of the Dead in the XIII dynasty. Passing from the region of native Egyptian tradition, we touch firm ground with the evidence derived from the monuments of the XIII dynasty. A bas-relief preserved at Aix in Provence mentions Asen and Enkef 27-2 of the priests of Sent or Senta, the fifth king of the XIII dynasty, about BC 4000. An Estelle at Oxford 28 and another in the Egyptian Museum at Gizeh 29 record the name of a third priest, Shera or Sheri, royal relative. On the stele at Oxford we have represented the deceased and his wife seated, one on each side of an altar. 30, which is covered with funeral offerings of pious relatives. Above, in perpendicular lines of hieroglyphics in relief, are the names of the objects offered. 31 and below is an inscription which reads, 32, thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of ale, thousands of linen garments, thousands of changes of wearing apparel, and thousands of oxen. Now from this monument it is evident that already in the XIII dynasty a priesthood existed in Egypt which numbered among its members relatives of the royal family. And that a religious system which prescribed as a duty the providing of meat and drink offerings for the dead was also in active operation. The offering of specific objects goes far to prove the existence of a ritual or service wherein their signification would be indicated. The coincidence of these words and the prayer for thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of ale, etc. With the promise, Anpukentamenta shall give thee thy thousands of loaves of bread, thy thousands of vases of ale, thy thousands of vessels of unguents, thy thousands of changes of apparel, thy thousands of oxen, and thy thousands of bullocks. enables us to recognize that ritual in the text inscribed upon the Pyramid of Teta in the VIII dynasty, from which the above promise is taken. 33 Thus the traditional evidence of the text on the coffin of Menthahotep and the scene on the monument of Shera support one another. And together they prove beyond a doubt that a form of the Book of the Dead was in use at least in the period of the earliest dynasties, and that sepulchral ceremonies connected therewith were duly performed. 34. The Book of the Dead in the VIII dynasty. With the VIII dynasty we have an increased number of monuments, chiefly sepulchral, which give details as to the Egyptian sacerdotal system and the funeral ceremonies which the priests performed. 35 The inscriptions upon the earlier monuments prove that many of the priestly officials were still relatives of the royal family, and the tombs of feudal lords, scribes, and others, record a number of their official titles, together with the names of several of their religious festivals. The subsequent increase in the number of the monuments during this period may be due to the natural development of the religion of the time. But it is very probable that the greater security of life and property which had been assured by the vigorous wars of Seneferu 36 the first king of this dynasty, about b.c. 3766, encouraged men to incur greater expense, and to build larger and better abodes for the dead, and to celebrate the full ritual at the prescribed festivals. In this dynasty the royal dead were honored with sepulchral monuments of a greater size and magnificence than had ever before been contemplated. And the chapels attached to the pyramids were served by courses of priests whose sole duties consisted in celebrating the services. The fashion of building a pyramid instead of the rectangular flat-roofed mastaba for a royal tomb was revived by Seneferu 37 who called his pyramid Ka. And his example was followed by his immediate successors, Khufu, Cheops, Khafre, Chephren, Menkaure, Mycerinus, and others. Revision of certain chapters in the VIII dynasty. In the reign of Mycerinus some important work seems to have been undertaken in connection with certain sections of the text of the Book of the Dead, for the rubrics of chapters XXXB and XXLVI. 38 state that these compositions were found inscribed upon a block of iron of the south in letters of real lapis lazuli under the feet of the majesty of the god in the time of the kingate of the north and south Menkaure, by the royal son Herutataf, triumphant. That a new impulse should be given to religious observances, and that the revision of existing religious texts should take place in the reign of Mycerinus, was only to be expected if Greek tradition may be believed. For both Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus represent him as a just king, and one who was anxious to efface from the minds of the people the memory of the alleged cruelty of his predecessor by reopening the temples and by letting every man celebrate his own sacrifices and discharge his own religious duties. 39 His pyramid is the one now known as the Third Pyramid of Gizeh, under which he was buried in a chamber vertically below the apex and 60 feet below the level of the ground. Whether the pyramid was finished or not 40 when the king died, his body was certainly laid in it, and notwithstanding all the attempts made by the Mohammedan rulers of Egypt 41 to destroy it at the end of the 12th century of our era, it has survived to yield up important facts for the history of the Book of the Dead. Evidence of the inscription on the coffin of Mycerinus. In 1837 Colonel Howard Weiss succeeded in forcing the entrance. On the 29th of July he commenced operations, and on the 1st of August he made his way into the sepulchral chamber, where, however, nothing was found but a rectangular stone sarcophagus 42 without the lid. The large stone slabs of the floor and the linings of the wall had been in many instances removed by thieves in search of treasure. In a lower chamber, connected by a passage with the sepulchral chamber, was found the greater part of the lid of the sarcophagus 43 together with portions of a wooden coffin, and part of the body of a man, consisting of ribs and vertebrae and the bones of the legs and feet, enveloped in a coarse woolen cloth of a yellow color, to which a small quantity of resinous substance and gum adhered. 44 It would therefore seem that, as the sarcophagus could not be removed, the wooden case alone containing the body had been brought into the large apartment for examination. Now, whether the human remains there found are those of Mycerinus or of someone else, as some have suggested, in no way affects the question of the ownership of the coffin. For we know by the hieroglyphic inscription upon it that it was made to hold the mummified body of the king. This inscription, which is arranged in 2 perpendicular lines down the front of the coffin reads, 45. XIII net 46 Menkaure XXIII mes en pedor. King of the North and South Menkaure, living forever, born of heaven. Conceived of. Nut an seb 47 meref pieces s mut k nut her k. Nut, heir of Seb, his beloved. Spreadeth she thy mother nut over thee. Renes en sita pet ertatnes un km netter. In her name of mystery of heaven, she granteth that thou mayest exist as a god. An zeft k sutton net menkaure anxtieta. Without thy foes. O King of the North and South, Menkaure, living forever. Now it is to be noted that the passage, thy mother nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of mystery of heaven, she granteth that thou mayest be without enemies, occurs in the texts which are inscribed upon the pyramids built by the kings of the VIII dynasty, 48, and thus we have evidence of the use of the same version of one religious text both in the IVTH and in the VIII dynasties. 49. Even if we were to admit that the coffin is a forgery of the XXVIII dynasty, and that the inscription upon it was taken from an edition of the text of the Book of the Dead, still the value of the monument as an evidence of the antiquity of the Book of the Dead is scarcely impaired, for those who added the inscription would certainly have chosen it from a text of the time of Mycerinus. The Book of the Dead in the VTH dynasty. In the VTH dynasty we have in an increased number of mastabas and other monuments evidence of the extension of religious ceremonials, including the celebration of funeral rites. But a text forming the Book of the Dead as a whole does not occur until the reign of Unas, BC 33-33, the last king of the dynasty, who according to the Turin Papyrus reigned 30 years. Evidence of the texts of the Pyramid of Unas. This monarch built on the plain of Saqqara a stone pyramid about 62 feet high, each side measuring about 200 feet at the base. In the time of Paring and Vice it was surrounded by heaps of broken stone and rubbish, the result of repeated attempts to open it, and with the casing stones, which consisted of compact limestone from the quarries of Tura. 50 in February, 1881, M. Maspero began to clear the pyramid, and soon after he succeeded in making an entrance into the innermost chambers, the walls of which were covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions, arranged in perpendicular lines and painted in green. 51 The condition of the interior showed that at some time or other thieves had already succeeded in making an entrance, for the cover of the black basalt sarcophagus of Unas had been wrenched off and moved near the door of the sarcophagus chamber. The paving stones had been pulled up in the vain attempt to find buried treasure, the mummy had been broken to pieces, and nothing remained of it except the right arm, a tibia, and some fragments of the skull and body. The inscriptions which covered certain walls and corridors in the tomb were afterwards published by M. Maspero. 52 The appearance of the text of Unas 53 marks an era in the history of the Book of the Dead, and its translation must be regarded as one of the greatest triumphs of Egyptological decipherment. For the want of determinatives in many places in the text, and the archaic spelling of many of the words and passages presented difficulties which were not easily overcome. 54 Here, for the first time, it was shown that the Book of the Dead was no compilation of a comparatively late period in the history of Egyptian civilization, but a work belonging to a very remote antiquity. And it followed naturally that texts which were then known, and which were thought to be themselves original ancient texts, proved to be only versions which had passed through 2 or more successive revisions. The Book of the Dead in the VIII dynasty. Evidence of the text of the Pyramid of Teta. Continuing his excavations at Saqqara, M. Maspero opened the Pyramid of Teta, 55 king of Egypt about BC 3300, which Vice thought 56 had never been entered, and of which, in his day, the masonry on one side only could be seen. Here again it was found that thieves had already been at work, and that they had smashed in pieces walls, floors, and many other parts of the chambers in their frantic search for treasure. As in the case of the Pyramid of Unas, certain chambers, etc., of this tomb were found covered with inscriptions in hieroglyphics, but of a smaller size. 57. A brief examination of the text showed it to be formed of a series of extracts from the Book of the Dead, some of which were identical with those in the Pyramid of Unas. Thus was brought to light a Book of the Dead of the time of the first king 58 of the VIII dynasty, and of the Pyramid of Pepi I, Merenare, and Pepi II. The Pyramid of Pepi I, king of Egypt about BC 32-33, was next opened. 59. It is situated in the central group at Saqqara, and is commonly known as the Pyramid of Sheikh Abu Mansur. 60. Certain chambers and other parts of the tomb were found to be covered with hieroglyphic texts, which not only repeated in part those which had been found in the pyramids of Unas and Teta, but also contained a considerable number of additional sections of the Book of the Dead. 61. In the same neighborhood Maspero cleared out the Pyramid of Merenare, the fourth king of the VIII dynasty, about BC 3200, 62, and the Pyramid of Pepi II, the fifth king of the VIII dynasty, about BC 3166. 63. Summary of the monumental evidence. Thus we have before the close of the VIII dynasty 5 copies of a series of texts which formed the Book of the Dead of that period, and an extract from a well-known passage of that work on the wooden coffin of Mycerinus. We have also seen from a number of mastabas and stelae that the funeral ceremonies connected with the Book of the Dead were performed certainly in the XIII, and with almost equal certainty in the IX dynasty. It is easy to show that certain sections of the Book of the Dead of this period were copied and used in the following dynasties down to a period about AD 200. The Book of the Dead, a collection of separate works. The fact that not only in the pyramids of Unas and Teta, but also in those of Pepi I and his immediate successors, we find selected passages, suggests that the Book of the Dead was, even in those early times, so extensive that even a king was fain to make from it a selection only of the passages which suited his individual taste or were considered sufficient to secure his welfare in the next world. In the pyramids of Teta, Pepi I, Merenare and Pepi II, are found many texts which are identical with those employed by their predecessors, and an examination of the inscription of Pepi II will show that about 3/4 of the whole may be found in the monuments of his ancestors. What principle guided each king in the selection of his texts, or whether the additions in each represent religious developments, it is impossible to say. But, as the Egyptian religion cannot have remained stationary in every particular, it is probable that some texts reflect the changes in the opinions of the priests upon matters of doctrine. 64. The pyramid texts prove that each section of the religious books of the Egyptians was originally a separate and independent composition, that it was written with a definite object, and that it might be arranged in any order in a series of similar texts. What preceded or what followed it was never taken into consideration by the scribe, although it seems, at times, as if traditions had assigned a sequence to certain texts. Historical reference. That events of contemporary history were sometimes reflected in the Book of the Dead of the early dynasties is proved by the following. We learn from the inscription upon the tomb of Harukuf at Aswan 65 that this governor of Elephantine was ordered to bring for King Pepi 2.66 a pygmy 67 from the interior of Africa, to dance before the king and amuse him. And he was promised that, if he succeeded in bringing the pygmy alive and in good health, His Majesty would confer upon him a higher rank and dignity than that which King Asa conferred upon his minister Bayuartetet, who performed this much appreciated service for his master. 68. Now Asa was the 8th king of the VIII dynasty, and Pepi II was the 5th king of the VIII dynasty, and between the reigns of these kings there was, according to Maspero, an interval of at least 64, but more probably 80, years. But in the text in the Pyramid of Pepi I, which must have been drafted at some period between the reigns of these kings, we have the passage, Hail thou who, at thy will, makest to pass over to the field of Aru the soul that is right and true, or dost make shipwreck of it. Are Mary, i.e. Pepi I, is right and true in respect of heaven and in respect of earth. Pepi is right and true in respect of the island of the earth whither he swimmeth and where he arriveth. He who is between the thighs of Nut, i.e. Pepi, is the pygmy who danceth, like, the god, and who pleaseth the heart of the god, Osiris, before his great throne. The two beings who are over the throne of the great God proclaim Pepi to be sound and healthy, therefore, Pepi shall sail in the boat to the beautiful field of the great God. And he shall do therein that which is done by those to whom veneration is due. 69. Here clearly we have a reference to the historical fact of the importation of a pygmy from the regions south of Nubia. And the idea which seems to have been uppermost in the mind of him that drafted the text was that as the pygmy pleased the king for whom he was brought in this world, even so might the dead Pepi please the god Osiris 70 in the next world. As the pygmy was brought by boat to the king, so might Pepi be brought by boat to the island wherein the god dwelt. As the conditions made by the king were fulfilled by him that brought the pygmy, even so might the conditions made by Osiris concerning the dead be fulfilled by him that transported Pepi to his presence. The wording of the passage amply justifies the assumption that this addition was made to the text after the mission of Asa, and during the VIII dynasty. 71. Authorship of the Book of the Dead. Like other works of a similar nature, however, the pyramid texts afford us no information as to their authorship. In the later versions of the Book of the Dead certain chapters 72 are stated to be the work of the god Thoth. They certainly belong to that class of literature which the Greeks called Hermetic, 73, and it is pretty certain that under some group they were included in the list of the 42 works which, according to Clement of Alexandria, 74 constituted the sacred books of the Egyptians. 75 as Thoth, whom the Greeks called Hermes, is in Egyptian texts styled Lord of Divine Books, 76 Scribe of the Company of the Gods, 77 and Lord of Divine Speech, 78. This ascription is well founded. Influence of the priests of Anu on its compilation. The pyramid texts are versions of ancient religious compositions which the priests of the college or school of Anu 79 succeeded in establishing as the authorized version of the Book of the Dead in the first 6 dynasties. Ra, the local form of the sun god, usurps the place occupied by the more ancient form Tmu, and it would seem that when a dogma had been promulgated by the college of Anu, it was accepted by the priesthood of all the great cities throughout Egypt. The great influence of the Anu school of priests even in the time of Unas is proved by the following passage from the text in his pyramid: O God, thy Anu is Unas, O God, thy Anu is Unas. O Ra, Anu is Unas, thy Anu is Unas, O Ra. The mother of Unas is Anu, the father of Unas is Anu, Unas himself is Anu, and was born in Anu. 80 Elsewhere we are told that Unas cometh to the great bull which cometh forth from Anu. 81 And that he uttereth words of magical import in Anu. 82 In Anu the god Tmu produced the gods Shu and Tefnut. 83 And in Anu dwelt the great and oldest company of the gods, Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set and Nephthys. 84 The abode of the blessed in heaven was called 85 Anu, and it was asserted that the souls of the just were there united to their spiritual or glorified bodies, and that they lived there face to face with the deity for all eternity. 86 Judging from the fact that the texts in the tombs of Haruhetep and Neferu, and those inscribed upon the sarcophagus of Taka, all of the XVIII and XXIII dynasties, differ in extent only and not in character or contents from those of the royal pyramids of Saqqara of the VIII and VIII dynasties. It has been declared that the religion as well as the art of the First Theban Empire are nothing but a slavish copy of those of northern Egypt. 87. The Theban version. The Theban version, which was much used in Upper Egypt from the XVIII to the XXIII dynasty, was commonly written on papyri in the hieroglyphic character. The text is written in black ink in perpendicular rows of hieroglyphics, which are separated from each other by black lines. The titles of the chapters or sections, and certain parts of the chapters and the rubrics belonging thereto, are written in red ink. A steady development in the illumination of the vignettes is observable in the papyri of this period. At the beginning of the XVIII dynasty the vignettes are in black outline, but we see from the Papyrus of Hunfer, Brit. Muse No. 9901, who was an overseer of cattle of Seti, king of Egypt about BC 1370, that the vignettes are painted in reds, greens, yellows, white, and other colors, and that the whole of the text and vignettes are enclosed in a red and yellow border. Paleography of the version. Originally the text was the most important part of the work, and both it and its vignettes were the work of the scribe. Gradually, however, the brilliantly illuminated vignettes were more and more cared for, and when the skill of the scribe failed, the artist was called in. In many fine papyri of the Theban period it is altered that the whole plan of the vignettes of a papyrus was set out by artists, who often failed to leave sufficient space for the texts to which they belonged. In consequence many lines of chapters are often omitted, and the last few lines of some texts are so much crowded as to be almost illegible. The frequent clerical errors also show that while an artist of the greatest skill might be employed on the vignettes, the execution of the text was left to an ignorant or careless scribe. Again, the artist at times arranged his vignettes in wrong order, and it is occasionally evident that neither artist nor scribe understood the matter upon which he was engaged. According to M. Maspero 88, the scribes of the VIII dynasty did not understand the texts which they were drafting. And in the XXIII dynasty the scribe of a papyrus now preserved at Berlin knew or cared so little about the text which he was copying that he transcribed the XXVIII chapter from the wrong end. And apparently never discovered his error, although he concluded the chapter with its title. 89. Originally each copy of the Book of the Dead was written to order, but soon the custom obtained of preparing copies with blank spaces in which the name of the purchaser might be inserted. And many of the errors in spelling and most of the omissions of words are no doubt due to the haste with which such stock copies were written by the members of the priestly caste, whose profession it was to copy them. Theban Papyri. The papyri upon which copies of the Theban version were written vary in length from about 20 to go feet, and in width from 14 to 18 inches. In the XVIII dynasty the layers of the papyrus are of a thicker texture and of a darker color than in the succeeding dynasties. The art of making great lengths of papyrus of light color and fine texture attained its highest perfection in the XXIII dynasty. An examination of Theban papyri shows that the work of writing and illuminating a fine copy of the Book of the Dead was frequently distributed between two or more groups of artists and scribes, and that the sections were afterwards joined up into a whole. Occasionally by error two groups of men would transcribe the same chapter, hence in the Papyrus of Ani, chapter 18. Occurs twice, see within, p. XVII. Selection and arrangement of chapters. The sections or chapters of the Theban version are a series of separate and distinct compositions, which, like the sections of the pyramid texts, had no fixed order either on coffins or in papyri. Unlike these texts, however, with very few exceptions each composition had a special title and vignette which indicate its purpose. The general selection of the chapters for a papyrus seems to have been left to the individual fancy of the purchaser or scribe, but certain of them were no doubt absolutely necessary for the preservation of the body of the deceased in the tomb, and for the welfare of his soul in its new state of existence. Traditional selections would probably be respected, and recent selections approved by any dominant school of religious thought in Egypt were without doubt accepted. Change in forms. While in the period of the pyramid texts the various sections were said or sung by priests, probably assisted by some members of the family of the deceased, the welfare of his soul and body being proclaimed for him as an established fact in the Theban version, the hymns and prayers to the gods were put into the mouth of the deceased. As none but the great and wealthy could afford the ceremonies which were performed in the early dynasties, economy was probably the chief cause of this change, which had come about at Thebes as early as the XIII dynasty. Little by little the ritual portions of the Book of the Dead disappeared, until finally, in the Theban version, the only chapters of this class which remain are the XXII, XXIII, CVIII, and XIII. 90. Every chapter and prayer of this version was to be said in the next world, where the words, properly uttered, enabled the deceased to overcome every foe and to attain to the life of the perfected soul which dwelt in a spiritual body in the abode of the blessed. Theban title of the Book of the Dead. The common name for the Book of the Dead in the Theban period, and probably also before this date, is Per-Emchro, which words have been variously translated manifested in the light, coming forth from the day, coming forth by day. La manifestation au jour, la manifestation à la lumière, capital von, der Erscheinung im Licht, XIII And XIII, Caput, Egrediendi in Lusum, etc. This name, however, had probably a meaning for the Egyptians which has not yet been rendered in a modern language. And one important idea in connection with the whole work is expressed by another title 91 which calls it, the chapter of making strong, or perfect, the continuity of doctrine. In the Theban version the main principles of the Egyptian religion which were held in the times when the pyramid texts were written are maintained, and the views concerning the eternal existence of the soul remain unaltered. Many passages in the work, however, show that modifications and developments in details have taken place, and much that is not met with in the early dynasties appears, so far as we know, for the first time. The vignettes too are additions to the work, but, although they depict scenes in the life beyond the grave, they do not seem to form a connected series, and it is doubtful if they are arranged on any definite plan. A general idea of the contents of this version may be gathered from the following list of chapters 92. Theban version, list of chapters. Chapter 1. Here begin the chapters of Coming Forth by Day, and of the Songs of Praise and Glorifying, 93, and of Coming Forth from, and Going into, the Underworld. 94. Vignette, the Funeral Procession from the House of the Dead to the Tomb. Chapter IB. The chapter of making the mummy to go into the Tuat. 95 on the day of the burial. 96. Vignette, Anubis standing by the bier upon which the mummy of the deceased is laid. Chapter 2. The chapter of Coming Forth by Day and of Living After Death. Vignette, a man standing, holding a staff. Chapter 3. Another chapter like unto it, i.e., like chapter 2. 97. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 4. Another chapter of passing along the way over the earth. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 5. The chapter of not allowing the deceased to do work in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased kneeling on one knee. Chapter 6. The chapter of making Ashabtiu figures do work for a man in the underworld. Vignette, an Ashabti figure. Chapter 7. The chapter of passing over the back of Apep, the evil one. Vignette, the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter 8. Another chapter of the Tuat, and of Coming Forth by Day. Vignette, the deceased kneeling before a ram. Chapter 9. The chapter of passing through the Tuat. Vignette, the deceased kneeling before a ram. Chapter 10. This chapter is now known as Chapter 48. Chapter 11. The chapter of coming forth against his enemies in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 12. Another chapter of going into, and coming forth from, the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 13. The chapter of going into, and of coming forth, from Amentet. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 14. The chapter of driving away shame from the heart of the deceased. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 15. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern horizon of heaven. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter XVII. 1. A hymn of praise to Ra when he setteth in the land of life. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter XVII. 2. A hymn of praise to Harmachis when he setteth in the western horizon of heaven. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter XVII. 3. Another hidden chapter of the Tuat, and of passing through the secret places of the underworld, and of seeing the disk when he setteth in Amentet. Vignette, the god or the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter XVIII. No text, being only a vignette. Scene of the worship of the rising sun by mythological beings. Chapter XVII. Without title or text. Vignette, scene of the worship of the setting sun by mythological beings. Chapter 17. Here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from, and going into, the underworld and the beautiful Amenta, of coming out by day, and of making transformations and of changing into any form which he pleaseth. Of playing at draughts in the SEH chamber, and of coming forth in the form of a living soul, to be said by the deceased after his death. Vignette: the deceased playing at draughts, the deceased adoring the lion gods of yesterday and today. The bier of Osiris with Isis and Nephthys at the foot and head respectively, and a number of mythological beings referred to in the text. Chapter 18. Without title. Vignette: the deceased adoring the groups of gods belonging to various cities. Chapter 19. The chapter of the crown, of victory. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 20. Without title. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 21. The chapter of giving a mouth to a man in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 22. The chapter of giving a mouth to the deceased in the underworld. Vignette: the guardian of the scales touching the mouth of the deceased. Chapter 23. The chapter of opening the mouth of the deceased in the underworld. Vignette: the Sem priest touching the mouth of the deceased with the instrument ####. Chapter 24. The chapter of bringing words of magical power to the deceased in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 25. The chapter of causing a man to remember his name in the underworld. Vignette: a priest holding up #### before the deceased. Chapter 26. The chapter of giving a heart to the deceased in the underworld. Vignette: Anubis holding out a heart to the deceased in the underworld. Chapter 27. The chapter of not allowing the heart of a man to be taken from him in the underworld. Vignette: a man tying a heart to the statue of the deceased. 98. Chapter 28. The chapter of not allowing the heart of a man to be taken from him in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased with his left hand touching the heart upon his breast, kneeling before a demon holding a knife. Chapter XXIII. The chapter of not carrying away the heart of a man in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXIX. Another chapter of a heart of carnelian. Vignette: the deceased sitting on a chair before his heart, which rests on a stand. Chapter XXXA. The chapter of not allowing the heart of a man to be driven away from him in the underworld. Vignette: a heart. 99. Chapter XXXB. The chapter of not allowing the heart of a man to be driven away from him in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased being weighed against his heart in the balance in the presence of Osiris, the great god, the Prince of Eternity. Chapter 31. The chapter of repulsing the crocodile which cometh to carry the magical words #### from a man in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased spearing a crocodile. Chapter 32. The chapter of coming to carry the magical words from a man in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 33. The chapter of repulsing reptiles of all kinds. Vignette: the deceased attacking 4 snakes with a knife in each hand. Chapter 34. The chapter of a man not being bitten by a serpent in the hall of the tomb. 100. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 35. The chapter of not being eaten by worms in the underworld. Vignette: 3 serpents. Chapter 36. The chapter of repulsing the tortoise. Opsi. Vignette: the deceased spearing a beetle. 101. Chapter 37. The chapter of repulsing the 2 murti. Vignette: 2 uriae, which represent the 2 eyes of Ra. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of living upon the air which is in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased holding a sail, emblematic of air. Chapter XXXVII. The chapter of living upon air and of repulsing the 2 murti. Vignette: the deceased attacking 3 serpents, a knife in his right hand and a sail in his left. Chapter 39. The chapter of repulsing the serpent in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter 40. The chapter of repulsing the eater of the ass. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent which is biting the neck of all ass. Chapter 41. The chapter of doing away with the wounding of the eyes in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased holding a knife in the right hand and a roll in the left. Chapter 42. The chapter of doing away with slaughter in XXIII. Vignette, a man holding a serpent. 102. Chapter 43. The chapter of not allowing the head of a man to be cut off from him in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 44. The chapter of not dying a second time. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 45. The chapter of not seeing corruption. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 46. The chapter of not decaying, and of living in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 47. The chapter of not carrying off the place, or seat, of the throne from a man in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 48. The chapter of a man coming against his enemies. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 49. The chapter of a man coming forth against his enemies in the underworld. Vignette, a man standing with a staff in his hand. Chapter 50. The chapter of not going into the divine block a second time. Vignette, a man standing with his back to the block. 103. Chapter 51. The chapter of not walking upside down in the underworld. Vignette, a man standing. Chapter 52. The chapter of not eating filth in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 53. The chapter of not allowing a man to eat filth and to drink polluted water in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 54. The chapter of giving air in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 55. Another chapter of giving air. Vignette, the deceased holding a sail in each hand. 104. Chapter 56. The chapter of snuffing the air in the earth. Vignette, the deceased kneeling, and holding a sail to his nose. Chapter 57. The chapter of snuffing the air and of gaining the mastery over the waters in the underworld. Vignette, a man holding a sail, and standing in a running stream. Chapter 58. The chapter of snuffing the air and of gaining power over the water which is in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased holding a sail. Chapter 59. The chapter of snuffing the air and of gaining power over the water which is in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased standing with his hands extended. Chapters 60, XXI, XXII. The chapters of drinking water in the underworld. Vignettes, the deceased holding a lotus, the deceased holding his soul in his arms, and the deceased scooping water into his mouth from a pool. Chapter XXIII. The chapter of drinking water, and of not being burnt with fire. Vignette, the deceased drinking water from a stream. Chapter XXIII. The chapter of not being boiled, or scalded, in the water. Vignette, the deceased standing by the side of two flames. Chapter 64. The chapter of coming forth by day in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased adoring the disk, which stands on the top of a tree. Chapter 65. The chapter of coming forth by day, and of gaining the mastery over foes. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 66. The chapter of coming forth by day. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 67. The chapter of opening the doors of the Tuat and of coming forth by day. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 68. The chapter of coming forth by day. Vignette, the deceased kneeling by the side of a tree before a goddess. 105. Chapter 69. Another chapter. Chapter 70. Another chapter. Chapter 71. The chapter of coming forth by day. Vignette, the deceased with both hands raised in adoration kneeling before the goddess Merit. 106. Chapter 72. The chapter of coming forth by day and of passing through the hall of the tomb. Vignette, the deceased adoring three gods. Chapter 73. This chapter is now known as Chapter 9. Chapter 74. The chapter of lifting up the legs and coming forth upon earth. Vignette, the deceased standing upright. Chapter 75. The chapter of traveling to Anu, on, and of receiving an abode there. Vignette, the deceased standing before the door of a tomb. Chapter 76. The chapter of, a man, changing into whatsoever form he pleaseth. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 77. The chapter of changing into a golden hawk. Vignette, a golden hawk. Chapter 78. The chapter of changing into a divine hawk. Vignette, a hawk. Chapter 79. The chapter of being among the company of the gods, and of becoming a prince among the divine powers. Vignette, the deceased adoring three gods. Chapter 80. The chapter of changing into a god, and of sending forth light into darkness. Vignette, a god. Chapter XXXII. The chapter of changing into a lily. Vignette, a lily. Chapter XXIII. The chapter of changing into a lily. Vignette, the head of the deceased rising out of a lily. Chapter 82. The chapter of changing into Ta, of eating cakes, of drinking ale, of unloosing the body, and of living in Anu, on. Vignette, the god Ta in a shrine. Chapter 83. The chapter of changing into a phoenix. Vignette, a phoenix. Chapter 84. The chapter of changing into a heron. Vignette, a heron. Chapter 85. The chapter of changing into a soul, of not going into the place of punishment, whosoever knoweth it will never perish. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter 86. The chapter of changing into a swallow. Vignette, a swallow. Chapter 87. The chapter of changing into the serpent Sata. Vignette, a serpent. Chapter 88. The chapter of changing into a crocodile. Vignette, a crocodile. Chapter 89. The chapter of making the soul to be united to its body. Vignette, the soul visiting the body, which lies on a bier. Chapter 90. The chapter of giving memory to a man. Vignette, a jackal. Chapter 91. The chapter of not allowing the soul of a man to be shut in. Vignette, a soul standing on a pedestal. Chapter 92. The chapter of opening the tomb to the soul and shadow of a man, so that he may come forth and may gain power over his legs. Vignette, the soul of the deceased flying through the door of the tomb. Chapter 93. The chapter of not sailing to the east in the underworld. Vignette, the hands of a buckle grasping the deceased by his left arm. Chapter 94. The chapter of praying for an ink jar and palette. Vignette, the deceased sitting before a stand, upon which are an ink jar and palette. Chapter 95. The chapter of being near Thoth. Vignette, the deceased standing before Thoth. Chapters 96. 97. The chapter of being near Thoth, and of giving. Vignette, the deceased standing near Thoth. Chapter 98. The title of this chapter is incomplete. Chapter 99. The chapter of bringing a boat in the underworld. Vignette, a boat. Chapter C. The chapter of making perfect the coup, and of making it to enter into the boat of Ra, together with his divine followers. Vignette, a boat containing a company of gods. Chapter CL. The chapter of protecting the boat of Ra. Vignette, the deceased in the boat with Ra. Chapter CII. The chapter of going into the boat of Ra. Vignette, the deceased in the boat with Ra. Chapter CI. The chapter of being in the following of Hathor. Vignette, the deceased standing behind Hathor. Chapter CIV. The chapter of sitting among the great gods. Vignette, the deceased seated between two gods. Chapter CV. The chapter of satisfying the Ka. Vignette, the deceased burning incense before his Ka. Chapter CVI. The chapter of causing joy each day to a man in Hetkata, Memphis. Vignette, an altar with meat and drink offerings. Chapter CVI. The chapter of going into, and of coming forth from, the gate of the gods of the west among the followers of the god, and of knowing the souls of Amentet. Vignette, three deities, Ra, Sebek, and Hathor. Chapter CVI. The chapter of knowing the souls of the west. Vignette, three deities, Tmu, Sebek, and Hathor. Chapter CX. The chapter of knowing the souls of the east. Vignette, the deceased making adoration before Areharukuti. Chapter CX. The beginning of the chapters of the fields of peace, and of the chapters of coming forth by day, and of going into, and of coming forth from, the underworld, and of attaining unto the fields of reeds, and of being in the fields of peace. Vignette, the fields of peace. Chapter CXI. This chapter is now known as Chapter CVII. Chapter CXI. The chapter of knowing the souls of Pe. Vignette, Horus, Mesthi, and Hapai. Chapter CXI. The chapter of knowing the souls of Nekhen. Vignette, Horus, Tuamatef, and Kepsinuf. Chapter XXIV. The chapter of knowing the souls of Kamenu, Hermopolis. Vignette, three ibis-headed gods. Chapter XXV. The chapter of coming forth to heaven, of passing through the hall of the tomb, and of knowing the souls of Anu. Vignette, the deceased adoring Thoth, Sau, and Tmu. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of knowing the souls of Anu. Vignette, the deceased adoring three ibis-headed gods. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of taking away in Restau. Vignette, the deceased, holding a staff in his hand, ascending the western hills. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of coming forth from Restau. Vignette, the deceased holding a staff in his left hand. Chapter XXX. The chapter of knowing the name of Osiris, and of going into, and of coming forth from, Restau. Vignette, the deceased adoring Osiris. Chapter XXX. This chapter is now known as Chapter XII. Chapter XXXI. This chapter is now known as Chapter XIII. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of the deceased going in after coming forth from the underworld. Vignette, the deceased bowing before his tomb, which is on a hill. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of going into the great house, i.e., tomb. Vignette, the soul of the deceased standing before a tomb. Chapter XXXIV. The chapter of going into the princes of Osiris. Vignette, the deceased adoring Mestha, Hapi, Tuamatef and Kepsinuf. Chapter XXXV. The words which are to be uttered by the deceased when he cometh to the hall of Mahdi, which separateth him from his sins, and which mocketh him to see God, the Lord of mankind. Vignette, the hall of Mahdi, in which the heart of the deceased is being weighed in a balance in the presence of the great gods. Chapter XXXVI. Without title. Vignette, a lake of fire, at each corner of which sits an ape. Chapter XXXVA. The Book of the Praise of the Gods of the Kurdi. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVIB. The chapter of the words to be spoken on going to the chiefs of Osiris, and of the praise of the gods who are leaders in the Tuat. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of praising Osiris. Vignette, the deceased adoring three deities. Chapter XXXX. This chapter is now known as Chapter C. Chapter XXXX. The chapter of making perfect the coup. Vignette, the deceased standing between two boats. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of making a man go into heaven to the side of Ra. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of making a man to go round about to see his house. Vignette, a man standing before a house or tomb. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of making perfect the coup in the underworld in the presence of the great company of the gods. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra, seated in a boat. Chapter XXIV. The chapter of entering into the boat of Ra, and of being among those who are in his train. Vignette, the deceased adoring Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Hathor. Chapter XXXV. Another chapter, which is to be recited at the waxing of the moon, each month. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of sailing in the boat of Ra. Vignette, the deceased standing with hands raised in adoration. Chapter XXXVII. The chapter of sailing in the great boat of Ra, to pass round the fiery orbit of the sun. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVIII. The chapter of kindling the fire which is to be made in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVIB. The chapter of the deceased kindling the fire. Vignette, the deceased seated, kindling a flame. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of making the deceased to enter into Abydos. Vignette, the deceased adoring the standard ###. Chapter XXIX. This chapter is now known as Chapter XXXI. Chapter XXL. The book which is to be recited in the second month of Pert, when the XXIII is full in the second month of Pert. Vignette, the deceased adoring Anpu, the XXIII, and Ra. Chapters XXII. The book which is to be recited by a man for his father and for his son at the festivals of Amentet. It will make him perfect before Ra and before the gods, and he shall dwell with them. It shall be recited on the 9th day of the festival. Vignette, the deceased making offerings before a god. Chapter XXIV. The chapter of going in. Vignette, 7 pylons. Chapter XXLVA. Without title. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXLVB. The chapter, of coming forth to the hidden pylons. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXLVI. The chapter of, knowing the pylons in the house of Osiris in the field of Aru. Vignette, a series of pylons guarded each by a god. Chapter XXLVI. A chapter, to be recited by the deceased when he cometh to the first hall of Amentet. Vignette, a series of doors, each guarded by a god. Chapter XXLVI. The chapter, of nourishing the coup in the underworld, and of removing him from every evil thing. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXIX. Without title. Vignette, the divisions of the other world. Chapter CL, without title. Vignette, certain divisions of the other world. Chapter CLI. Without title. Vignette, scene of the mummy chamber. Chapter CLA. Chapter, of the hands of Anpu, the dweller in the sepulchral chamber, being upon the Lord of Life, i.e., the mummy. Vignette, Anubis standing by the bier of the deceased. Chapter CLIB. The chapter of the chief of hidden things. Vignette, a human head. Chapter CLII. The chapter of building a house in the earth. Vignette, the deceased standing by the foundations of his house. Chapter Clia. The chapter of coming forth from the net. Vignette, a net being drawn by a number of men. Cliib. The chapter of coming forth from the fishing net. Vignette, 3 apes drawing a fishing net. Chapter CLIV. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to decay in the tomb. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter CLV. The chapter of a tet of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette, a tet. Chapter CLVI. The chapter of a buckle of amethyst to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette, a buckle. Chapter XVII. The chapter of a vulture of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette, a vulture. Chapter XVII. The chapter of a collar of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette, a collar. Chapter XXIX. The chapter of a scepter of mother of emerald to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette, a scepter. Chapter XXX. The chapter of placing a plaque of mother of emerald. Vignette, a plaque. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of the opening of the doors of heaven by Thoth, etc. Vignette, Thoth opening 4 doors. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of causing heat to exist under the head of the coup. Vignette, a cow. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to decay in the underworld. Vignette, 2 uchats and a serpent on legs. Chapter XXXIV. Another chapter. Vignette, a 3-headed goddess, winged, standing between 2 pygmies. Chapter XXXV. The chapter of arriving in port, of not becoming unseen, and of making the body to germinate, and of satisfying it with the water of heaven. Vignette, the god Min or Amsu with beetle's body, etc. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of the pillow. Vignette, a pillow. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of bringing the uchet. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXVI. Without title. Vignette, the boats of the sun, etc. Chapter XXVIB. Without title. Vignette, men pouring libations, gods, etc. Chapter XXIX. The chapter of setting up the offering chamber. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXX. The chapter of the roof of the offering chamber. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of tying the abu. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXI. Here begin the praises which are to be recited in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXI. Addresses by Horus to his father. Vignette, the deceased adoring Osiris. Chapter XXIV. The chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great gate of heaven. Vignette, the deceased coming forth from a door. Chapter XXXV. The chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased adoring an ibis-headed god. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of raising up the coup, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXVI. The chapter of raising up the body, of making the eyes to see, of making the ears to hear, of setting firm the head and of giving it its powers. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXVI. The chapter of coming forth from yesterday, of coming forth by day, and of praying with the hands. This chapter has no vignette. Chapter XXXX. The chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra in Amentet, and of ascribing praise unto those who are in the Tuat. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of going into the divine chiefs of Osiris who are the leaders in the Tuat. Vignette, the deceased adoring Osiris, etc. Chapter XXXI. The book of establishing the backbone of Osiris, of giving breath to him whose heart is still, and of the repulse of the enemies of Osiris by Thoth. Vignette, the deceased lying on a bier in a funeral chest, surrounded by various gods. Chapter XXXI. A hymn of praise to Osiris, ascribing to him glory, and to Un-Nefer adoration. Vignettes, the deceased, with hands raised in adoration, and the god Thoth. Chapter XXXIV. The chapter of being with Osiris. Vignette, the deceased standing by the side of Osiris. Chapter XXXV. The ascription of praise to Osiris, and of adoration to the everlasting Lord. Vignette, the deceased making adoration to Osiris. Chapter XXXVI. A hymn of praise to Hathor, mistress of Amentet, and to Merit. Vignette, the deceased approaching the mountain of the dead, from which appears the goddess Hathor. The version akin to the Theban. Paleography. The version akin to was in vogue from the XXIII to the XXVIII dynasty, i.e., about BC 1200 to 550, and was, like the Theban, usually written upon papyrus. The chapters have no fixed order, and are written in lines in the hieratic character. The rubrics, catchwords, and certain names, like that of a pep, are in red. The vignettes are roughly traced in black outline, and are without ornament. But at the ends of the best papyri well-painted scenes, in which the deceased is depicted making adoration to Ra or Horus, are frequently found. The names and titles of the deceased are written in perpendicular rows of hieroglyphics. The character of the handwriting changes in different periods. In the papyrus of the Princess Nisi Khonsu, about BC 1000, it is bold and clear, and much resembles the handsome style of that found in the Great Harris Papyrus. 107. But within 100 years, apparently, the fine flowing style disappears, and the writing becomes much smaller and is somewhat cramped. The process of reduction in size continues until the XXVIII dynasty, about BC 550, when the small and coarsely written characters are frequently difficult to decipher. The papyri upon which such texts are written vary in length from 3 to about 30 feet, and in width from 9 to 18 inches. As we approach the period of the XXVIII dynasty, the texture becomes coarser and the material is darker in color. The Theban papyri of this period are lighter in color than those found in the north of Egypt and are less brittle. They certainly suffer less in unrolling. The XVIII and Ptolemaic version. Paleography. The XVIII and Ptolemaic version was in vogue from the period of the XXVIII dynasty, about BC 550, to probably the end of the rule of the Ptolemies over Egypt. The chapters have a fixed and definite order, and it seems that a careful revision of the whole work was carried out, and that several alterations of an important nature were made in it. A number of chapters which are not found in older papyri appear during this period. But these are not necessarily new inventions, for, as the kings of the XXVIII dynasty are renowned for having revived the arts and sciences and literature of the earliest dynasties, it is quite possible that many or most of the additional chapters are nothing more than new editions of extracts from older works. Many copies of this version were written by scribes who did not understand what they were copying, and omissions of signs, words, and even whole passages are very common. In papyri of the Ptolemaic period it is impossible to read many passages without the help of texts of earlier periods. The papyri of this period vary in color from a light to a dark brown, and consist usually of layers composed of strips of the plant measuring about 2 inches in width and 14.5 to 16 inches in length. Fine examples of books of the dead of this version vary in length from about 24.5 feet, BM number 10479, written for the Utchibharu, the son of the Utchibchera, to 60 feet. Hieroglyphic texts are written in black, in perpendicular rows between rules, and hieratic texts in horizontal lines. Both the hieroglyphics and the hieratic characters lack the boldness of the writing of the Theban period, and exhibit the characteristics of a conventional hand. The titles of the chapters, catchwords, the words #### which introduce a variant reading, etc., are sometimes written in red. The vignettes are usually traced in black outline, and form a kind of continuous border above the text. In good papyri, however, the scene forming the XVIII chapter, the scene of the fields of peace, chapter CX, the judgment scene, chapter XXXV, the vignette of chapter XXLVA, the scene forming chapter CLI, the sepulchral chamber, and the vignette of chapter CLXI, fill the whole width of the inscribed portion of the papyrus, and are painted in somewhat crude colors. In some papyri the disc on the head of the hawk of Horus is covered with gold leaf, instead of being painted red as is usual in older papyri. In the Greco-Roman period both texts and vignettes are very carelessly executed, and it is evident that they were written and drawn by ignorant workmen in the quickest and most careless way possible. In this period also certain passages of the text were copied in hieratic and demotic upon small pieces of papyri which were buried with portions of the bodies of the dead, and upon narrow bandages of coarse linen in which they were swathed. The Legend of Osiris. The main features of the Egyptian religion constant. The chief features of the Egyptian religion remained unchanged from the VIII and VIII dynasties down to the period when the Egyptians embraced Christianity, after the preaching of Saint Mark the Apostle in Alexandria, AD 69, so firmly had the early beliefs taken possession of the Egyptian mind. And the Christians in Egypt, or Copts as they are commonly called, the racial descendants of the ancient Egyptians, seem never to have succeeded in divesting themselves of the superstitious and weird mythological conceptions which they inherited from their heathen ancestors. It is not necessary here to repeat the proofs of this fact which M. Amelino has brought together, 108, or to adduce evidence from the lives of the saints, martyrs and ascetics. But it is of interest to note in passing that the translators of the New Testament into Coptic rendered the Greek a. DHS by ###, Amenti, the name which the ancient Egyptians gave to the abode of man after death 109, and that the Copts peopled it with beings whose prototypes are found on the ancient monuments. Persistence of the legend of Osiris and the belief in the resurrection. The chief gods mentioned in the pyramid texts are identical with those whose names are given on tomb, coffin and papyrus in the latest dynasties. And if the names of the great cosmic gods, such as Ta and Khnum, are of rare occurrence, it should be remembered that the gods of the dead must naturally occupy the chief place in this literature which concerns the dead. Furthermore, we find that the doctrine of eternal life and of the resurrection of a glorified or transformed body, based upon the ancient story of the resurrection of Osiris after a cruel death and horrible mutilation, inflicted by the powers of evil, was the same in all periods, and that the legends of the most ancient times were accepted without material alteration or addition in the texts of the later dynasties. Plutarch's version of the legend. The story of Osiris is nowhere found in a connected form in Egyptian literature, but everywhere, and in texts of all periods, the life, sufferings, death and resurrection of Osiris are accepted as facts universally admitted. Greek writers have preserved in their works traditions concerning this god, and to Plutarch in particular we owe an important version of the legend as current in his day. It is clear that in some points he errs, but this was excusable in dealing with a series of traditions already some 4,000 years old. 110 According to this writer the goddess Rhea, Nut, the wife of Helios, Ra, was beloved by Cronos, Seb. When Helios discovered the intrigue, he cursed his wife and declared that she should not be delivered of her child in any month or in any year. Then the god Hermes, who also loved Rhea, played at tables with Selene and won from her the 70th part of each day of the year, which, added together, made 5 whole days. These he joined to the 360 days of which the year then consisted. 111 Upon the first of these 5 days was Osiris brought forth, 112 And at the moment of his birth a voice was heard to proclaim that the Lord of creation was born. In course of time he became king of Egypt, and devoted himself to civilizing his subjects and to teaching them the craft of the husbandman. He established a code of laws and bade men worship the gods. Having made Egypt peaceful and flourishing, he set out to instruct the other nations of the world. During his absence his wife Isis so well ruled the state that Typhon, Set, the evil one, could do no harm to the realm of Osiris. When Osiris came again, Typhon plotted with 72 comrades, and with Aso, the queen of Ethiopia, to slay him. And secretly got the measure of the body of Osiris, and made ready a fair chest, which was brought into his banqueting hall when Osiris was present together with other guests. By a ruse Osiris was induced to lie down in the chest, which was immediately closed by Typhon and his fellow conspirators, who conveyed it to the Tanaitic mouth of the Nile. 113 These things happened on the 17th day of the month Hathor, 114 when Osiris was in the 28th year either of his reign or of his age. The first to know of what had happened were the Pans and Satyrs, who dwelt hard by Panopolis. And finally the news was brought to Isis at Coptos, whereupon she cut off a lock of hair 115 and put on mourning apparel. She then set out in deep grief to find her husband's body, and in the course of her wanderings she discovered that Osiris had been united with her sister Nephthys, and that Anubis, the offspring of the union, had been exposed by his mother as soon as born. Isis tracked him by the help of dogs, and bred him up to be her guard and attendant. Soon after she learned that the chest had been carried by the sea to Byblos, where it had been gently laid by the waves among the branches of a tamarisk tree, Greek E. Pkhjtini, which in a very short time had grown to a magnificent size and had enclosed the chest within its trunk. The king of the country, admiring the tree, cut it down and made a pillar for the roof of his house of that part which contained the body of Osiris. When Isis heard of this she went to Byblos, and, gaining admittance to the palace through the report of the royal maidens, she was made nurse to one of the king's sons, instead of nursing the child in the ordinary way. Isis gave him her finger to suck, and each night she put him into the fire to consume his mortal parts, changing herself the while into a swallow and bemoaning her fate. But the queen once happened to see her son in flames, and cried out, and thus deprived him of immortality. Then Isis told the queen her story and begged for the pillar which supported the roof. This she cut open, and took out the chest and her husband's body, 116, and her lamentations were so terrible that one of the royal children died of fright. She then brought the chest by ship to Egypt, where she opened it and embraced the body of her husband, weeping bitterly. Then she sought her son Horus in Buto, in Lower Egypt, first having hidden the chest in a secret place. But Typhon, one night hunting by the light of the moon, found the chest, and, recognizing the body, tore it into 14 pieces, which he scattered up and down throughout the land. When Isis heard of this she took a boat made of Papyrus 117, a plant abhorred by crocodiles, and sailing about she gathered the fragments of Osiris's body. 118 Wherever she found one, there she built a tomb. But now Horus had grown up, and being encouraged to the use of arms by Osiris, who returned from the other world, he went out to do battle with Typhon, the murderer of his father. The fight lasted many days, and Typhon was made captive. But Isis, to whom the care of the prisoner was given, so far from aiding her son Horus, set Typhon at liberty. Horus in his rage tore from her head the royal diadem, but Thoth gave her a helmet in the shape of a cow's head. In 2 other battles fought between Horus and Typhon, Horus was the victor. 119. Identity of the deceased with Osiris. This is the story of the sufferings and death of Osiris as told by Plutarch. Osiris was the god through whose sufferings and death the Egyptian hoped that his body might rise again in some transformed or glorified shape. And to him who had conquered death and had become the king of the other world the Egyptian appealed in prayer for eternal life through his victory and power. In every funeral inscription known to us, from the pyramid texts down to the roughly written prayers upon coffins of the Roman period, what is done for Osiris is done also for the deceased. The state and condition of Osiris are the state and condition of the deceased. In a word, the deceased is identified with Osiris. If Osiris liveth forever, the deceased will live forever. If Osiris dieth, then will the deceased perish. 120. Osiris invested with the attributes of Ra. Later in the XVIII, or early in the XXIII dynasty, we find Osiris called the King of Eternity, the Lord of Everlastingness, who traverseth millions of years in the duration of his life, the firstborn son of the womb of Nut, begotten of Seb. The Prince of gods and men, the God of gods, the King of kings, the Lord of lords, the Prince of princes, the Governor of the world, from the womb of Nut, whose existence is for everlasting. 121 Nefer of many forms and of many attributes. Tmu in Anu, the Lord of Akert. 122 The only one, the Lord of the land on each side of the celestial Nile. 123. Osiris the God of the resurrection. In the XXVIII dynasty and later there grew up a class of literature represented by such works as, the Book of Respirations, 124, the Lamentations of Isis and Nephthys, 125, the Festival Songs of Isis and Nephthys, 126, the Litanies of Seker, 127 and the like, the hymns and prayers of which are addressed to Osiris rather as the god of the dead and type of the resurrection 128 than as the successor of the great cosmic god Tmoare. He is called the soul that liveth again, 129, the being who becometh a child again, the firstborn son of unformed matter, the Lord of multitudes of aspects and forms, the Lord of time and bestower of years, the Lord of life for all eternity. 130 He is the giver of life from the beginning, 131 Life springs up to us from his destruction, 132 And the germ which proceeds from him engenders life in both the dead and the living. 133 The Doctrine of Eternal Life. Egyptian belief in a future life. The doctrine of eternal life in the VIII dynasty. The ideas and beliefs which the Egyptians held in reference to a future existence are not readily to be defined. Owing to the many difficulties in translating religious texts and in harmonizing the statements made in different works of different periods. Some confusion of details also seems to have existed in the minds of the Egyptians themselves, which cannot be cleared up until the literature of the subject has been further studied and until more texts have been published. That the Egyptians believed in a future life of some kind is certain, and the doctrine of eternal existence is the leading feature of their religion, and is enunciated with the utmost clearness in all periods. Whether this belief had its origin at Anu, the chief city of the worship of the sun god, is not certain, but is very probable, for already in the pyramid texts we find the idea of everlasting life associated with the sun's existence, and Pepi I is said to be the giver of life, stability, power, health, and all joy of heart, like the sun, living forever. 130 For the sun rose each day in renewed strength and vigor, and the renewal of youth in a future life was the aim and object of every Egyptian believer. To this end all the religious literature of Egypt was composed. Let us take the following extracts from texts of the VIII dynasty as illustrations. 1. Ha-Unas and Semnek as Metiach Semnek Inksit. Hail Unas, not hast thou gone, behold, as one dead, thou hast gone, as one living. Hemserzent Ozar. To sit upon the throne of Osiris. 135. 2. Oratum Inek Unas. Sakpun. Ora turn, cometh to thee thy son, cometh to thee Unas, thy son is this of Ttk and Tieta. Thy body forever. 136. 3. Tem Sakpu Penan Ozar Tanek Seti Bf Anxf Anxf. O turn, thy son is this Osiris, thou hast given his sustenance and he liveth, he liveth. Anx Unas pen and Mitf and Mit Unas pen. And liveth Unas this, not dieth he, not dieth Unas this. 137. 4. He tep Unas manx amamenta. Setteth Unas in life in amenta. 138. 5. O mfsaa and netter nebahau pa nihe trf. He 139 hath eaten the knowledge of God every, his existence is for all eternity. Pa tieta m saif pen and miraref ref mestitf. And to everlasting in his saw. 140 This. What he willeth he doeth, what he hatteth. An arinef. Not doth he do. 141. 6. Anx and mitk. Live life, not shalt thou die. 142. The doctrine of eternal life in the XVIII dynasty. In the Papyrus of Ani the deceased is represented as having come to a place remote and far away, where there is neither air to breathe nor water to drink, but where he holds converse with Tmo. In answer to his question, how long have I to live? 143, the great god of Anu answers. Alker ha en ha ha en ha. Thou shalt exist for millions of years, a period of millions of years. In the LXXXIVth chapter, as given in the same papyrus, the infinite duration of the past and future existence of the soul, as well as its divine nature, is proclaimed by Ani in the words, Nuksu pot Baapu netter Baapu ha. I am Shu, the God, of unformed matter. My soul is God, my soul is eternity. 144. When the deceased identifies himself with Shu, he makes the period of his existence coeval with that of Tmuare, i.e., he existed before Osiris and the other gods of his company. These two passages prove the identity of the belief in eternal life in the XVIII dynasty with that in the VIII and VIII dynasties. But while we have this evidence of the Egyptian belief in eternal life, we are nowhere told that man's corruptible body will rise again. Indeed, the following extracts show that the idea prevailed that the body lay in the earth while the soul or spirit lived in heaven. 1. Baar pet sat ar ta. Soul to heaven, body to earth. 145, VIII dynasty. 2. Muke pet xak ta. Thy essence is in heaven, thy body to earth. 146, VIII dynasty. 3. Petzer bak ta ziri tutke. Heaven hath thy soul, earth hath thy body. 147, Ptolemaic period. Constancy in the belief in the resurrection. There is, however, no doubt that from first to last the Egyptians firmly believed that besides the soul there was some other element of the man that would rise again. The preservation of the corruptible body too was in some way connected with the life in the world to come, and its preservation was necessary to ensure eternal life. Otherwise the prayers recited to this end would have been futile, and the time-honored custom of mummifying the dead would have had no meaning. The never-ending existence of the soul is asserted in a passage quoted above without reference to Osiris. But the frequent mention of the uniting of his bones, and of the gathering together of his members, 148, and the doing away with all corruption from his body, seems to show that the pious Egyptian connected these things with the resurrection of his own body in some form, and he argued that what had been done for him who was proclaimed to be giver and source of life must be necessary for mortal man. The Khat or physical body. The physical body of man considered as a whole was called Khat, a word which seems to be connected with the idea of something which is liable to decay. The word is also applied to the mummified body in the tomb, as we know from the words, my body, Khat, is buried. 149. Such a body was attributed to the god Osiris. In the XXIX chapter of the Book of the Dead, his great divine body rested in Anu. 150. In this respect the god and the deceased were on an equality. As we have seen above, the body neither leaves the tomb nor reappears on earth. Yet its preservation was necessary. Thus the deceased addresses Tmo 151, Hail to thee, O my father Osiris, I have come and I have embalmed this my flesh so that my body may not decay. I am whole, even as my father Khepra was whole, who is to me the type of that which passeth not away. Come then, O form, and give breath unto me, O Lord of breath, O thou who art greater than thy compeers. Stablish thou me, and form thou me, O thou who art Lord of the grave. Grant thou to me to endure for ever, even as thou didst grant unto thy father Tmu to endure, and his body neither passed away nor decayed. I have not done that which is hateful unto thee, nay, I have spoken that which thy Ka loveth, repulse thou me not, and cast thou me not behind thee, O Tmu, to decay. Even as thou doest unto every god and unto every goddess and unto every beast and creeping thing which perisheth when his soul hath gone forth from him after his death, and which falleth in pieces after his decay. Homage to thee, O my father Osiris, thy flesh suffered no decay, there were no worms in thee, thou didst not crumble away, thou didst not wither away, thou didst not become corruption and worms. And I myself am Khepra, I shall possess my flesh for ever and ever, I shall not decay, I shall not crumble away, I shall not wither away, I shall not become corruption. The Sahu or spiritual body. But the body does not lie in the tomb inoperative, for by the prayers and ceremonies on the day of burial it is endowed with the power of changing into a Sahu, or spiritual body. Thus we have such phrases as, I germinate like the plants, 152, my flesh germinateth, 153, I exist, I live, I germinate, 154, 154, thy soul liveth, thy body germinateth by the command of Ra himself without diminution. And without defect, like unto Ra for ever and ever. 155 The word Sahu, though at times written with the determinative of a mummy lying on a bier-like cot, body, indicates a body which has obtained a degree of knowledge 156 and power and glory whereby it becomes henceforth lasting and incorruptible. The body which has become a Sahu has the power of associating with the soul and of holding converse with it. In this form it can ascend into heaven and dwell with the gods, and with the Sahu of the gods, and with the souls of the righteous. In the pyramid texts we have these passages. 1. Thes Thursday Teta Pu Un Thursday AAA Petha Hemske. Rise up thou Teddy, this. Stand up thou mighty one being strong. Sit thou. Zent Neteru Arike Enu Ari En Ozar M Hete Amt Anu. With the gods, do thou that which did Osiris in the great house in Anu. Sesapnek Sake and Tier Retke M Petan. Thou hast received thy Sa, not shall be fettered thy foot in heaven, not. Zesfkm Ta. Shalt thou be turned back upon earth. 157. 2. Anet Rake Teta M Hruke Pen Aha the Zeftare. Hail to thee, Teta, on this thy day, when, thou art standing before Ra, as. Per fm ab tba the m Sake Pen am Bayu. He cometh from the cast. When, thou art endued with this thy Sa among the souls. 158. 3. Ahau pa nihe tiref pa tieta m saef. His duration of life is eternity, his limit of life is everlastingness in his Sa. 159. 4. Nuk Sa mbaf. I am a Sa with his soul. 160. In the late edition of the Book of the Dead published by Lepsius, the deceased is said to look upon his body and to rest upon his Sahu. 161 And souls are said to enter into their Sahu. 162 And a passage extant both in this and the older Theban edition makes the deceased to receive the Sahu of the god Osiris. 163 But that Egyptian writers at times confuse the Khat with the Sahu is clear from a passage in the Book of Respirations, where it is said, Hail Osiris, thy name endureth, thy body is stablished, thy Sahu germinateth. 164 In other texts the word germinate is applied only to the natural body. The or heart. In close connection with the natural and spiritual bodies stood the heart, or rather that part of it which was the seat of the power of life and the fountain of good and evil thoughts. And in addition to the natural and spiritual bodies, man also bad an abstract individuality or personality endowed with all his characteristic attributes. This abstract personality had an absolutely independent existence. The Ka or double. It could move freely from place to place, separating itself from, or uniting itself to, the body at will, and also enjoying life with the gods in heaven. This was the Ka. 165 A word which at times conveys the meanings of its Coptic equivalent, Coptic KW, and of Greek EI, Dulan, image, genius, double, character, disposition, and mental attributes. The funeral offerings of meat, cakes, ale, wine, unguents, etc., were intended for the Ka. The scent of the burnt incense was grateful to it. The Ka dwelt in the man's statue just as the Ka of a god inhabited the statue of the god. In this respect the Ka seems to be identical with the Sikkim or image. In the remotest times the tombs had special chambers wherein Thika was worshipped and received offerings. The priesthood numbered among its body an order of men who bore the name of priests of the Ka and who performed services in honor of the Ka in the Kachapel. In the text of Unas the deceased is said to be happy with his Ka. 166 In the next world, and his Ka is joined unto his body in the great dwelling. 167 His body having been buried in the lowest chamber, his Ka cometh forth to him. 168 Of Pepi I. It is said, Ai su kake hems kake em tahina ke at ur. Washed is thy Ka, sitteth thy Ka, and it eateth bread with thee unceasingly. Ntet tieta. Forever. 169. Aha uabk uab kake uab bak uab sexmk. Thou art pure, thy ka is pure, thy soul is pure, thy form is pure. 170. The ka, as we have seen, could eat food, and it was necessary to provide food for it. In the XIIth dynasty and in later periods the gods are entreated to grant meat and drink to the ka of the deceased. And it seems as if the Egyptians thought that the future welfare of the spiritual body depended upon the maintenance of a constant supply of sepulchral offerings. When circumstances rendered it impossible to continue the material supply of food, the ka fed upon the offerings painted on the walls of the tomb, which were transformed into suitable nourishment by means of the prayers of the living. When there were neither material offerings nor painted similitudes to feed upon, it seems as if the ka must have perished, but the texts are not definite on this point. A prayer of the ka. The following is a specimen of the ka's petition for food written in the XVIIth dynasty. May the gods grant that I go into and come forth from my tomb, may the majesty refresh its shade, may I drink water from my cistern every day. May all my limbs grow, may happy give unto me bread and flowers of all kinds in their season, may I pass over my estate every day without ceasing, may my soul alight upon the branches of the groves which I have planted. May I make myself cool beneath my sycamores, may I eat the bread which they provide. May I have my mouth that I may speak therewith like the followers of Horus, may I come forth to heaven, may I descend to earth, may I never be shut out upon the road, may there never be done unto me that which my soul abhorreth. Let not my soul be imprisoned, but may I be among the venerable and favored ones, may I plough my lands in the field of Aru, may I arrive at the field of peace. May one come out to me with vessels of ale and cakes and bread of the lords of eternity, may I receive meat from the altars of the great, I the ka of the prophet Amsu. 171. The Ba or soul. To that part of man which beyond all doubt was believed to enjoy an eternal existence in heaven in a state of glory, the Egyptians gave the name Ba, a word which means something like sublime, noble, and which has always hitherto been translated by soul. The Ba is not incorporeal, for although it dwells in the ka, and is in some respects, like the heart, the principle of life in man, still it possesses both substance and form. In form it is depicted as a human-headed hawk. And in nature and substance it is stated to be exceedingly refined or ethereal. It revisited the body in the tomb and reanimated it, and conversed with it, it could take upon itself any shape that it pleased, and it had the power of passing into heaven and of dwelling with the perfected souls there. It was eternal. As the Ba was closely associated with the ka, it partook of the funeral offerings, and in one aspect of its existence at least it was liable to decay if not properly and sufficiently nourished. In the pyramid texts the permanent dwelling place of the Ba or soul is heaven with the gods, whose life it shares. 1. XXII Unas per pen emaru ma en. Behold Unas cometh forth on day this in the form exact of Baanx. A soul living. 172. 2. Bas and met Unas. Their soul. 173 is in Unas. 174. 3. Aha bak emma neteru. Standeth thy soul among the gods. 175. 4. Ha pepi pu inek mot haru metues Thursday. Hail, Pepi this. Cometh to thee the eye of Horus, it speaketh with thee. Inek bak em neteru. Cometh to thee thy soul which is among the gods. 176. 5. Uab bak em neteru. Pure is thy soul among the gods. 6. Anx azar anx ba din netat anx pepi pen. As liveth Osiris, and as liveth the soul in Netat, so liveth Pepi this. 177. 7. Taas biuke Pepi pen zent pot neteru m. It 178 placeth thy soul Pepi this among the greater and lesser cycles of the gods in Tut erat am nahatke. The form of the uriai, which are on thy brow. 179. 8. Ha Pepi pen bak bayu anu as bak bayu. Behold Pepi this, thy soul is the soul of Anu, behold thy soul is the soul. Nexin as bak bayu pe as bak seb anx as. Of Nechin, Behold thy soul is the soul of Pe. Behold thy soul is a star living, behold. Zent Senuf. Among its brethren. 180. The Kybit or shadow. In connection with the Ka and Ba must be mentioned the Kybit or shadow of the man, which the Egyptians regarded as a part of the human economy. It may be compared with the Greek Skia, and Umbra of the Greeks and Romans. It was supposed to have an entirely independent existence and to be able to separate itself from the body. It was free to move wherever it pleased, and, like the Ka and Ba, it partook of the funeral offerings in the tomb, which it visited at will. The mention of the shade, whether of a god or man, in the pyramid texts is unfrequent, and it is not easy to ascertain what views were held concerning it. But from the passage in the text of Unas 181 where it is mentioned together with the souls and spirits and bones of the gods, it is evident that already at that early date its position in relation to man was well defined. From the collection of illustrations which Dr. Birch appended to his paper on the shade or shadow of the dead, 182, it is quite clear that in later times at least the shadow was always associated with the soul and was believed to be always near it. And this view is supported by a passage in the XIII chapter of the Book of the Dead, 183 where it is said, M zina baa sadi zabite unyut. Let not be shut in my soul, let not be fettered my shadow. Let be opened the way. Nbad n zabite masayef netter aa. For my soul and for my shadow, may it see the great God. And again, in the LXXXXTH chapter the deceased says, Masaye baa zabite. May I look upon my soul and my shadow. 184. The Ku or intelligence. Another important and apparently eternal part of man was the Ku, which, judging from the meaning of the word, may be defined as a shining or translucent, intangible casing or covering of the body, which is frequently depicted in the form of a mummy. For want of a better word, Ku has often been translated shining one, glorious, intelligence, and the like, but in certain cases it may be tolerably well rendered by spirit. The pyramid texts show us that the Kus of the gods lived in heaven, and thither wended the Ku of a man as soon as ever the prayers said over the dead body enabled it to do so. Thus it is said, Unas standeth with the Kus, 185, and one of the gods is asked to give him his scepter among the Kus. 186 When the souls of the gods enter into Unas, their Kus are with and round about him. 187 To King Teta it is said, Neem nef matef math or tanef nek sabake. He 188 hath plucked his eye from himself, he hath given it unto thee to strengthen thee. Ms sexmk ms sensu. Therewith, that thou mayest prevail with it among the Kus. 189. And again, when the god Kentmenetef has transported the king to heaven, the god Seb, who rejoices to meet him, is said to give him both hands and welcome him as a brother and to nurse him and to place him among the imperishable Kus. 190 In the XIII chapter the deceased is made to pray for the liberation of his soul, shadow, and Ku from the bondage of the tomb, and for deliverance from those whose dwellings are hidden, who fetter the souls. Who fetter souls and Kus cc and who shut in the shadows of the dead. 191 And in the XXIII chapter 192 is a formula specially prepared to enable the Ku to pass from the tomb to the domains where Ra and Hathor dwell. The Sikkim or form. Yet another part of a man was supposed to exist in heaven, to which the Egyptians gave the name Sikkim. The word has been rendered by power, form, and the like, but it is very difficult to find any expression which will represent the Egyptian conception of the Sikkim. It is mentioned in connection with the soul and Ku, as will be seen from the following passages from the pyramid texts. 1. Inek sexum km su. Cometh to thee thy Sikkim among the Kus. 193. 2. Yuta sexum km su. Pure is thy Sikkim among the Kus. 194. 3. Aha uabk uab kk uab bak uab. Thou art pure, pure is thy ka, pure is thy soul, pure is. Sexum k. Thy Sikkim. 195. A name of Ra was 196 Sikkim ur, the great XXIII, and XIII is identified with him and called XXIII ur XXIII m XXIII. Great XXIII, XXIII among the XXIII. 197. The Ren or name. Finally, the name, Ren, of a man was believed to exist in heaven, and in the pyramid texts we are told that Nefer en Pepi pen hina ren fanx Pepi pen hina kaaf. Happy is Pepi this with his name, liveth Pepi this with his ka. 198. Thus, as we have seen, the whole man consisted of a natural body, a spiritual body, a heart, a double, a soul, a shadow, an intangible ethereal casing or spirit, a form, and a name. All these were, however, bound together inseparably, and the welfare of any single one of them concerned the welfare of all. For the well-being of the spiritual parts it was necessary to preserve from decay the natural body. And certain passages in the pyramid texts seem to show that a belief in the resurrection of the natural body existed in the earliest dynasties. 199. The texts are silent as to the time when the immortal part began its beatified existence. But it is probable that the Osiris 200 of a man only attained to the full enjoyment of spiritual happiness after the funeral ceremonies had been duly performed and the ritual recited. Comparatively few particulars are known of the manner of life of the soul in heaven, and though a number of interesting facts may be gleaned from the texts of all periods, it is very difficult to harmonize them. This result is due partly to the different views held by different schools of thought in ancient Egypt, and partly to the fact that on some points the Egyptians themselves seem to have had no decided opinions. We depend upon the pyramid texts for our knowledge of their earliest conceptions of a future life. The existence in heaven. The life of the Osiris of a man in heaven is at once material and spiritual, and it seems as if the Egyptians never succeeded in breaking away from their very ancient habit of confusing the things of the body with the things of the soul. They believed in an incorporeal and immortal part of man, the constituent elements of which flew to heaven after death and embalmment. Yet the theologians of the VIII dynasty had decided that there was some part of the deceased which could only mount to heaven by means of a ladder. In the pyramid of Teta it is said, when Teta hath purified himself on the borders of this earth where Ra hath purified himself, he prayeth and setteth up the ladder, and those who dwell in the great place press Teta forward with their hands. 201 in the pyramid of Pepi I. The king is identified with this ladder, Isis Seth, happy are they who see the Father, and Nephthys Seth, they who see the Father have rest. Speaking unto the Father of this Osiris Pepi when he cometh forth unto heaven among the stars and among the luminaries which never set. With the Urius on his brow, and his book upon both his sides, and magic words at his feet, Pepi goeth forward unto his mother Nut, and he entereth therein in his name ladder. 202 The gods who preside over this ladder are at one time Ra and Horus, and at another Horus and Set. In the pyramid of Unas it is said, Ra setteth upright the ladder for Osiris, and Horus riseth up the ladder for his father Osiris, when Osiris goeth to find his soul. One standeth on the one side, and the other standeth on the other, and Unas is betwixt them. Unas standeth up and is Horus, he sitteth down and is Set. 203 And in the pyramid of Pepi I. We read, Hail to thee, O ladder of God, hail to thee, O ladder of Set. Stand up, O ladder of God, stand up, O ladder of Set, stand up, O ladder of Horus, whereon Osiris went forth into heaven. This Pepi is thy son, this Pepi is Horus, thou hast given birth unto this Pepi even as thou hast given birth unto the God who is the Lord of the ladder. Thou hast given him the ladder of God, and thou hast given him the ladder of Set, whereon this Pepi hath gone forth into heaven. Every Khu and every God stretcheth out his hand unto this Pepi when he cometh forth into heaven by the ladder of God. That which he seeth and that which he heareth make him wise, and serve as food for him when he cometh forth into heaven by the ladder of God. Pepi riseth up like the Urius which is on the brow of Set, and every Khu and every God stretcheth out his hand unto Pepi on the ladder. Pepi hath gathered together his bones, he hath collected his flesh, and Pepi hath gone straightway into heaven by means of the two fingers of the God who is the Lord of the ladder. 204 Elsewhere we are told that Khonsu and Set, carry the ladder of Pepi, and they set it up. When the Osiris of a man has entered into heaven as a living soul 205 he is regarded as one of those who have eaten the eye of Horus. He walks among living ones 206 he becomes God, the Son of God. 207 and all the gods of heaven become his brethren. 208. The deification of the spiritual body. His bones are the gods and goddesses of heaven. 209 his right side belongs to Horns, and his left side to Set. 210 the goddess Nut makes him to rise up as a god without an enemy in his name, God. 211 and God calls him by his name. 212 his face is the face of Apiyut, his eyes are the great ones among the souls of Anu, his nose is Thoth, his mouth is the great lake, his tongue belongs to the boat of right and truth, his teeth are the spirits of Anu. His chin is Kirtkentsikum, his backbone is Sema, his shoulders are Set, his breast is Biba. 213 etc., every one of his members is identified with a god. Moreover, his body as a whole is identified with the God of heaven. For example, it is said concerning Unas. Tetk and Unas pen afn Unas pen. Thy body is the body of Unas this. Thy flesh is the flesh of Unas this. Kesu Unas pen sebke seb Unas pen. Thy bones are the bones of Unas this. Thy passage is the passage of Unas this. Seb Unas pen sebke. The passage of Unas this is thy passage. 214. Further, this identification of the deceased with the God of heaven places him in the position of supreme ruler. For example, we have the prayer that Unas may rule the 9 gods and complete the company of the 9 gods, 215 in Pepi I. In his progress through heaven, comes upon the double company of the gods, who stretch out their hands, entreating him to come and sit down among them. 216. Identification with Horus. Again, the deceased is changed into Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. It is said of Pepi I. Behold, it is not Pepi who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art ###, O Osiris, who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art, O Osiris. But it is thy son who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art, O Osiris. It is Horus who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art. 217 and Horus does not place Pepi at the head of the dead, but among the divine gods. 218 elsewhere we are told that Horus has taken his eye and given it to Pepi, and that the odor of Pepi's body is the odor of the eye of Horus. 219 throughout the pyramid texts the Osiris of the deceased is the son of Tmu, or Tmuare, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, and Nut, the brother of Isis, Nephthys, Set and Thoth, and the father of Horus. 220 his hands, arms, belly, back, hips and thighs, and legs are the god Tmu, and his face is Anubis. 221 he is the brother of the moon. 222 he is the child of the star Sothis. 223 he revolves in heaven like Orion and Sothis. 224 and he rises in his place like a star. 225 the gods, male and female, pay homage to him. 226 every being in heaven adores him. And in one interesting passage it is said of Pepi I, that, when he hath come forth into heaven he will find Ra standing face to face before him, and, having seated himself upon the shoulders of Ra will not let him put himself down again upon the ground. For he knoweth that Pepi is more shining than the shining ones, more perfect than the perfect, and more stable than the stable ones. When Pepi standeth upon the north of heaven with Ra, he becometh Lord of the universe like unto the King of the gods. 227 to the deceased Horus gives his own Ka. 228 and also drives away the cause of the enemies of the deceased from him, and hamstrings his foes. 229 by the divine power thus given to the deceased he brings into subjection the cause of the gods. 230 in other cause. 231 and he lays his yoke upon the cause of the triple company of the gods. 232 he also becomes Thoth. 233 the intelligence of the gods, and he judges hearts. 234 and the hearts of those who would take away his food and the breath from his nostrils become the prey of his hands. 235. The heavenly life of the blessed. The place of the deceased in heaven is by the side of God. 236 In the most holy place. 237 And he becomes God and an angel of God. 238 He himself is triumphant. 239 And his ka is triumphant. 240 He sits on a great throne by the side of God. 241 The throne is of iron ornamented with lions' faces and having the hoofs of bulls. 242 He is clothed in the finest raiment, like unto the raiment of those who sit on the throne of living right and truth. 243 He receives the Urut crown from the gods. 244 And from the great company of the gods of Anu. 245 He thirsts not, nor hungers, nor is sad. 246 He eats the bread of Ra and drinks what he drinks daily. 247 And his bread also is that which is spoken by Seb, and that which comes forth from the mouth of the gods. 248 He eats what the gods eat, he drinks what they drink, he lives as they live, and he dwells where they dwell. 249 All the gods give him their food that he may not die. 250 Not only does he eat and drink of their food, but he wears the apparel which they wear. 251 The white linen and sandals. 252 He is clothed in white. 253 And he goeth to the great lake in the midst of the field of peace whereon the great gods sit. And these great and never failing gods give unto him, to eat, of the tree of life of which they themselves do eat that he likewise may live. 254 The bread which he eats never decays and his beer never grows stale. 255 He eats of the bread of eternity, and drinks of the beer of everlastingness, which the gods eat and drink. 256 And he nourishes himself upon that bread which the eye of Horus has shed upon the branches of the olive tree. 257 He suffers neither hunger nor thirst like the gods Shu and Tefnut, for he is filled with the bread of wheat of which Horus himself has eaten. And the four children of Horus, Hapi, Tuamotef, Kepsenuf and Amset, have appeased the hunger of his belly and the thirst of his lips. 258 He abhors the hunger which he cannot satisfy, and he loathes the thirst which he cannot slake. 259 But he is delivered from the power of those who would steal away his food. 260 He is washed clean, and his ka is washed clean, and they eat bread together forever. 261 He is one of the four children of Horus who live on right and truth. 262 And they give him his portion of the food with which they have been so abundantly supplied by the god Seb that they have never yet known what it is to hunger. He goes round about heaven even as they do, and he partakes of their food of figs and wine. 263 Those who would be hostile to the deceased become thereby foes of the god Tmu, and all injuries inflicted on him are inflicted on that god. 264 He dwells without fear under the protection of the gods. 265 From whose loins he has come forth. 266 To him, the earth is an abomination, and he will not enter into Seb. For his soul hath burst for ever the bonds of his sleep in his house which is upon earth. His calamities are brought to an end, for Unas hath been purified with the eye of Horus, the calamities of Unas have been done away by Isis and Nephthys. Unas is in heaven, in the form of air, he perisheth not, neither doth anything which is in him perish. 267 He is firmly established in heaven, and he taketh his pure seat in the boughs of the bark of Ra. Those who row Ra up into the heavens row him also, and those who row Ra beneath the horizon row him also. 268 The life which the deceased leads is said to be generally that of him who entereth into the west of the sky, and who cometh forth from the east thereof. 269 In brief, the condition of the blessed is summed up in the following extract from the Pyramid of Pepi. Hail, Pepi, thou hast come, thou art glorious, and thou hast gotten might like the god who is seated upon his throne, that is Osiris. Thy soul is with thee in thy body, thy form of strength is behind thee, thy crown is upon thy head, thy headdress is upon thy shoulders, thy face is before thee, and those who sing songs of joy are upon both sides of thee. Those who follow in the train of God are behind thee, and the divine forms who make God to come are upon each side of thee. God cometh, and Pepi hath come upon the throne of Osiris. The shining one who dwelleth in Netat, the divine form that dwelleth in Teni, hath come. Isis speaketh unto thee, Nephthys holdeth converse with thee, and the shining ones come unto thee bowing down even to the ground in adoration at thy feet, by reason of the writing which thou hast, O Pepi, in the region of Saa. Thou comest forth to thy mother Nut, and she strengtheneth thy arm, and she maketh a way for thee through the sky to the place where Ra abideth. Thou hast opened the gates of the sky, thou hast opened the doors of the celestial deep. Thou hast found Ra and he watcheth over thee, he hath taken thee by thy hand, he hath led thee into the two regions of heaven, and he hath placed thee on the throne of Osiris. Then hail, O Pepi, for the eye of Horus came to hold converse with thee. Thy soul which was among the gods came unto thee, thy form of power which was dwelling among the shining ones came unto thee. As a son fighteth for his father, and as Horus avenged Osiris, even so doth Horus defend Pepi against his enemies. And thou standest avenged, endowed with all things like unto a god, and equipped with all the forms of Osiris upon the throne of Kentimenta. Thou doest that which he doeth among the immortal shining ones. Thy soul sitteth upon its throne being provided with thy form, and it doeth that which thou doest in the presence of him that liveth among the living, by the command of Ra, the great God. It reapeth the wheat, it cutteth the barley, and it giveth it unto thee. Now, therefore, O Pepi, he that hath given unto thee life and all power and eternity and the power of speech and thy body is Ra. Thou hast endued thyself with the forms of God, and thou hast become magnified thereby before the gods who dwell in the lake. Hail, Pepi, thy soul standeth among the gods and among the shining ones, and the fear of thee striketh into their hearts. Hail, Pepi, thou placest thyself upon the throne of him that dwelleth among the living, and it is the writing which thou hast, that striketh terror into their hearts. Thy name shall live upon earth, thy name shall flourish upon earth, thou shalt neither perish nor be destroyed for ever and for ever. Corporeal pleasures. Side by side, however, with the passages which speak of the material and spiritual enjoyments of the deceased, we have others which seem to imply that the Egyptians believed in a corporeal existence. 270 or at least in the capacity for corporeal enjoyment, in the future state. This belief may have rested upon the view that the life in the next world was but a continuation of the life upon earth, which it resembled closely. Or it may have been due to the survival of semi-savage gross ideas incorporated into the religious texts of the Egyptians. However this may be, it is quite certain that in the VIII dynasty the deceased king Unas eats with his mouth, and exercises other natural functions of the body, and gratifies his passions. 271. Old tradition of hunting and devouring the gods. But the most remarkable passage in this connection is one in the Pyramid of Unas. Here all creation is represented as being in terror when they see the deceased king rise up as a soul in the form of a god who devours his fathers and mothers. He feeds upon men and also upon gods. He hunts the gods in the fields and snares them, and when they are tied up for slaughter he cuts their throats and disembowels them. He roasts and eats the best of them, but the old gods and goddesses are used for fuel. By eating them he imbibes both their magical powers, and their coups. He becomes the great form, the form among forms, and the god of all the great gods who exist in visible forms. 272 And he is at the head of all the Sahu, or spiritual bodies in heaven. He carries off the hearts of the gods, and devours the wisdom of every god. Therefore the duration of his life is everlasting and he lives to all eternity, for the souls of the gods and their coups are in him. The whole passage reads, 273. For 96, the heavens drop water, the stars throb. 497, the archers go round about, the 498, bones of Akra tremble, and those who are in bondage to them take to flight when they see, 499, Unas rise up as a soul. In the form of the god who liveth upon his fathers and who mocketh food of his, 500, mothers. Unas is the Lord of wisdom, and, 501, his mother knoweth not his name. The gifts of Unas are in heaven, and he hath become mighty in the horizon. 502, like unto Tmu, the father that gave him birth, and after Tmu gave him birth. 503, Unas became stronger than his father. The cause of Unas are behind him, the sole of his foot is beneath his feet, his gods are over him, his uriae are seated. 504, upon his brow, the serpent guides of Unas are in front of him, and the spirit of the flame looketh upon his soul. The 505 powers of Unas protect him. Unas is a bull in heaven, he directeth his steps where he will, he liveth upon the form which, 506, each god taketh upon himself, and be-eateth the flesh of those who come to fill their bellies with the magical charms ill the lake of fire. Unas is, 507, equipped with power against the shining spirits thereof, and he riseth up in the form of the Mighty One, the Lord of those who dwell in power. Unas hath taken his seat with his side turned towards Seb, 508, Unas hath weighed his words with the hidden God, who hath no name, on the day of hacking in pieces the firstborn. Unas is the Lord of offerings, the untier of the knot. And he himself mocketh abundant the offerings of meat and drink. 509, Unas devoureth men and liveth upon the gods, he is the Lord to whom offerings are brought. And he counteth the lists thereof. He that cutteth off hairy scalps and dwelleth in the fields hath netted the gods in a snare. 510, he that arrangeth his head hath considered them, good, for Unas and hath driven them unto him, and the cordmaster hath bound them for slaughter. Consor the slayer of his lords hath cut their throats. 511, and drawn out their inward parts. For it was he whom Unas sent to drive them in, and Shizim hath cut them in pieces and boiled their members in his blazing cauldrons. 512, Unas hath eaten their magical powers. And he hath swallowed their spirits, the great ones among them serve for his meal at daybreak, the lesser serve for his meal at eventide. And the least among them serve for his meal in the night. 513, the old gods and the old goddesses become fuel for his furnace. The mighty ones in heaven shoot out fire under the cauldrons which are heaped up with the haunches of the firstborn, and he that mocketh those who live, 514, in heaven to revolve round Unas hath shot into the cauldrons the haunches of their women, he hath gone round about the two heavens in their entirety. And he hath gone round about the two banks of the celestial Nile. Unas is the great form, the form, 515, of forms, and Unas is the chief of the gods' invisible forms. Whatever he hath found upon his path he hath eaten forthwith. And the magical might of Unas is before that of all the 516, Sahu who dwell in the horizon. Unas is the firstborn of the firstborn. Unas hath gone round thousands and he hath offered oblations unto hundreds, he hath manifested his might as the great form through Sa, Orion, who is greater than, 517, the gods. Unas repeateth his rising in heaven and he is the crown of the Lord of the horizon. He hath reckoned up the bandlets and the arm rings. He hath taken possession of the hearts of the gods, 518. Unas hath eaten the red crown, and he hath swallowed the white crown, the food of Unas is the inward parts, and his meat is those who live upon, 519, magical charms in their hearts. Behold! Unas eateth of that which the red crown sendeth forth, he increaseth, and the magical charms of the gods are in his belly, 520, that which belongeth to him is not turned back from him. Unas hath eaten the whole of the knowledge of every god. And the period of his life is eternity, and the duration of his existence is, 521, everlastingness. In whatsoever he wisheth to take, whatsoever form he hath he shall not labor in the horizon for ever and ever and ever. The soul of the gods is in Unas, their spirits are with, 522, Unas. And the offerings made unto him are more than those made unto the gods. The fire of Unas, 523, is in their bones, for their soul is with Unas. And their shades are with those who belong unto them. 524, Unas hath been with the two hidden. Ka, gods who are without power. 525, the seat of the heart of Unas is among those who live upon this earth for ever and ever and ever. The notion that, by eating the flesh, or particularly by drinking the blood, of another living being, a man absorbs his nature or life into his own, is one which appears among primitive peoples in many forms. It lies at the root of the widespread practice of drinking the fresh blood of enemies, a practice which was familiar to certain tribes of the Arabs before Muhammad. And which tradition still ascribes to the wild race of Qataman, also of the habit practiced by many savage huntsmen of eating some part, e.g., the liver, of dangerous carnivora, in order that the courage of the animal may pass into them. 270 For the flesh and blood of brave men also are, among semi-savage or savage tribes, eaten and drunk to inspire courage. 275 But the idea of hunting, killing, roasting and eating the gods as described above is not apparently common among ancient nations. The main object of the dead king in doing this was to secure the eternal life which was the peculiar attribute of the gods. The Egyptians' ideas of God. The word neter and its meaning. To the great and supreme power which made the earth, the heavens, the sea, the sky, men and women, animals, birds, and creeping things, all that is and all that shall be, the Egyptians gave the name neter. This word survives in the Coptic ###, but both in the ancient language and in its younger relative the exact meaning of the word is lost. M. Pierret, 276 following de Rouge, connects it with the word ###, and says that it means renovation, renouvelment, but Brugsch 277 renders it by gottlich, heilig, divin, saker, and by three Arabic words which mean divine, sacred or set apart, and holy respectively. By a quotation from the Stele of Canopus he shows that in Ptolemaic times it meant holy or sacred when applied to the animals of the gods. Mr. Renouf 278 says that the notion expressed by neuter as a noun, and neutra as an adjective or verb, must be sought in the Coptic ###, which in the translation of the Bible corresponds to the Greek words, Greek dunamis, I, sus, I, skouros, I. Supo w, power, force, strong, fortify, protect, 279 and he goes on to show that the word neter means strong or mighty. M. Maspero, however, thinks that the Coptic namti has nothing in common with meter, the Egyptian word for God, and that the passages quoted by Mr. Renouf in support of his theory can be otherwise explained. 280 His own opinion is that the signification, strong, if it ever existed, is a derived and not an original meaning, and he believes that the word is so old that its first sense is unknown to us. The fact that the Coptic translators of the Bible used the word Nuti to express the name of the Supreme Being shows that no other word conveyed to their minds their conception of him, and supports M. Maspero's views on this point. Another definition of the word given by Brugsch makes it to mean, the active power which produces and creates things in regular recurrence, which bestows new life upon them, and gives back to them their youthful vigor, 281 and he adds that the innate conception of the word completely covers the original meaning of the Greek, Greekphusis, and the Latin natura. Neteru, the gods. But side by side with neter, whatever it may mean, we have mentioned in texts of all ages a number of beings called neteru which Egyptologists universally translate by the word gods. Among these must be included the great cosmic powers and the beings who, although held to be supernatural, were yet finite and mortal, and were endowed by the Egyptians with love, hatred, and passions of every sort and kind. The difference between the conceptions of Neter the one supreme god and the Neteru is best shown by an appeal to Egyptian texts. In the Pyramid of Unas it is said to the deceased, Unke ar kes Neter. Thou existest at the side of God. 282. In the Pyramid of Teta it is said of the deceased, Utaf met Neter as setem nef metu. He weigheth words, and, behold, God hearkeneth unto the words. 283. Nasn Teta Neter. God hath called Teta 284, in his name, etc. Views held in the first 6 dynasties. In the Pyramid of Pepi I, an address to the deceased king says, Sesepnekaru Neter AAKM Zur Neteru. Thou hast received the form of God, thou hast become great therewith before the gods. 285. Ta en mutke nut unnek em neter en zefk em renke en nefer. Hath placed thy mother Nut thee to be as God to thine enemy in thy name of God. 286. Tua Pepi pen neter. Adoreth this Pepi God. 287. Pepi puar neter sa neter. Pepi this is then God, the Son of God. 288. All these extracts are from texts of the VIII and VIII dynasties. It may be urged that we might as well translate Neter by a god, or the god, but other evidence of the conception of Neter at that early date is afforded by the following passages from the Pris Papyrus 289 which, although belonging at the earliest to the XVIII dynasty, contains copies of the precepts of Kekemna, written in the reign of Senefru, a king of the VII-X dynasty, and the precepts of Tahitep, written during the reign of Asa, a king of the VIII dynasty. 290. 1. And Rex and Tezepert erit Neter. Not known are the things which will do God. 291. 2. Mkri her reth zesef Neter. Thou shalt not cause terror in men and women, for, is opposed God, thereto. 292. 3. Om ta zer sexer Neter. The eating of bread is according to the plan of God. 293. 4. Ar sikanek turem sexet taset Neter. If thou art a farmer, labor in the field which hath given God to thee. 294. 5. Ar unnek msa acker ariksa en smam Neter. If thou wouldst be like a wise man, make thou thy son to be pleasing unto God. 295. 6. Sahatep aqukm zepert nek zepert en. Satisfy those who depend on thee, so far as it may be done by thee. It should be done by Hesesu Neter. Those favored of God. 296. 7. If, having been of no account, thou hast become great, and if, having been poor, thou hast become rich, when thou art governor of the city be not hard-hearted on account of thy advancement. Because Zepernek mer septa Neter. Thou hast become the guardian of the provisions of God. 297. 8. Mertu Neter pu sedum and sedum en meseta Neter. What is loved of God is obedience, disobedience hateth God. 298. 9. Mak sa nefer en tata Neter. Verily a good son is of the gifts of God. 299. Passing from the Pris Papyrus, our next source of information is the famous Papyrus 300 containing the maxims of Ani, which are well known through the labors of Daruj 301 Maspero, 302 Chabas 303 in Amelino. 304 We should speak of them, however, more correctly as the maxims of Konsuhitep. 305. Views held in the XVIII dynasty. The papyrus was probably copied about the XXII dynasty, but the work itself may date from the XVIII. The following are examples of the use of Neter. 1. Pa Neter or Siawa Renef. The god is for magnifying his name. 306. 2. Zenu en Neter betatuf pu sihibu senemehunek. The house of God what it hates is much speaking. Pray thou. Abmert o metetef net amenu ref. With a loving heart the petitions of which all are in secret. He will do. Zirituk sedamoef a teetuk sesaputenu 2k. Thy business, he will hear that which thou sayest and will accept thine offerings. 307. 3. O tau neterqua anu. Giveth thy God existence. 308. 4. Pa neter aput pama. The God will judge the right. 309. 5. Utenu neterku sautu or nabitotuf. In offering to thy God guard thou against the things which he abominateth. A enematke or paif sexeru kentet imtuk. O behold with thine eye his plans. Devote thyself. Senentitu ent renef su tat bayu ha enaru. To adore his name. It is he who giveth souls to millions of forms. Seua paentisiawif ar neter ta pen. And he magnifieth whosoever magnifieth him. Now the God of this earth. En pa suherzut dunayef machui. Is the sun who is the ruler of the horizon. And, his similitudes are. Hertep tatata the neter centra kaiset ement. Upon earth is given incense with their food offerings to these daily. 310. 6. Fo saui set en pa neter tuf setimu. If she, i.e., thy mother, riseth her hands to God, he will hear. Sebahuset. Her prayers 3:11, and rebuke thee. 7. Alma su en panetter sauke su ementen. Give thyself to God, keep thou thyself daily for. Panetter o tuau ma keti paharu. God, and let tomorrow be as today. 3:12. God and the Gods. The passages from the Pyramid of Pepi show at once the difference between Neter as God, and the Gods, Neteru. The other passages, which might be multiplied almost indefinitely, prove that the being spoken of is God. The Neteru, or Gods, whom Unas hunted, and snared, and killed, and roasted, and ate, are beings who could die. To them were attributed bodies, souls, cause, spiritual bodies, etc. In a remarkable passage from the XXIIth chapter of the Book of the Dead, Neville, Tottenbuch, BD.I., BL 179, L. 3, the deceased King Thothmes III. Praise. Sesequa emzike tem huau maenu arike. Preserve me behind thee, O Tmu, from decay such as that which thou workest. Meter neb needert net aut neb tietfet neb. For God every, and Goddess every, for animals all. For reptiles all. Sibitef per baf emzit mitf hif. For each passeth away when hath gone forth his soul after his death, he perisheth. Emzit sebef. After he hath passed away. The gods mortal. Of these mortal gods some curious legends have come down to us, from which the following may be selected as illustrating their inferior position. The Legend of Ra and Isis. Now Isis was a woman who possessed words of power, her heart was wearied with the millions of men, and she chose the millions of the gods, but she esteemed more highly the millions of the Khus. And she meditated in her heart, saying, Cannot I by means of the sacred name of God make myself mistress of the earth and become a goddess like unto? Legend of Ra and Isis. Ra in heaven and upon earth? Now, behold, each day Ra entered at the head of his holy mariners and established himself upon the throne of the two horizons. The Holy One had grown old, he dribbled at the mouth, his spittle fell upon the earth, and his slobbering dropped upon the ground. And Isis kneaded it with earth in her hand, and formed thereof a sacred serpent in the form of a spear. She set it not upright before her face, but let it lie upon the ground in the path whereby the great God went forth, according to his heart's desire, into his double kingdom. Now the holy God arose, and the gods who followed him as though he were Pharaoh went with him, and he came forth according to his daily wont, and the sacred serpent bit him. The flame of life departed from him, and he who dwelt among the cedars was overcome. The holy God opened his mouth, and the cry of his majesty reached unto heaven. His company of gods said, What hath happened? And his gods exclaimed, What is it? But Ra could not answer, for his jaws trembled and all his members quaked, the poison spread swiftly through his flesh just as the Nile invadeth all his land. When the great God had stablished his heart, he cried unto those who were in his train, saying, Come unto me, O ye who have come into being from my body, ye gods who have come forth from me. Make ye known unto Khepra that a dire calamity hath fallen upon me. My heart perceiveth it, but my eyes see it not, my hand hath not caused it, nor do I know who hath done this unto me. Never have I felt such pain, neither can sickness cause more woe than this. I am a prince, the son of a prince, a sacred essence which hath proceeded from God. I am a great one, the son of a great one, and my father planned my name. I have multitudes of names and multitudes of forms, and my existence is in every god. I have been proclaimed by the heralds Tmu and Horus, and my father and my mother uttered my name, but it hath been hidden within me by him that begot me, who would not that the words of power of any seer should have dominion over me. I came forth to look upon that which I had made, I was passing through the world which I had created, when lo! Something stung me, but what I know not. Is it fire? Is it water? My heart is on fire, my flesh quaketh, and trembling hath seized all my limbs. Let there be brought unto me the children of the gods with healing words and with lips that know, and with power which reacheth unto heaven. The children of every god came unto him in tears. Isis came with her healing words and with her mouth full of the breath of life, with her enchantments which destroy sickness, and with her words of power which make the dead to live. And she spake, saying, What hath come to pass, O Holy Father? What hath happened? A serpent hath bitten thee, and a thing which thou hast created hath lifted up his head against thee. Verily it shall be cast forth by my healing words of power, and I will drive it away from before the sight of thy sunbeams. The holy God opened his mouth and said, I was passing along my path, and I was going through the two regions of my lands according to my heart's desire, to see that which I had created, when lo! I was bitten by a serpent which I saw not. Is it fire? Is it water? I am colder than water, I am hotter than fire. All my flesh sweateth, I quake, my eye hath no strength, I cannot see the sky, and the sweat rusheth to my face even as in the time of summer. Then said Isis unto Ra, O tell me thy name, Holy Father, for whosoever shall be delivered by thy name shall live. And Ra said, I have made the heavens and the earth, I have ordered the mountains, I have created all that is above them, I have made the water, I have made to come into being the great and wide sea, I have made the bull of his mother, from whom spring the delights of love. I have made the heavens, I have stretched out the two horizons like a curtain, and I have placed the soul of the gods within them. I am he who, if he openeth his eyes, doth make the light, and, if he closeth them, darkness cometh into being. At his command the Nile riseth, and the gods know not his name. I have made the hours, I have created the days, I bring forward the festivals of the year, I create the Nile flood. I make the fire of life, and I provide food in the houses. I am Khepra in the morning, I am Ra at noon, and I am Tmu at even. Meanwhile the poison was not taken away from his body, but it pierced deeper, and the great god could no longer walk. Then said Isis unto Ra, What thou hast said is not thy name. O tell it unto me, and the poison shall depart, for he shall live whose name shall be revealed. Now the poison burned like fire, and it was fiercer than the flame and the furnace, and the majesty of the god said, I consent that Isis shall search into me, and that my name shall pass from me into her. Then the god hid himself from the gods, and his place in the boat of millions of years was empty. And when the time arrived for the heart of Ra to come forth, Isis spake unto her son Horus, saying, The god hath bound himself by an oath to deliver up his two eyes, i.e., the sun and moon. Thus was the name of the great god taken from him, and Isis, the lady of enchantments, said, Depart, poison, go forth from Ra, O eye of Horus, go forth from the god, and shine outside his mouth. It is I who work, it is I who make to fall down upon the earth the vanquished poison, for the name of the great god hath been taken away from him. May Ra live. And may the poison die, may the poison die, and may Ra live. These are the words of Isis, the great goddess, the queen of the gods, who knew Ra by his own name. 313. Thus we see that even to the great god Ra were attributed all the weakness and frailty of mortal man. And that gods and goddesses were classed with beasts and reptiles, which could die and perish. As a result, it seems that the word God should be reserved to express the name of the creator of the universe, and that Neteru, usually rendered gods, should be translated by some other word. But what that word should be it is almost impossible to say. 314. The belief in one God. From the attributes of God set forth in Egyptian texts of all periods, Dr. Brugge, Derouge, and other eminent Egyptologists have come to the opinion that the dwellers in the Nile Valley, from the earliest times, knew and worshipped one God, nameless, incomprehensible, and eternal. In 1860 Derouge wrote, The unity of a supreme and self-existent being, his eternity, his almightiness, and external reproduction thereby as God, the attributing of the creation of the world and of all living beings to this supreme God. The immortality of the soul, completed by the dogma of punishments and rewards, such is the sublime and persistent base which, notwithstanding all deviations and all mythological embellishments, must secure for the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians a most honorable place among the religions of antiquity. 315. 9 years later he developed this view, and discussed the difficulty of reconciling the belief in the unity of God with the polytheism which existed in Egypt from the earliest times. And he repeated his conviction that the Egyptians believed in a self-existent God who was one being, who had created man, and who had endowed him with an immortal soul. 316. In fact, Daruj amplifies what Champollion Fijak, relying upon his brother's information, wrote in 1839, the Egyptian religion is a pure monotheism, which manifested itself externally by a symbolic polytheism. 317. M. Pierret adopts the view that the texts show us that the Egyptians believed in one infinite and eternal God who was without a second, and he repeats Champollion's dictum. 318. But the most recent supporter of the monotheistic theory is Dr. Brugsch, who has collected a number of striking passages from the texts. From these passages we may select the following. God is one and alone, and none other existeth with him. God is the one who hath made all things. God is a spirit, a hidden spirit, the spirit of spirits, the great spirit of the Egyptians. The divine spirit. God is from the beginning, and he hath been from the beginning, he hath existed from old and was when nothing else had being. He existed when nothing else existed, and what existeth he created after he had come into being. He is the Father of beginnings. God is the Eternal One. He is eternal and infinite and endureth for ever, and God is hidden, and no man knoweth his form. No man hath been able to seek out his likeness, he is hidden to gods and men, and he is a mystery unto his creatures. No man knoweth how to know him, his name remaineth hidden, his name is a mystery unto his children. His names are innumerable, they are manifold, and none knoweth their number. God is truth, and he liveth by truth, and he feedeth thereon. He is the King of truth, and he hath stablished the earth thereupon. God is life, and through him only man liveth. He giveth life to man, he breatheth the breath of life into his nostrils. God is Father and Mother, the Father of fathers, and the Mother of mothers. He begetteth, but was never begotten, he produceth, but was never produced. He begot himself and produced himself. He createth, but was never created. He is the maker of his own form, and the fashioner of his own body. God himself is existence, he endureth without increase or diminution, he multiplieth himself millions of times. And he is manifold in forms and in members. God hath made the universe, and he hath created all that therein is. He is the creator of what is in this world, and of what was, of what is, and of what shall be. He is the creator of the heavens, and of the earth, and of the deep, and of the water, and of the mountains. God hath stretched out the heavens and founded the earth. What his heart conceived straightway came to pass, and when he hath spoken, it cometh to pass and endureth for ever. God is the Father of the gods. He fashioned men and formed the gods. God is merciful unto those who reverence him, and he heareth him that calleth upon him. God knoweth him that acknowledgeth him, he rewardeth him that serveth him, and he protecteth him that followeth him. 319. Monotheism and polytheism coexistent. Because, however, polytheism existed side by side with monotheism in Egypt, M. Maspero believes that the words, God one, do not mean, one God, in our sense of the words, and Mr. Renouf thinks that the Egyptian Nutter never became a proper name. 320. Whether polytheism grew from monotheism in Egypt, or monotheism from polytheism we will not venture to say, for the evidence of the pyramid texts shows that already in the VIII dynasty monotheism and polytheism were flourishing side by side. The opinion of Thiele is that the religion of Egypt was from the beginning polytheistic, but that it developed in two opposite directions. In the one direction gods were multiplied by the addition of local gods. And in the other the Egyptians drew nearer and nearer to monotheism. 321. The sun, the emblem of God. From a number of passages drawn from texts of all periods it is clear that the form in which God made himself manifest to man upon earth was the sun, which the Egyptians called Ra, and that all other gods and goddesses were forms of him. Confusion of gods. The principal authorities for epithets applied to God and to his visible emblem the sun are the hymns and litanies which are found inscribed upon the walls of tombs 322 stele, and papyri 323 of the XVIII dynasty. And these prove that the Egyptians ascribed the attributes of the Creator to the creature. The religious ideas which we find in these writings in the XVIII dynasty are, no doubt, the outcome of the religion of earlier times. For all the evidence now available shows that the Egyptians of the later periods invented comparatively little in the way of religious literature. Where, how, and in what way they succeeded in preserving their most ancient texts, are matters about which little, unfortunately, is known. In course of time we find that the attributes of a certain god in one period are applied to other gods in another, a new god is formed by the fusion of two or more gods. Local gods, through the favorable help of political circumstances, or the fortune of war, become almost national gods. And the gods who are the companions of Osiris are endowed by the pious with all the attributes of the great cosmic gods Ra, Ta, Khnum, Khepra, and the like. Thus the attributes of Ra are bestowed upon Khnum and Khepra. The god Horus exists in the aspects of Harumati, Harukentan-Masai, Harukuti, Harunub, Harubahudit, etc. And the attributes of each are confounded either in periods or localities. Tmu-Ra, and Mentu-Ra, and Amen-Ra are composed of Tmu and Ra, and Mentu and Ra, and Amen and Ra respectively, and we have seen from the hymn quoted above, P. Li, that already in the XVIII dynasty the god Osiris had absorbed the attributes which belonged in the earlier dynasties to Ra alone. History of the god Amen. Still more remarkable, however, is the progress of the god Amen in Egyptian theology. In the early empire, i.e., during the first 11 dynasties, this god ranked only as a local god, although his name is as old as the time of Unas. 324 and it is not until the so-called Hyksos have been expelled from Egypt by the Theban kings of the XVIII dynasty that Amen, whom the latter had chosen as their great god, and whose worship they had declined to renounce at the bidding of the Hyksos king Apipi, 325 was acknowledged as the national god of southern Egypt at least. Having by virtue of being the god of the conquerors obtained the position of head of the company of Egyptian gods, he received the attributes of the most ancient gods, and little by little he absorbed the epithets of them all. Thus Amen became Amen-Ra, and the glory of the old gods of Anu, or Heliopolis, was centered in him who was originally an obscure local god. The worship of Amen in Egypt was furthered by the priests of the Great College of Amen, which seems to have been established early in the XVIII dynasty by the kings who were his devout worshippers. The extract from a papyrus written for the princess Nisikonsu, 326, a member of the priesthood of Amen, is an example of the exalted language in which his votaries addressed him. This is the sacred God, the Lord of all the gods, Amen-Ra, the Lord of the throne of the world, the Prince of Apt, 327, the sacred soul who came into being in the beginning, the great God who liveth by right and truth. The first Ennead which gave birth unto the other two Enneads, 328, the being in whom every god existeth, the one of one, 329, the creator of the things which came into being when the earth took form in the beginning, whose births are hidden, whose forms are manifold, and whose growth cannot be known. The sacred form, beloved, terrible and mighty in his two risings, the Lord of space, the mighty one of the form of Khepra, who came into existence through Khepra, the Lord of the form of Khepra. When he came into being nothing existed except himself. He shone upon the earth from primeval time, in the form of, the disk, the Prince of light and radiance. He giveth light and radiance. He giveth light unto all peoples. He saileth over heaven and never resteth, and on the morrow his vigor is stablished as before, having become old, today, he becometh young again tomorrow. He mastereth the bounds of eternity, he goeth round about heaven, and entereth into the Tuat to illumine the two lands which he hath created. When the divine, or mighty, God, 330 moulded himself, the heavens and the earth were made by his conception. 331 He is the Prince of princes, the mightiest of the mighty, he is greater than the gods, he is the young bull with sharp-pointed horns. And he protecteth the world in his great name, eternity cometh with its power and bringing therewith the bounds of everlastingness. He is the firstborn God, the God who existed from the beginning, the governor of the world by reason of his strength, the terrible one of the two lion gods, 332 the aged one, the form of Khepra which existeth in all the gods. The lion of fearsome glance, the governor terrible by reason of his 2 eyes. 333 The Lord who shooteth forth flame, therefrom, against his enemies. He is the primeval water which floweth forth in its season to make to live all that cometh forth upon his potter's wheel. 334 He is the disk of the moon, the beauties whereof pervade heaven and earth, the untiring and beneficent king, whose will germinateth from rising to setting, from whose divine eyes men and women come forth, and from whose mouth the gods do come. And, by whom, food and meat and drink are made and provided, and, by whom, the things which exist are created. He is the Lord of time and he traverseth eternity, he is the aged one who reneweth his youth he hath multitudes of eyes and myriads of ears. His rays are the guides of millions of men he is the Lord of life and giveth unto those who love him the whole earth, and they are under the protection of his face. When he goeth forth he worketh unopposed, and no man can make of none effect that which he hath done. His name is gracious, and the love of him is sweet. And at the dawn all people make supplication unto him through his mighty power and terrible strength, and every god lieth in fear of him. He is the young bull that destroyeth the wicked, and his strong arm fighteth against his foes. Through him did the earth come into being in the beginning. He is the soul which shineth through his divine eyes, he is the being endowed with power and the maker of all that hath come into being, and he ordered the world, and he cannot be known. He is the king who maketh kings to reign, and he directeth the world in his course. Gods and goddesses bow down in adoration before his soul by reason of the awful terror which belongeth unto him. He hath gone before and hath stablished all that cometh after him, and he made the universe in the beginning by his secret counsels. He is the being who cannot be known, and he is more hidden than all the gods. He maketh the disk to be his vicar, and he himself cannot be known, and he hideth himself from that which cometh forth from him. He is a bright flame of fire, mighty in splendors, he can be seen only in the form in which he showeth himself, and he can be gazed upon only when he manifesteth himself, and that which is in him cannot be understood. At break of day all peoples make supplication unto him, and when he riseth with hues of orange and saffron among the company of the gods he becometh the greatly desired one of every god. The God Nu appeareth with the breath of the north wind in this hidden God who maketh for untold millions of men the decrees which abide for ever. His decrees are gracious and well-doing, and they fall not to the ground until they have fulfilled their purpose. He giveth long life and multiplieth the years of those who are favored by him, he is the gracious protector of him whom he setteth in his heart, and he is the fashioner of eternity and everlastingness. He is the King of the north and of the south, Amenra, King of the gods, the Lord of heaven, and of earth and of the waters and of the mountains, with whose coming into being the earth began its existence, the mighty one. More princely than all the gods of the first company thereof. Theories of the origin of the gods. With reference to the origin of the gods of the Egyptians much useful information may be derived from the pyramid texts. From them it would seem that, in the earliest times, the Egyptians had tried to think out and explain to themselves the origin of their gods and of their groupings. According to M. Maspero 335 they reduced everything to one kind of primeval matter which they believed contained everything in embryo, this matter was water, Nu, which they deified, and everything which arose therefrom was a god. The priests of Anu at a very early period grouped together the 9 greatest gods of Egypt, forming what is called the Pot Neteru, or Company of the Gods, or as it is written in the pyramid texts, Pot Aat, the Great Company of Gods. The texts also show that there was a second group of 9 gods called Pot Netiset, or Lesser Company of the Gods, and a third group of 9 gods is also known. When all 3 pots of gods are addressed they appear as ####. 336. The great cycle of the gods in Anu was composed of the gods Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set and Nephthys. But, though pot means 9, the texts do not always limit a pot of the gods to that number, for sometimes the gods amount to 12, and sometimes, even though the number be 9, other gods are substituted for the original gods of the pot. We should naturally expect Ra to stand at the head of the great pot of the gods. But it must be remembered that the chief local god of Anu was Tmu, and, as the priests of that city revised and edited the pyramid texts known to us, they naturally substituted their own form of the god Ra, or at best united him with Ra, and called him Tmu-Ra. In the primeval matter, or water, lived the god Tmu, and when he rose for the first time, in the form of the sun, he created the world. Here at once we have Tmu assimilated with Nu. A curious passage in the Pyramid of Pepi shows that while as yet there was neither heaven nor earth, and when neither gods had been born, nor men created, the god Tmu was the father of human beings, 337 even before death came into the world. The first act of Tmu was to create from his own body the god Shu and the goddess Tefnut, 338 and afterwards Seb the earth and Nut the sky came into being. These were followed by Osiris and Isis, Set and Nephthys. Dar. Brugsha's version of the origin of the gods as put forth in his last work on the subject 339 is somewhat different. According to him there was in the beginning neither heaven nor earth, and nothing existed except a boundless primeval mass of water which was shrouded in darkness and which contained within itself the germs or beginnings, male and female, of everything which was to be in the future world. The divine primeval spirit which formed an essential part of the primeval matter felt within itself the desire to begin the work of creation, and its word woke to life the world, the form and shape of which it had already depicted to itself. The first act of creation began with the formation of an egg 340 out of the primeval water, from which broke forth Ra, the immediate cause of all life upon earth. The almighty power of the divine spirit embodied itself in its most brilliant form in the rising sun. When the inert mass of primeval matter felt the desire of the primeval spirit to begin the work of creation, it began to move, and the creatures which were to constitute the future world were formed according to the divine intelligence Ma. Under the influence of Thoth, or that form of the divine intelligence which created the world by a word, 8 elements, for male and for female, arose out of the primeval Nu, which possessed the properties of the male and female. These 8 elements were called Nu and Nut, 341 Ha and He, 342 Kek and Kekit, 343 in Enan and Enanit, 344 or Kamenu, the 8, and they were considered as primeval fathers and mothers. 345. They are often represented in the forms of 4 male and 4 female apes who stand in adoration and greet the rising sun with songs and hymns of praise. 346 But they also appear as male and female human forms with the heads of frogs or serpents. 347 The birth of light from the waters, and of fire from the moist mass of primeval matter, and of Ra from Nu, formed the starting point of all mythological speculations, conjectures, and theories of the Egyptian priests. 348. The light of the sun gave birth to itself out of chaos, and the conception of the future world was depicted in Thoth the divine intelligence. When Thoth gave the word, what he commanded at once took place by means of Ta and Khnum, the visible representatives of the power which turned Thoth's command into deed. Khnum made the egg of the sun, 349 and Ta gave to the god of light a finished body. 350 The first pot of the gods consisted of Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, Nephthys and Horus, and their governor Tmu or Itmu. 351. Egyptian account of the creation. In a late copy of a work entitled The Book of Knowing the Evolutions of Ra, the god Neburcher, the lord of the company of the gods, records the story of the creation and of the birth of the gods. I am he who evolved himself under the form of the god Khepra. I, the evolver of the evolutions, evolved myself, the evolver of all evolutions. After many evolutions and developments which came forth from my mouth. 352 No heaven existed, and no earth, and no terrestrial animals or reptiles had come into being. I formed them out of the inert mass of watery matter. I found no place whereon to stand. I was alone, and the gods Shu and Tefnut had not gone forth from me. There existed none other who worked with me. I laid the foundations of all things by my will, and all things evolved themselves therefrom. 353 I united myself to my shadow, and I sent forth Shu and Tefnut out from myself. Thus from being one god I became three, and Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut and Seb, and Nut gave birth to Osiris, Horus Kenton Masai, Sut, Isis, and Nephthys, at one birth, one after the other, and their children multiply upon this earth. 354. Summary of theories. The reader has now before him the main points of the evidence concerning the Egyptians' notions about God, and the cosmic powers and their phases, and the anthropomorphic creations with which they peopled the other world. All of which have been derived from the native literature of ancient Egypt. The different interpretations which different Egyptologists have placed upon the facts demonstrate the difficulty of the subject. Speaking generally, the interpreters may be divided into two classes: those who credit the Egyptians with a number of abstract ideas about God and the creation of the world and the future life, which are held to be essentially the product of modern Christian nations. And those who consider the mind of the Egyptian as that of a half-savage being to whom occasional glimmerings of spiritual light were vouchsafed from time to time. All Eastern nations have experienced difficulty in separating spiritual from corporeal conceptions, and the Egyptian is no exception to the rule. But if he preserved the gross idea of a primeval existence with the sublime idea of God which he manifests in writings of a later date, it seems that this is due more to his reverence for hereditary tradition than to ignorance. Without attempting to decide questions which have presented difficulties to the greatest thinkers among Egyptologists, it may safely be said that the Egyptian whose mind conceived the existence of an unknown, inscrutable, eternal and infinite God, who was one whatever the word one may mean here and who himself believed in a future life to be spent in a glorified body in heaven, was not a being whose spiritual needs would be satisfied by a belief in gods who could eat, and drink, love and hate, and fight and grow old and die. He was unable to describe the infinite God, himself being finite, and it is not surprising that he should, in some respects, have made him in his own image. The Abode of the Blessed. The Egyptian Heaven. The gods of the Egyptians dwelt in a heaven with their Kas, and Kus, and shadows, and there they received the blessed dead to dwell with them. This heaven was situated in the sky, which the Egyptians believed to be like an iron ceiling, either flat or vaulted, and to correspond in extent and shape with the earth beneath it. This ceiling was rectangular, and was supported at each corner by a pillar. In this idea, we have, as M. Maspero has observed, a survival of the roof tree of very primitive nations. At a very early date the four pillars were identified with the four ancient Kus who dwell in the hair of Horus, 355 who are also said to be the four gods who stand by the pillar scepters of heaven. 356 These four gods are children of Horus, 357 and their names are Amset, Hapi, Tuamotef, and Kebsenough. 358 They were supposed to preside over the four quarters of the world, and subsequently were acknowledged to be the gods of the cardinal points. The Egyptians named the sky or heaven Pet. A less primitive view made the heavens in the form of the goddess Nut, who was represented as a woman with bowed body whose hands and feet rest on the earth. In this case the two arms and the two legs form the four pillars upon which the heavens are supported. Nut, the sky goddess, was the wife of Seb, the earth god, from whose embrace she was separated by Shu, the god of the air. When this separation was effected, earth, air, and sky came into being. Senior Lanzone has collected a number of illustrations of this event from papyri and other documents, 359 wherein we have Seb lying on the ground, and Shu uplifting Nut with his outstretched hands. The feet of the goddess rested on the east, and her hands on the west. This is shown by the scene wherein Shu is accompanied by two females who have on their heads east and west, respectively. 360 The child of the union of Seb and Nut was the sun, who was born in the east in the morning, and who made his course along his mother's body, until he set in the west in the evening. The moon followed the sun's course along his mother's body, but sometimes a second female is represented bowed beneath Nut. 361, figure 2, and this is believed to signify the night sky across which the moon travels. In an interesting picture which M. Jequier has published 362 the goddess is depicted lying flat with her arms stretched out at full length above her head, on her breast is the disk of the sun, and on her stomach the moon. Those who believed that the sky was an iron plane imagined that the stars were numbers of lamps which were hung out therefrom, and those who pictured the sky as a goddess studded her body with stars. One scene makes the morning and evening boats of Ra to sail along the back of Nut. 363. Another depicts Shu holding up the boat of the sun wherein is the disk on the horizon. 364. A third from the sarcophagus of XXII. Represents Nu, the god of the primeval water, holding up the boat of the sun, wherein we see the beetle with the solar disk facing it accompanied by Isis and Nephthys, who stand one on each side. Behind Isis stand the gods Seb, Shu, Hek, Hu, and Sa, and behind Nephthys are three deities who represent the doors through which the god Tmu has made his way to the world. 365. The Tuat, or abode of the dead. Within the two bowed female figures which represent the day and the night sky, and which have been referred to above, figure 2, is a third figure which is bent round in a circle. The space enclosed by it represents, according to Dr. Brugsch, the Tuat. 366, or Egyptian underworld, wherein dwelt the gods of the dead and the departed souls. This view is supported by the scene from the sarcophagus of XXII, figure 1. In the watery space above the bark is the figure of the god bent round in a circle with his toes touching his head, and upon his head stands the goddess Nut with outstretched hands receiving the disk of the sun. 367. In the space enclosed by the body of the god is the legend, this is Osiris, his circuit is the Tuat. 368. Though nearly all Egyptologists agree about the meaning of the word being, the place of departed souls, yet it has been translated in various ways, different scholars locating the Tuat in different parts of creation. Dr. Brugsch and others place it under the earth. 369. Others have supposed it to be the space which exists between the arms of Shu and the body of Nut. 370. But the most recent theory put forth is that it was situated neither above nor below the earth, but beyond Egypt to the north, from which it was separated by the mountain range which, as the Egyptians thought, supported the sky. 371. The region of the Tuat was a long, mountainous, narrow valley with a river running along it. Starting from the east it made its way to the north, and then taking a circular direction it came back to the east. In the Tuat lived all manner of fearful monsters and beasts, and here was the country through which the sun passed during the 12 hours of the night. According to one view he traversed this region in splendor, and according to another he died and became subject to Osiris the king, god and judge of the kingdom of the departed. The fields of Aru and Hetep. The souls of the dead made their way to their abode in the other world by a ladder, according to a very ancient view, or through a gap in the mountains of Abydos called Pika according to another. But, by whichever way they passed from earth, their destination was a region in the Tuat which is called in the Pyramid and later texts Seketaru 372, which was situated in the Sekhet Hetep 373 and was supposed to lie to the north of Egypt. Here dwell Horus and Set, for the fields of Aru and Hetep are their domains. 374. And here enters the deceased with two of the children of Horus on one side of him, and two on the other. 375. And the two great chiefs who preside over the throne of the great God proclaim eternal life and power for him. 376. Here like the supreme God he is declared to be one, and the four children of Horus proclaim his name to Ra. Having gone to the north of the Aru field he makes his way to the eastern portion of the Tuat, where according to one legend he becomes like the morning star, near 377 his sister Sothis. 378. Here he lived in the form of the star Sothis, and the great and little companies of the gods purify him in the Great Bear. The Egyptian theologians, who conceived that a ladder was necessary to enable the soul to ascend to the next world, provided it also with an address which it was to utter when it reached the top. As given in the Pyramid of Unas it reads as follows: Hail to thee, O daughter of Amenta, mistress of Peteru, of heaven, thou gift of Thoth, thou mistress of the two sides of the ladder, open a way to Unas, let Unas pass. Hail to thee, O now, who art, seated, upon the brink of the lake of Ka, open thou a way to Unas, let Unas pass. Hail to thee, O thou bull of four horns, thou who hast one horn to the west, and one to the east, and one to the north, and one to the south. Let Unas pass, for he is a being from the purified Amenta, who goeth forth from the country of Bacta. Hail to thee, O Sekhet Hetep, hail to thee, and to the fields which are in thee, the fields of Unas are in thee, for pure offerings are in thee. Power of the gods of Anu. The souls of the dead could also be commended to the care of the gods above by the gods of Anu, and thus we find it said in the Pyramid of Unas, O gods of the west, O gods of the east, O gods of the south, O gods of the north. Ye four orders of gods, who embrace the four holy ends of the universe, and who granted to Osiris to come forth to heaven, and to sail over the celestial waters thereof with his son Horus by his side to protect him and to make him to rise like a great god from the celestial deep, say ye to Unas, behold Horus, the son of Osiris, behold Unas, the god of the aged gods. The son of Hathor, behold the seed of Seb, for Osiris hath commanded that Unas shall rise like the second of Horus, and the four Khus who are in Anu have written this command to the great gods who are in the celestial waters. 379 And again, when men are buried and receive their thousands of cakes and thousands of vases of ale upon the table of him that ruleth in Amenta. That being is in sore straits who hath not a written decree, now the decree of Unas is under the greatest, and not under the little seal. 380. The plan of the XXIII which we find in the Book of the Dead during the Theban period will be described below. And it is therefore sufficient to say here that the ideas of the happy life which the deceased led had their origin in the pyramid texts. As may be seen from the following passage, Unas hath offered incense unto the great and little companies of the gods, and his mouth is pure, and the tongue which is therein is pure. O ye judges, ye have taken Unas unto yourselves, let him eat that which ye eat, let him drink that which ye drink, let him live upon that which ye live upon, let your seat be his seat, let his power be your power. Let the boat wherein he shall sail be your boat, let him net birds in Aru, let him possess running streams in XXIII, and may he obtain his meat and his drink from you, O ye gods. May the water of Unas be of the wine which is of Ra, may he revolve in the sky like Ra, and may he pass over the sky like Thoth. 381. Of the condition of those who fail to secure a life of beatitude with the gods and the Sekitaru of the Tuat, the pyramid texts say nothing. And it seems as if the doctrine of punishment of the wicked and of the judgment which took place after death is a development characteristic of a later period. The gods of the Book of the Dead. The following are the principal gods and goddesses mentioned in the pyramid texts and in the later versions of the Book of the Dead. Nu represents the primeval watery mass from which all the gods were evolved, and upon which floats the bark of millions of years, containing the sun. This god's chief titles are Father of the Gods, and Begetter of the Great Company of the Gods. He is depicted in the form of a seated deity having upon his head disk and plumes. 382. Nut, the female principle of Nu. She is depicted with the head of a snake surmounted by a disk, or with the head of a cat. 383. Ta was associated with the god Khnum in carrying out at the creation the mandates of Thoth, the divine intelligence. His name means the opener, and he was identified by the Greeks with Greek H, Phaistos, and by the Latins with Vulcan. He was worshipped at a very early date in Memphis, which is called in Egyptian texts, the house of the Ka of Ta, and according to Herodotus his temple there was founded by Mena or Menes. 384 He is called the exceedingly great God, the beginning of being, the Father of fathers and power of powers, and he created his form, and gave birth to his body, and established unending and unvarying right and truth upon the earth. As a solar god he is called Ta, the disk of heaven, who illumineth the world by the fire of his eyes, and in the Book of the Dead he is said to have opened the mouth of the deceased with the tool with which he opened the mouths of the gods. 385 He is depicted in the form of a mummy standing upon Mot, and in his hands he holds a scepter on the top of which are the emblems of power, life, and stability. From the back of his neck hangs the Manat, see page 1, note 2. 386 Ta formed at Memphis the chief member of the triad Ta Sekhet and Nefertmu. In many texts the god Ta is often joined to the god Seeker, whose individual attributes it is not easy to describe. Seeker is the Egyptian name of the incarnation of the Apis bull at Memphis. That Seeker was a solar god is quite clear, but whether he closed the day or the night is not certain. Originally his festival was celebrated in the evening, wherefrom it appears that he represented some form of the night sun. But in later times the ceremony of drawing the image of the god-seeker in the Henu boat round the sanctuary was performed in the morning at dawn, and thus, united with Ta, he became the closer of the night and the opener of the day. He is depicted as a mummied body with the head of a hawk, and he sometimes holds in his hands emblems of power, sovereignty, and rule. 387. Another form of Ta was Ta-Seeker-Azar, wherein the creator of the world, the sun, and Osiris as the god of the dead, were represented. A large number of faience figures of this triune god are found in graves, and specimens exist in all museums. He is represented as a dwarf standing upon a crocodile, and having a scarabaeus upon his head. The scarab is the emblem of the new life into which the deceased is about to break. The crocodile is the emblem of the darkness of death which has been overcome. According to some, the element of Ta in the triad is the personification of the period of incubation which follows death and precedes the entry into eternal life. And the symbols with which he is accompanied explain the character attributed to this god. 388. The god Ta is also united with the gods Hapi, Nu and Tannin when he represents various phases of primeval matter. Khnum worked with Ta in carrying out the work of creation ordered by Thoth, and is therefore one of the oldest divinities of Egypt. His name means, to mold, to model. His connection with the primeval water caused him to be regarded as the chief god of the inundation and lord of the cataract at Elephantine. He dwelt in Anu, but he was lord of Elephantine, and, the builder of men, the maker of the gods, and the father from the beginning. Elsewhere he is said to be Ari Nts Kimum Unanet Sa Zepra Tef. Maker of things which are, creator of what shall be, the beginning of beings, father. Tefu Mama. Of fathers, and mother of mothers. He supported the heaven upon its four pillars in the beginning, and earth, air, sea, and sky are his handiwork. He is depicted in the form of a man having a ram's head and horns surmounted by plumes, uraei with discs, etc. In one hand beholds the scepter and in the other the emblem of life. Occasionally he is hawk-headed, and in one representation he holds the emblem of water, in each hand. On a late bas-relief at Philae we find him seated at a potter's table upon which stands a human being whom he has just fashioned. 389. Khepra was a form of the rising sun, and was both a type of matter which is on the point of passing from inertness into life, and also of the dead body which is about to burst forth into a new life in a glorified form. He is depicted in the form of a man having a beetle for a head, and this insect was his type and emblem among ancient nations, because it was believed to be self-begotten and self-produced. To this notion we owe the myriads of beetles or scarabs which are found in tombs of all ages in Egypt, and also in the Greek islands and settlements in the Mediterranean, and in Phoenicia, Syria, and elsewhere. The seat of the god Khepra was in the Abode of the Sun, and the pictures which present us with this fact 390 only illustrate an idea which is as old, at least, as the Pyramid of Unas. For in this monument it is said of the king, APFM apt Zenon FM Zeper M Nest Sut. He fleeth like a bird, he alighteth like a beetle upon the empty throne. AMTUAAK RA 391. In thy boat, O RA. In the XVIII dynasty Queen Hatshepsut declared herself to be the creator of things which came into being like Khepra 392, and in later times the scribes were exceedingly fond of playing upon the word used as a noun, adjective, verb and proper name. 393. Tum or Adamu i.e., the closer, was the great god of Anu, and the head of the great company of the gods of that place. It would seem that he usurped the position of Ra in Egyptian mythology, or at any rate that the priests of Anu succeeded in causing their local god, either separately or joined with Ra, to be accepted as the leader of the divine group. He represented the evening or night sun, and as such he is called in the XVIII chapter of the Book of the Dead, divine god, self-created, maker of the gods, creator of men, who stretched out the heavens. The lightener of the Tuat with his two eyes, etc. The cool breezes of the north wind, for which every dead man prayed, were supposed to proceed from him. He is, as M. Lefebvre has pointed out, always depicted in the form of a man. He wears the crowns and holds both the scepter and emblem of life on a mummy case. At Turin he is depicted in the Abode of the Sun, in company with the god Khepra. Between them are the beetle and sun's disk. In later times the Egyptians called the feminine form of Tmotemt. 394. Ra was the name given to the sun by the Egyptians in a remote antiquity, but the meaning of the word, or the attribute which they ascribed to the sun by it, is unknown. Ra was the invisible emblem of God, and was regarded as the god of this earth, to whom offerings and sacrifices were made daily, and when he appeared above the horizon at the creation, time began. In the pyramid texts the soul of the deceased makes its way to where Ra is in heaven, and Ra is entreated to give it a place in the bark of millions of years, wherein he sails over the sky. The Egyptians attributed to the sun a morning and an evening boat, and in these the god sat accompanied by Khepra and Tmo, his own forms in the morning and evening respectively. In his daily course he vanquished night and darkness, and mist and cloud disappeared from before his rays. Subsequently the Egyptians invented the moral conception of the sun, representing the victory of right over wrong and of truth over falsehood. From a natural point of view the sun was synonymous with movement, and hence typified the life of man, and the setting of the one typified the death of the other. Usually Ra is depicted in human form, sometimes with the head of a hawk, and sometimes without. 395, as early as the time of the pyramid texts we find Ra united with Tmo to form the chief god of Anu. And at the same period a female counterpart Rat was assigned to him. 396. Shu, the second member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the firstborn son of Ra, Tmo, or Tum, by the goddess Hathor, the sky, and was the twin brother of Tefnut. He typified the light. He lifted up the sky, Nut, from the earth, Seb, and placed it upon the steps which were in Khmenu. He is usually depicted in the form of a man, who wears upon his head a feather or feathers and holds in his hand the scepter. At other times he appears in the form of a man with upraised arms. On his head he has the emblem ###, and he is often accompanied by the four pillars of heaven, i.e., the cardinal points. 397. Among the many faience amulets which are found in tombs are two which have reference to Shu. The little models of steps typify the steps upon which Shu rested the sky in Khmenu. And the crouching figure of a god supporting the sun's disk symbolizes his act of raising the sun's disk into the space between sky and earth at the time when he separated Nut from Seb. Tefnut, the third member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the daughter of Ra, Tmo, or Tmo, and twin sister of Shu. She represented in one form moisture, and in another aspect she seems to personify the power of sunlight. She is depicted in the form of a woman, usually with the head of a lioness surmounted by a disc or uraeus, or both. 398. In faience, however, the twin brother and sister have each a lion's head. In the pyramid texts they play a curious part, Shu being supposed to carry away hunger from the deceased, and Tefnut his thirst. 399. Seb or Keb, the fourth member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Shu, husband of Nut, and by her father of Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. Originally he was the god of the earth, and is called both the father of the gods, and the Urpa, i.e., the tribal, hereditary head, of the gods. He is depicted in human form, sometimes with a crown upon his head and scepter in his right hand. And sometimes he has upon his head a goose 400 which bird was sacred to him. In many places he is called the Great Cackler, and he was supposed to have laid the egg from which the world sprang. Already in the pyramid texts he has become a god of the dead by virtue of representing the earth wherein the deceased was laid. Ozar or Osiris, the sixth member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Seb and Nut, and the husband of his sister Isis, the father of Horus, the son of Isis, and the brother of Set and Nephthys. The version of his sufferings and death by Plutarch has been already described, see page 48. Whatever may have been the foundation of the legend, it is pretty certain that his character as a god of the dead was well defined long before the versions of the pyramid texts known to us were written. And the only important change which took place in the views of the Egyptians concerning him in later days was the ascription to him of the attributes which in the early dynasties were regarded as belonging only to Ra or to Aretmo. Originally Osiris was a form of the sun god. And, speaking generally, he may be said to have represented the sun after he had set. And as such was the emblem of the motionless dead. Later texts identify him with the moon. The Egyptians asserted that he was the father of the gods who had given him birth, and, as he was the god both of yesterday and of today, he became the type of eternal existence and the symbol of immortality. As such he usurped not only the attributes of Ra, but those of every other god. And at length he was both the god of the dead and the god of the living. As judge of the dead he was believed to exercise functions similar to those attributed to God. Alone among all the many gods of Egypt, Osiris was chosen as the type of what the deceased hoped to become when, his body having been mummified in the prescribed way, and ceremonies proper to the occasion having been performed and the prayers said, his glorified body should enter into his presence in heaven, to him as Lord of Eternity, by which title as judge of the dead he was commonly addressed. The deceased appealed to make his flesh to germinate and to save his body from decay. 401 The various forms in which Osiris is depicted are too numerous to be described here. But generally speaking he is represented in the form of a mummy wearing a crown and holding in his hands the emblems of sovereignty and power. A very complete series of illustrations of the forms of Osiris is given by Lanzone in his Dizionario. Toph. 258 to 299, the ceremonies connected with the celebration of the events of the sufferings, the death, and the resurrection of Osiris occupied a very prominent part in the religious observances of the Egyptians. And it seems as if in the month of Choyak a representation of them took place in various temples in Egypt. The text of a minute description of them has been published by M. Lauret in Recul de Travaux, tom. 3, page 43 ff. And succeeding volumes. A perusal of this work explains the signification of many of the ceremonies connected with the burial of the dead, the use of amulets, and certain parts of the funeral ritual, and the work in this form being of a late date proves that the doctrine of immortality, gained through the God who was Lord of the heavens and of the earth, of the underworld and of the waters, of the mountains, and of all which the sun goeth round in his course, for O2 had remained unchanged for at least 4,000 years of its existence. Ozit or Isis, the seventh member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the wife of Osiris and the mother of Horus. Her woes have been described both by Egyptian and Greek writers. 403 Her commonest names are the Great Goddess, the Divine Mother, the Mistress of Charms or Enchantments. In later times she is called the Mother of the Gods, and the Living One. She is usually depicted in the form of a woman, with a headdress in the shape of a seat, the hieroglyphic for which forms her name. The animal sacred to her was the cow, hence she sometimes wears upon her head the horns of that animal accompanied by plumes and feathers. In one aspect she is identified with the goddess Selk or Cirque, and she then has upon her head a scorpion, the emblem of that goddess. For 04 in another aspect she is united to the star Sothis, and then a star is added to her crown. She is, however, most commonly represented as the mother suckling her child Horus, and figures of her in this aspect, in bronze and faience, exist in thousands. As a nature goddess she is seen standing in the boat of the sun, and she was probably the deity of the dawn. Heru or Horus, the sun god, was originally a totally distinct god from Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, but from the earliest times it seems that the two gods were confounded, and that the attributes of the one were ascribed to the other. The fight which Horus the sun god waged against night and darkness was also at a very early period identified with the combat between Horus, the son of Isis, and his brother Set. The visible emblem of the sun god was at a very early date the hawk is, which was probably the first living thing worshipped by the early Egyptians. Already in the pyramid texts the hawk on a standard is used indiscriminately with ### to represent the word God. The principal forms of Horus the sun god, which probably represent the sun at various periods of the day and night, are Horuyuar, Greek A, Rurii, Horus the Great, Horumurti, Horus of the two eyes, i.e., of the sun and moon. 405 Hurunub, the golden Horus, Hurukent-Kot, Hurukenten-Masai, Horus dwelling in blindness, Hurukuti, Horus of the two horizons, 406 the type of which on earth was the Sphinx, Hurusamtawi, Horus the uniters of the north and south. Huruhikanu, Horus of Hekan, and Hurubahudit, Horus of Bahudit. 407 The Sipi of Horus, which became so common at a late period in Egypt, seemed to unite the idea of the physical and moral conceptions of Horus the sun god and of Horus the son of Osiris and Isis. Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, appears in Egyptian texts usually as Hurupikart, Horus the child, who afterwards became the avenger of his father Osiris and occupied his throne, as we are told in many places in the Book of the Dead. In the pyramid texts the deceased is identified with Hurupikart, and a reference is made to the fact that the god is always represented with a finger in his mouth. 408 The curious legend which Plutarch relates concerning Harpocrates and the cause of his lameness is probably based upon the passage in the history of Osiris and Isis given in a hymn to Osiris of the XVIII dynasty. 409. Set or Sutek, the eighth member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Seb and Nut, and the husband of his sister Nephthys. The worship of this god is exceedingly old, and in the pyramid texts we find that B is often mentioned with Horus and the other gods of the Heliopolitan company in terms of reverence. He was also believed to perform friendly offices for the deceased, and to be a god of the Sekitaru, or abode of the blessed dead. He is usually depicted in human form with the head of an animal which has not yet been identified. In later times the head of the ass was confounded with it, but the figures of the god in bronze which are preserved in the British Museum and elsewhere prove beyond a doubt that the head of Set is that of an animal unknown to us. In the early dynasties he was a beneficent god, and one whose favor was sought after by the living and by the dead, and so late as the XXIII dynasty kings delighted to call themselves beloved of Set. About the XXII dynasty, however, it became the fashion to regard the god as the origin of all evil, and his statues and images were so effectually destroyed that only a few which escaped by accident have come down to us. Originally Set, or Sut, represented the natural night and was the opposite of Horus, for 10 that Horus and Set were opposite aspects or forms of the same god is proved by the figure given by Lanzone, Dizionario, Tav. 37, No. 2, where we see the head of Set and the head of Horus upon one body. The natural opposition of the day and night was at an early period confounded with the battle which took place between Horus, the son of Isis, and Set, wherein Isis intervened. And it seems that the moral idea of the battle of right against wrong 411 became attached to the latter combat, which was undertaken by Horus to avenge his father's murder by Set. Nethet or Nephthys, the last member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the daughter of Seb and Nut, the sister of Osiris and Isis, and the sister and wife of Set. When the sun rose at the creation out of the primeval waters, Nephthys occupied a place in his boat with Isis and other deities. As a nature goddess she either represents the day before sunrise or after sunset, but no portion of the night. She is depicted in the form of a woman, having upon her head the hieroglyphics which form her name, Lady of the House. A legend preserved by Plutarch 412 makes her the mother of Anpu or Anubis by Osiris. In Egyptian texts Anpu is called the son of Ra. 413 In religious texts Nephthys is made to be the companion of Isis in all her troubles, and her grief for her brother's death is as great as that of his wife. Anpu, or Anubis, the son of Osiris or Ra, sometimes by Isis and sometimes by Nephthys, seems to represent as a nature god either the darkest part of the twilight or the earliest dawn. He is depicted either in human form with a jackal's head, or as a jackal. In the legend of Osiris and Isis, Anubis played a prominent part in connection with the dead body of Osiris, and in papyri we see him standing as a guard and protector of the deceased lying upon the bier. In the judgment scene he is found as the guard of the balance, the pointer of which he watches with great diligence. He became the recognized god of the sepulchral chamber, and eventually presided over the whole of the funeral mountain. He is always regarded as the messenger of Osiris. Another form of Anubis was the god Apiyut, the hashtag of the pyramid texts for 14 or opener of the ways, who also was depicted in the form of a jackal, and the two gods are often confounded. On sepulchral stelae and other monuments two jackals are frequently depicted, one of these represents Anubis, and the other Apiyut, and they probably have some connection with the northern and southern parts of the funereal world. According to M. Maspero, the god Anubis led the souls of the dead to the Elysian fields in the Great Oasis. 415. Among the primeval gods are two, Hu and Saa, who are seen in the boat of the sun at the creation. They are the children of Tmu or Tmuare, but the exact part which they play as nature gods has not yet, it seems, been satisfactorily made out. The first mention of them in the pyramid texts records their subjugation by the deceased, for 16, but in the Theban Book of the Dead they appear among the company of the gods who are present when the soul of the deceased is being weighed in the balance. Tehuti or Thoth represented the divine intelligence which at creation uttered the words that were carried into effect by Ta and Khnum. He was self-produced, and was the great god of the earth, air, sea and sky. And he united in himself the attributes of many gods. He was the scribe of the gods, and, as such, he was regarded as the inventor of all the arts and sciences known to the Egyptians. Some of his titles are Lord of Writing, Master of Papyrus, Maker of the Palette and the Ink Jar, the Mighty Speaker, the Sweet-Tongued. And the words and compositions which he recited on behalf of the deceased preserved the latter from the influence of hostile powers and made him invincible in the other world. He was the God of right and truth, wherein he lived, and whereby he established the world and all that is in it. As the chronologer of heaven and earth, he became the god of the moon, and as the reckoner of time, he obtained his name Tehuti, i.e. the measurer. In these capacities he had the power to grant life for millions of years to the deceased. When the great combat took place between Horus, the son of Isis, and Set, Thoth was present as judge, and he gave to Isis the cow's head in the place of her own which was cut off by Horus in his rage at her interference. Having reference to this fact he is called Apirahue, the judge of the two combatants. One of the Egyptian names for the ibis was Tek, and the similarity of the sound of this word to that of Tehu, the name of the moon as a measure of time, probably led the Egyptians to depict the god in the form of an ibis. Notwithstanding the fact that the dog-headed ape was generally considered to be the animal sacred to him. It has been thought that there were two gods called Thoth, one being a form of Shu, but the attributes belonging to each have not yet been satisfactorily defined. In the monuments and papyri Thoth appears in the form of a man with the head of an ibis, which is sometimes surmounted by the crown or hashtag, or by disc and horns or hashtag. And he holds in his left hand the scepter and in the right, the ankh hashtag. Sometimes he is depicted holding his ink jar in the crescent moon, and sometimes he appears in the form of an ape holding a palette full of writing reeds. Thoth is mentioned in the pyramid texts 417 as the brother of Osiris, but whether he is the same Thoth who is called the Lord of Kemenu and the Scribe of the Gods is doubtful. Mot, the wife of Thoth, was the daughter of Ra, and a very ancient goddess. She seems to have assisted Ta and Khnum in carrying out rightly the work of creation ordered by Thoth. There is no one word which will exactly describe the Egyptian conception of Mot both from a physical and from a moral point of view. But the fundamental idea of the word is straight, and from the Egyptian texts it is clear that Met meant right, true, truth, real, genuine, upright, righteous, just, steadfast, unalterable, etc. Thus already in the Pris Papyrus it is said, Great is Mot, the mighty and unalterable, and it hath never been broken since the time of Osiris, for 18 and Tahitep counsels his listener to make Mot, or right and truth, to germinate. For 19 the just, upright, and straight man is Mot, and in a book of moral precepts it is said, God will judge the right, Ma, for 20 hashtag 421. Mot, the goddess of the unalterable laws of heaven, and the daughter of Ra, is depicted in female form, with the feather emblematic of Mot, on her head, or with the feather alone for a head, and the scepter in one hand, and an ankh in the other. For 22 in the judgment scene 2 Mot goddesses appear, one probably is the personification of physical law, and the other of moral rectitude. Hetharu, or Hathor the house of Horus, was the goddess of the sky wherein Horus the sun god rose and set. Subsequently a great number of goddesses of the same name were developed from her, and these were identified with Isis, Neith, Usaset, and many other goddesses whose attributes they absorbed. A group of 7 Hathors is also mentioned, and these appear to have partaken of the nature of good fairies. In one form Hathor was the goddess of love, beauty, happiness, and the Greeks identified her with their own Aphrodite. She is often depicted in the form of a woman having disc and horns upon her head, and at times she has the head of a lion surmounted by a uraeus. Often she has the form of a cow, the animal sacred to her, and in this form she appears as the goddess of the tomb or Tassertet, and she provides meat and drink for the deceased. 423. Metert is the personification of that part of the sky wherein the sun rises, and also of that part of it in which he takes his daily course. She is depicted in the form of a cow, along the body of which the 2 barks of the sun are seen sailing. Already in the pyramid texts we find the attribute of judge ascribed to Merit. For 24 and down to a very late date the judgment of the deceased in the hall of Double Mot in the presence of Thoth and the other gods was believed to take place in the abode of Merit. 425. Net or Neith, the Divine Mother, the Lady of Heaven, the Mistress of the Gods, was one of the most ancient deities of Egypt, and in the pyramid text she appears as the mother of Sebek. For 26 like Merit she personifies the place in the sky where the sun rises. In one form she was the goddess of the loom and shuttle, and also of the chase. In this aspect she was identified by the Greeks with Athene. She is depicted in the form of a woman, having upon her head the shuttle or arrows, or she wears the crown and holds arrows, a bow, and a scepter in her left hand. She also appears in the form of a cow. 427. Sekhet was in Memphis the wife of Ptah, and the mother of Nefertmu and of Imhotep. She was the personification of the burning heat of the sun, and as such was the destroyer of the enemies of Ra and Osiris. When Ra determined to punish mankind with death, because they scoffed at him, he sent Sekhet, his eye, to perform the work of vengeance. Illustrative of this aspect of her is a figure wherein she is depicted with the sun's eye for a head. For 28 usually she has the head of a lion surmounted by the sun's disk, round which is a uraeus, and she generally holds a scepter, but sometimes a knife. Bast, according to one legend, was the mother of Nefertmu. She was the personification of the gentle and fructifying heat of the sun, as opposed to that personified by Sekhet. The cat was sacred to Bast, and the goddess is usually depicted cat-headed. The most famous seat of her worship was the city of Bubastis, the modern Tel Basta, in the delta. Nefertmu was the son either of Sekhet or Bast, and he personified some form of the sun's heat. He is usually depicted in the form of a man, with a cluster of lotus flowers upon his head, but sometimes he has the head of a lion. In the little faience figures of him which are so common, he stands upon the back of a lion. For 29 he no doubt represents the sun god in the legend which made him to burst forth from a lotus, for in the pyramid of Unas the king is said to Za-em, Nefertmu em sesen or Sert Ra. Rise like Nefertmu from the lotus, lily, to the nostrils of Ra. And to come forth on the horizon every day. 430. Neheb-Ka is the name of a goddess who is usually represented with the head of a serpent, and with whom the deceased identifies himself. Sebek, a form of Horus the sun god, must be distinguished from Sebek the companion of Set, the opponent of Osiris. Of each of these gods the crocodile was the sacred animal, and for this reason probably the gods themselves were confounded. Sebek-Ra, the lord of Ombos, is usually depicted in human form with the head of a crocodile, surmounted by hashtag or hashtag .431. Amsu or Amsi is one of the most ancient gods of Egypt. He personified the power of generation, or the reproductive force of nature. He was the father of his own mother, and was identified with Horus the Mighty, or with Horus the Avenger of his father Un-Nefer or Osiris. The Greeks identified him with the god Pan, and called the chief city where his worship was celebrated Knemes for 32 after one of his names. He is depicted usually in the form of a man standing upon. And he has upon his head the plumes and holds the flail in his right hand, which is raised above his shoulder. 433. Neburcher, a name which originally implied the God of the universe, but which was subsequently given to Osiris, and indicated the god after the completed reconstruction of his body, which had been hacked to pieces by Set. Un-Nefer, a name of Osiris in his capacity of god and judge of the dead in the underworld. Some make these words to mean the good being, and others the beautiful hair. Astenu, a name given to the god Thoth. Mert or Mersekert, the lover of silence, is a name of Isis or Hathor as goddess of the underworld. She is depicted in the form of a woman, having a disc and horns upon her head. 434. Serk or Selk is a form of the goddess Isis. She is usually depicted in the form of a woman, with a scorpion upon her head. Occasionally she appears as a scorpion with a woman's head surmounted by disc and horns. 435. Taurt, the Thuares of the Greeks, was identified as the wife of Set or Typhon. She is also known under the names Apt and Sheput. Her common titles are Mistress of the Gods and Bearer of the Gods. She is depicted in the form of a hippopotamus standing on her hind legs, with distended paunch and hanging breasts, and one of her 4 feet rests upon ####. Sometimes she has the head of a woman, but she always wears the disc, horns, and plumes. 436. Watchet was a form of Hathor, and was identified with the appearance of the sky in the north when the sun rose. She is either depicted in the form of a woman, having upon her head the crown of the north and a scepter, around which a serpent is twined, or as a winged Urius wearing the crown of the north. Beb, Betty, Baba, or Babu, mentioned 3 times in the Book of the Dead, is the firstborn son of Osiris, and seems to be one of the gods of generation. Hapi is the name of the great god of the Nile who was worshipped in Egypt under 2 forms, i.e., Hapi of the south, and Hapi of the north. The papyrus was the emblem of the one, and the lotus of the other. From the earliest times the Nile was regarded by the Egyptians as the source of all the prosperity of Egypt, and it was honored as being the type of the life-giving waters out of the midst of which sprang the gods and all created things. In turn it was identified with all the gods of Egypt, new or old. And its influence was so great upon the minds of the Egyptians that from the earliest days they depicted to themselves a material heaven wherein the Isles of the Blessed were laved by the waters of the Nile, and the approach to which was by the way of its stream as it flowed to the north. Others again lived in imagination on the banks of the heavenly Nile, whereon they built cities, and it seems as if the Egyptians never succeeded in conceiving a heaven without a Nile and canals. The Nile is depicted in the form of a man, who wears upon his head a clump of papyrus or lotus flowers. His breasts are those of a woman, indicating fertility. Lanzone reproduces an interesting scene 437 in which the North and South Nile gods are tying a papyrus and a lotus stalk around the emblem of union to indicate the unity of Upper and Lower Egypt. And this emblem is found cut upon the thrones of the kings of Egypt to indicate their sovereignty over the regions traversed by the South and North Niles. It has already been said that Hapi was identified with all the gods in turn, and it follows as a matter of course that the attributes of each were ascribed to him. In one respect, however, he is different from them all, for of him it is written, An mehu en einer tutter wa set sexed eret. He cannot be sculptured in stone. In the images on which men place crowns and uriai. An kamu in tuffen baka and zerpu tuffen. He is not made manifest, service cannot be rendered nor offerings made to him. Not. Sesit tu m seta and rex tu bu in tuffen. Can he be drawn from, his, mystery, not can be known the place where he is, not. Kem tefid anu. Is he found in the painted shrine? 438. Here the scribe gave to the Nile the attributes of the great and unknown god its maker. In the pyramid texts we find a group of 4 gods with whom the deceased is closely connected in the other world. These are the four children of Horus, whose names are given in the following order: Hapi, Tomatef, Amset and Kepsenuf. 439. The deceased is called their father. 440. His two arms were identified with Hapi and Tuamatef, and his two legs with Amset and Kepsenuf. 441. And when he entered into the Sekitaru they accompanied him as guides, and went in with him two on each side. 442. They took away all hunger and thirst from him. 443. They gave him life in heaven and protected it when given. 444. And they brought to him from the lake of Kempta the boat of the Eye of Khnum. 445. In one passage they are called the four Khus of Horus. 446. And originally they represented the four pillars which supported the sky or Horus. Each was supposed to be lord of one of the quarters of the world, and finally became the god of one of the cardinal points. Hapi represented the north, Tuamatef the east, Amset the south, and Kepsenuf the west. In the XVIII dynasty the Egyptians originated the custom of embalming the intestines of the body separately, and they placed them in 4 jars, each of which was devoted to the protection of one of the children of Horus, i.e., to the care of one of the gods of the 4 cardinal points. The god of the north protected the small viscerae, the god of the east the heart and lungs, the god of the south the stomach and large intestines, and the god of the west the liver and gallbladder. With these 4 gods 4 goddesses were associated, viz., Nephthys, Neith, Isis, and Selk or Serk. Connected with the god Horus are a number of mythological beings called Haru Shisu 447, or Shemsu, as some read it, who appear already in the Pyramid of Unas in connection with Horus and set in the ceremony of purifying and opening the mouth. And in the Pyramid of Pepi I, it is they who wash the king and who recite for him the chapter of those who come forth, and the chapter of those who ascend. 448. In the judgment scene in the Book of the Dead, grouped round the pan of the balance which contains the heart of the deceased, see Plate 3, are 3 beings in human form, who bear the names Shai, Renenet, and Meskenet. Shai is the personification of destiny, and Renenet fortune. These names are usually found coupled. Shai and Renenet are said to be in the hands of Thoth, the divine intelligence of the gods, and Ramesses II boasts that he himself is Lord of Shai and creator of Renenet. 449. Shai was originally the deity who decreed what should happen to a man, and Renenet, as may be seen from the pyramid texts, 450 was the goddess of plenty, good fortune, and the like. Subsequently no distinction was made between these deities and the abstract ideas which they represented. In the Papyrus of Ani, Shai stands by himself near the pillar of the balance, and Renenet is accompanied by Meskenet, who appears to be the personification of all the conceptions underlying Shai and Renenet and something else besides. In the story of the children of Ra, as related in the Westcar Papyrus, we find the goddess Meskenet mentioned with Isis, Nephthys, Hecate, and the god Khnum as assisting at the birth of children. Disguised in female forms, the 4 goddesses go to the house of Ra user, and, professing to have a knowledge of the art of midwifery, they are admitted to the chamber where the child is about to be born. Isis stands before the woman, Nephthys behind her, and Hecate accelerates the birth. When the child is born Meskenet comes and looking upon him says, "A king, he shall rule throughout this land. May Khnum give health and strength to his body." 451. The word Meskenet is as old as the pyramid times, and seems then to have had the meaning of luck, destiny, etc. 452. The god Amen, his wife Mut and their associate Khonsu have nothing whatever to do with the Book of the Dead. But Amen, the first member of this great Theban triad, must be mentioned with the other gods, because he was usually identified with one or more of them. The name Amen means the hidden one, and the founding of the first shrine of the god recorded in history took place at Thebes during the XIII dynasty. From that time until the close of the XVIII dynasty, Amen was the chief god of Thebes and nothing more. When, however, the last kings of the XVIII dynasty had succeeded in expelling the so-called Hyksos and had delivered the country from the yoke of the foreigner, their god assumed an importance hitherto unknown. And his priests endeavored to make his worship the first in the land. But Amen was never regarded throughout the entire country as its chief god, although his votaries called him the king of the gods. The conception which the Thebans had of their god as a god of the underworld was modified when they identified him with Ra and called him Amenra. And, speaking generally, in the time of the XVIII dynasty and onwards the god became the personification of the mysterious creating and sustaining power of the universe, which in a material form was typified by the sun. By degrees all the attributes of the old gods of Egypt were ascribed to him, and the titles which among Western nations are given to God were added to those pantheistic epithets which men had usurped. The following extracts from a fine hymn 453 will set forth the views of the priesthood of Amenra concerning their God. Adoration to thee, O Amenra, the bull in Anu, the ruler of all the gods, the beautiful and beloved God who givest life by means of every kind of food and fine cattle. Hail to thee, O Amenra, Lord of the world's throne, thou dweller in Thebes, thou bull of thy mother that livest in thy field, that extendest thy journeys in the land of the south, thou Lord of those who dwell in the west, thou governor of Punt. Thou King of heaven and sovereign of the earth, thou Lord of things that exist, thou stablisher of creation, thou supporter of the universe. Thou art one in thine attributes among the gods, thou beautiful bull of the company of the gods, thou chief of all the gods, Lord of Mot, Father of the gods, Creator of men, Maker of beasts and cattle, Lord of all that existeth. Maker of the staff of life, Creator of the herbs which give life to beasts and cattle. Thou art the Creator of things celestial and terrestrial, thou illuminest the universe. The gods cast themselves at thy feet when they perceive thee. Hymns of praise to thee, O Father of the gods, who hast spread out the heavens and laid down the earth, thou Master of eternity and of everlastingness. Hail to thee, O Ra, Lord of Mot, thou who art hidden in thy shrine, Lord of the gods. Thou art Khepra in thy bark, and when thou sendest forth the word the gods come into being. Thou art Tmu, the maker of beings which have reason, and, however many be their forms, thou givest them life, and thou dost distinguish the shape and stature of each from his neighbor. Thou hearest the prayer of the afflicted, and thou art gracious unto him that crieth unto thee, thou deliverest the feeble one from the oppressor, and thou judgest between the strong and the weak. The Nile riseth at thy will. Thou only form, the maker of all that is, one only, the creator of all that shall be. Mankind hath come forth from thine eyes, the gods have come into being at thy word, thou makest the herbs for the use of beasts and cattle, and the staff of life for the need of man. Thou givest life to the fish of the stream and to the fowl of the air, and breath unto the germ in the egg. Thou givest life unto the grasshopper, and thou makest to live the wild fowl and things that creep and things that fly and everything that belongeth thereunto. Thou providest food for the rats in the holes and for the birds that sit among the branches. Thou one, thou only one whose arms are many. All men and all creatures adore thee, and praises come unto thee from the height of heaven, from earth's widest space, and from the deepest depths of the sea. Thou one, thou only one who hast no second. Whose names are manifold and innumerable. We have seen above 454 that among other titles the god Amen was called the Only One. But the addition of the words, who hast no second, is remarkable as showing that the Egyptians had already conceived the existence of a god who had no like or equal, which they hesitated not to proclaim side by side with their descriptions of his manifestations. Looking at the Egyptian words in their simple meaning, it is pretty certain that when the Egyptians declared that their God was one and that he had no second, they had the same ideas as the Jews and Mohammedans when they proclaimed their God to be 455 and alone. It has been urged that the Egyptians never advanced to pure monotheism because they never succeeded in freeing themselves from the belief in the existence of other gods, but when they say that a god has no second, even though they mention other gods, it is quite evident that like the Jews, they conceived him to be an entirely different being from the existences which, for the want of a better word, or because these possessed superhuman attributes, they named gods. The powers of darkness or evil. The gods above enumerated represent the powers who were the guides and protectors and givers of life and happiness to the deceased in the new life. But from the earliest times it is clear that the Egyptians imagined the existence of other powers who offered opposition to the dead, and who are called in many places his enemies. Like so many of the ancient gods, these powers were originally certain forces of nature, which were believed to be opposed to those which were regarded as beneficent to man, as for example darkness to light, and night to day. With darkness and night were also associated the powers which contributed in any way to obscure the light of the sun or to prevent his shining. But since the deceased was identified with Horus, or Ra, and his accompanying gods, the enemies of the one became the enemies of the other, and the welfare of the one was the welfare of the other. When the Egyptians personified the beneficent powers of nature, that is say, their gods, they usually gave to them human forms and conceived them in their own images. But when they personified the opposing powers they gave to them the shapes of noxious animals and reptiles, such as snakes and scorpions. As time went on, the moral ideas of good and right were attributed to the former, and evil and wickedness to the latter. The first personifications of light and darkness were Horus and Set, and in the combat the prototype of the subsequent legends of Marduk and Tiamat, Bel and the dragon, St. George and the dragon, and many others which took place between them, the former was always the victor. But, though the deceased was identified with Horus or Ra, the victory which the god gained over Set only benefited the spiritual body which dwelt in heaven, and did not preserve the natural body which lay in the tomb. The principal enemy of the natural body was the worm. And from the earliest times it seems that a huge worm or serpent was chosen by the Egyptians as the type of the powers which were hostile to the dead and also of the foe against whom the sun god fought. Already in the Pyramid of Unas a long section of the text contains nothing but formulae, the recital of which was intended to protect the deceased from various kinds of snakes and worms. 456 These are exceedingly ancient, indeed, they may safely be said to form one of the oldest parts of the funeral literature of the Egyptians. And we find from the later editions of the Book of the Dead and certain Coptic works that the dread of the serpent as the emblem of physical and moral evil existed among the Egyptians in all generations, and that, as will be seen later, the belief in a limbo filled with snakes swayed their minds long after they had been converted to Christianity. The charms against serpents in the pyramid texts of the VIII and VIII dynasties have their equivalents in the XXXII and XXXIII chapters of the Book of the Dead, which are found on coffins of the XVIII and XXIII dynasties. 457 And in the XVIII dynasty we find vignettes in which the deceased is depicted in the act of spearing a crocodile. 458 And of slaughtering serpents. 459 In the Theban and Sate versions are several small chapters. 460 The recital of which drove away reptiles. And of these the most important is the XXXIX chapter, which preserved the deceased from the attack of the great serpent Apep or Apep, who is depicted with knives stuck in his folds. 461 In the period of the later dynasties a service was performed daily in the temple of Amenra at Thebes to deliver the sun god from the assault of this fiend, and on each occasion it was accompanied by a ceremony in which a waxen figure of Apep was burnt in the fire. As the wax melted, so the power of Apep was destroyed. 462 Another name of Apep was Nak, who was pierced by the lance of Thi of Horus and made to vomit what he had swallowed. 463 The Devourer of the Dead. The judgment scene in the Theban edition of the Book of the Dead reveal the belief in the existence of a triformed monster, part crocodile, part lion, and part hippopotamus, whom the Egyptians called Amit, i.e. the eater of the dead, and who lived in Amenta. Her place is by the side of the scales wherein the heart is weighed, and it is clear that such hearts as failed to balance the feather of Mot were devoured by her. In one papyrus she is depicted crouching by the side of a lake. 464 Other types of evil were the insect Apshai, 465 confounded in later times with the tortoise. 466, which dies as Ra lives. 467 The crocodile Sebak, who afterwards became identified with Ra, the hippopotamus, the ass, etc. The devils of the underworld. The pyramid texts afford scanty information about the fiends and devils with which the later Egyptians peopled certain parts of the Tuat, wherein the night sun pursued his course, and where the souls of the dead dwelt. For this we must turn to the composition entitled the Book of What is in the Tuat, several copies of which have come down to us inscribed upon tombs, coffins, and papyri of the XVIII and following dynasties. The Tuat was divided into 12 parts, corresponding to the 12 hours of the night, and this book professed to afford to the deceased the means whereby he might pass through them successfully. In one of these divisions, which was under the rule of the god-seeker, the entrance was guarded by a serpent on 4 legs with a human head, and within were a serpent with 3 heads, scorpions for 68 vipers, and winged monsters of terrifying aspect. A vast desert place was their abode, and seemingly the darkness was so thick there that it might be felt. In other divisions we find serpents spitting fire, lions, crocodile-headed gods, a serpent that devours the dead, a huge crocodile, and many other reptiles of divers shapes and forms. From the descriptions which accompany the scenes, it is evident that the Tuat was regarded by the Egyptians of the XVIII dynasty from a moral as well as from a physical point of view. For 69 Apep, the emblem of evil, was here punished and overcome, and here dwelt the souls of the wicked and the righteous, who received their punishments or rewards, meted out to them by the decree of Ra in his company of gods. Traditions about hell preserved in Coptic times. The chief instruments of punishment employed by the gods were fire and beasts which devoured the souls and bodies of the enemies of Ra. And we may see from the literature of the Copts, or Egyptians who had embraced Christianity, how long the belief in a hell of fire and torturing fiends survived. Thus in the life of Abba Shenouda for 70 a man is told that the executioners of Amenti will not show compassion upon thy wretched soul, for 71 and in the history of Picentios, a bishop of Coptos in the 7th century of our era. We have a series of details which reflect the Tuat of the ancient Egyptians in a remarkable manner. The bishop having taken up his abode in a tomb filled with mummies, causes one of them to tell his history. For 72 after saying that his parents were Greeks who worshipped Poseidon, he states that when he was dying already the avenging angels came about him with iron knives and goads as sharp as spears, which they thrust into his sides, while they gnashed their teeth at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw death in all its manifold forms round about him, and at that moment angels without mercy came and dragged his wretched soul from his body, and tying it to the form of a black horse they bore it away to Amenta. Next, he was delivered over to merciless tormentors, who tortured him in a place where there were multitudes of savage beasts. And, when he had been cast into the place of outer darkness, he saw a ditch more than 200 feet deep filled with reptiles, each of which had 7 heads, and all their bodies were covered as it were with scorpions. Here also were serpents, the very sight of which terrified the beholder, and to one of them which had teeth like iron stakes was the wretched man given to be devoured. For 5 days in each week the serpent crushed him with his teeth, but on the Saturday and Sunday there was respite. Another picture of the torments of Hades is given in the martyrdom of Macarius of Antioch, wherein the saint, having restored to life a man who had been dead 6 hours, learned that when he was about to die he was surrounded by fiends, some of whom had the faces of dragons, others of lions, others of crocodiles, and others of bears. They tore his soul from his body with great violence, and they fled with it over a mighty river of fire, in which they plunged it to a depth of 400 cubits, then they took it out and set it before the judge of truth. After hearing the sentence of the judge the fiends took it to a place of outer darkness where no light came, and they cast it into the cold where there was gnashing of teeth. There it beheld a snake which never slept, with a head like that of a crocodile, and which was surrounded by reptiles which cast souls before it to be devoured. When the snake's mouth was full it allowed the other reptiles to eat. And though they rent the soul in pieces it did not die. After this the soul was carried into Amenta forever. The martyr Macarius suffered in the reign of Diocletian, and the MS from which the above extract is taken was copied in the year of the martyrs 634 AD 918. Thus, the old heathen ideas of the Egyptian Tuat were applied to the construction of the Coptic hell. The principal geographical and mythological places in the Book of the Dead. Abtu, the Abydos of the Greeks, Strabo, 17, I, 42, the capital of the 8th nome of Upper Egypt. It was the seat of the worship of Osiris, and from this fact was called Parazar or Busiris, the house of Osiris. The Copts gave it the name ###. 473 Egyptian tradition made the sun to end his daily course at Abydos, and to enter into the Tuat at this place through a gap in the mountains called in Egyptian Pek. 474 These mountains lay near to the town. And in the XIIth dynasty it was believed that the souls of the dead made their way into the other world by the valley which led through them to the great oasis, where some placed the Elysian fields. 475. Amenta or Amentet, or was originally the place where the sun set, but subsequently the name was applied to the cemeteries and tombs which were usually built or hewn in the stony plateaus and mountains on the western bank of the Nile. Some believe that Amenta was, at first, the name of a small district, without either funereal or mythological signification. The Christian Egyptians or Copts used the word Amen to translate the Greek word Hades, to which they attributed all the ideas which their heathen ancestors had associated with the Amenta of the Book of the Dead. Anu, the Heliopolis of the Greeks, Herodotus, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 59, 93, Strabo, 17, I, 27 ff, and the capital of the 13th nome of Lower Egypt. The Hebrews called it On, Genesis Li, 45, 50, 46, 20, Avon, Ezekiel XXX. 17, and Beth Shemesh, Jeremiah 43, 13, this last name is an exact translation of the Egyptian Perare, house of the sun, which was also a designation of Anu. The Copts have preserved the oldest name of the city under the form ####. 476 A Coptic bishop of this place was present at the Council of Ephesus. The city of Anu seems to have become associated with the worship of the sun in prehistoric times. Already in the VIII dynasty its priesthood had succeeded in gaining supremacy for their religious views and beliefs throughout Egypt, and from first to last it maintained its position as the chief seat of theological learning in Egypt. The body of the aged one, a name of Osiris, reposed in Anu, and there dwelt the eye of Osiris. The deceased made his way to Anu, where souls were joined unto bodies in thousands, and where the blessed dead lived on celestial food forever. Unrut for Nerif, is a section or door of the Tuat which lies to the north of Restau. The meaning of the word is, it never sprouteth. Antez. See within, page 323, an unknown locality where a light tower was adored. Apu, the Panopolis of the Greeks, Greek Pan-Karaden Police, Strabo, 17, I, 41, the metropolis of the 9th nome of Upper Egypt, and the seat of the worship of the god ####, whose name is variously read Amsu, Kem, and Min. In ancient days it was famous as the center for stone cutting and linen weaving, and the latter industry still survives among the modern Coptic population, who, following their ancestors, call their city ####, which the Arabs have rendered by Akhmim. Akert, a common name for the abode of the dead. Bast, more fully Pabast or Perbast, the Bubastis of the Greek writers, Herodotus, 2, 59, 137, 156, 166, Strabo, 17. 1, 27, the metropolis of the 18th nome of Lower Egypt, and the seat of the worship of Bast, a goddess who was identified with the soul of Isis, Ban Ozit. The city is mentioned in the Bible under the form ###, Ezekiel XXX. 17, Pi Beseth, which the Copts have preserved in their name for the city, ####, the Arabs call the place Tel Basta. Het Benbent, the name given to many sun shrines in Egypt, and also to one of the places in the other world where the deceased dwelt. Het Taka, the sacred name of the city of Memphis, the metropolis of the first nome of Lower Egypt. It means the house of the Ka of Ta, and was probably in use in the period of the Ist dynasty. Other names for Memphis were Aneb-Hediti, the city of the White Wall, Men-Nefer and Conifert. Kemuar, a name given to the district of the 4th and 5th nomes of Upper Egypt. Kamenu, i.e., the city of the 8 great cosmic gods, the Hermopolis of the Greek writers, Greek Hermopolitic Fulak, Strabo, 17. I, 41, and the metropolis of the 15th nome of Upper Egypt. The old Egyptian name for the city is preserved in its Coptic and Arabic names, ####, and Eshmunan. Kuraba, a very ancient city which was situated on the right bank of the Nile, a little to the south of Anu, near the site of which the Babylon of Egypt, 477, the Greek Babylon, Fruiani, Rumnoen, of Strabo, 17I, 30, was built. Manu is the name given to the region where the sun sets, which was believed to be exactly opposite to the district of Becca, where he rose in the east. Manu is a synonym of west, just as Becca is a synonym of east. 478. Nekhen, the name of the shrine of the goddess Nekhebet, which is supposed to have been near to Nekheb, the capital of the third nome of Upper Egypt and the Eiletheopolis of the Greeks. Neterkertet, a common name for the abode of the dead. It means the divine subterranean place. Pe, a district of the town of Periuchet, the Buto of the Greeks, Greek Bu-Tos, Strabo, 17I, 18, which was situated in the delta. Punt, the tropical district which lay to the south and east of Egypt, and which included probably a part of the Arabian Peninsula and the eastern coast of Africa along and south of Somaliland. Restau, or a name given to the passages in the tomb which lead from this to the other world. Originally it designated the cemetery of Abydos only, and its god was Osiris. Sa, the Sais of the Greeks, Greek Sais, Strabo, 17I. 23, the metropolis of the fifth nome of Lower Egypt, and the seat of the worship of the goddess Neith. Sikkim, the Letopolis of the Greeks, and capital of the Letopolites nome, Strabo, 17I, 30. It was the seat of the worship of Haruar, Horus the Elder, and one of the most important religious centers in Egypt. Sekitanru, the field of the Anra plants, was a name originally given to the islands in the delta where the souls of the dead were supposed to live. Here was the abode of the god Osiris, who bestowed estates in it upon those who had been his followers, and here the beatified dead led a new existence and regaled themselves upon food of every kind, which was given to them in abundance. According to the vignette of the XXIII chapter of the Book of the Dead, the Sekitanru is the third division of the Sekethetipu, or fields of peace, which have been compared with the Elysian fields of the Greeks. Sedimentet, i.e. the mountain of the underworld, a common name of the cemetery, which was usually situated in the mountains or desert on the western bank of the Nile. Sutenhenan, more correctly Henansu, the metropolis of the 20th nome of Upper Egypt, called by the Greeks Heracleopolis Magna, Strabo, 16I, 35. The Hebrews mention the city, Isaiah XXX. 4. Hanes as the representative of Upper Egypt, and in Coptic times it was still of considerable size and importance. The Copts and Arabs have preserved the ancient name of the city under the forms #### and ####. Anas. Tainet, a district sacred to the gods Osiris and Ta, it was probably situated near Memphis. Ta-Sert, or Tachezertet, a common name for the tomb. Tep, a district of the town Periuchet, the Buto of the Greeks, Strabo, 17I. 18, which was situated in the delta. Tet-Tet, a name given both to the metropolis 479 of the 9th nome and to the chief city 480 of the 16th nome of Lower Egypt. Tuat, a common name for the abode of the departed. Funeral ceremonies. In illustration of the ceremonies which accompanied the burial of the dead, the reader will find extracts from different texts printed in the appendix on page 264 ff. To these may be added an extract from the curious ritual which was in vogue in the VIII and VIII dynasties, and which commemorated the ceremonies which were performed for the god Osiris. It is to be noticed how closely the deceased is identified with Osiris, the type of incorruptibility. Osiris takes upon himself all that is hateful in the dead, that is, he adopts the burden of his sins. And the dead is purified by the typical sprinkling of water. While the gods are only accompanied by their cause, the deceased, in right of his identification with a higher power, is accompanied by his Tet 481 also, that is, by his Osiris. Throughout the ceremony, the eye of Horus 482, which is represented by various substances, plays a prominent part, for it is that which gives vigor to the heart of the dead and leads him to the god. That portion of the ceremony which was believed to procure the unlocking of the jaws and the opening of the mouth of the deceased, or of the statue which sometimes represented him, was performed after the purification by water and incense had been effected. And hereby was he enabled to partake of the meat and drink offerings, wherein the friends and relatives also participated, in order that they might cement and seal their mystic unity with the dead and with the God with whom he was identified. 483. Certain formulae were directed to be repeated 4 times, a direction which takes us back to the time when the Egyptians first divided the world into 4 parts, each corresponding to one of the 4 pillars which held up the sky. That is to say, to one of the 4 cardinal points, east, south, west, and north, presided over by a special god. The deceased sought to obtain the assistance of each of the 4 gods of the cardinal points, and to have the right to roam about in his district, hence the formula was repeated 4 times. Originally 4 animals or 4 geese were sacrificed, 1 to each god, but subsequently east and north, and west and south were paired, and 2 bulls, or birds, only were sacrificed, one of which was called the Bull of the North. 484 and the other the Bull of the South. The custom of 4-fold repetition continued to the Ptolemaic times 485 and even later. The priest whose official title was Kur-Heb, recited the prayers, and the Sem or Sedum priest presented the prescribed offerings. The rubrical directions are given on the margin for the sake of clearness. O Osiris, 486 all that is hateful in Unas hath been brought unto thee, 487 and all the evil words which have been spoken in his name. Come, O Thoth, and take them unto Osiris, bring all the evil words which have been spoken and place them in the hollow of thy hand, 488 thou shalt not escape therefrom, thou shalt not escape therefrom. Whosoever marcheth, marcheth with his ka. Horus marcheth with his ka, Set marcheth with his ka, Thoth marcheth with 489 his ka, Sep marcheth with his ka, Osiris marcheth with his ka, Kentmati marcheth with his ka, and thy Tet shall march with thy ka. Hail, Unas, the hand of thy ka is before thee. Hail, Unas, the hand of thy ka is behind thee. Hail, Unas, the leg of thy ka is before thee. Hail, Unas, the leg of thy ka is behind thee. Osiris Unas, I have given unto thee the eye of Horus, and thy face is filled therewith, and the perfume thereof spreadeth over thee. The libations which are poured 490 out by thy son, which are poured out by Horus, are for thee, O Osiris, and they are for thee O Unas. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus that thou mayest refresh thy heart therewith, I have placed it beneath thy feet. And I give unto thee whatsoever hath come forth from thy body that thy heart may not cease to beat through the want thereof. For 91 thy voice shall never depart from thee, thy voice shall never depart from thee. Here is unguent, here is unguent. Open thy mouth, O Unas, for 92 and taste the taste of the scent which is in the holy habitations. This scent is that which distilleth from Horus, this scent is that which distilleth from Set, and it is that which stablisheth the hearts of the 2 Horus gods. 493 Thou purifiest thyself with the Harushisu. 494 Thou art purified with natron, and Horus is purified with natron, thou art purified with natron, and Set is purified with natron, 495 Thou art purified with natron, and Thoth is purified with natron. Thou art purified with natron, and Sep is purified with natron, thou art purified with natron, and art established among them, and thy mouth is, as pure, as the mouth of a sucking calf on the day of its birth. Thou art purified with natron, and Horus is purified with natron, thou art purified with natron, and Set is purified with natron, 496, Thou art purified with natron, and Thoth is purified with natron. Thou art purified with natron, and Sep is purified with natron, thy Ka is purified with natron, and thou art pure, thou art pure, thou art pure, thou art pure. Thou art stablished among the gods thy brethren, thy head is purified for thee with natron, thy bones are washed clean with water, and thou thyself art made perfect with all that belongeth unto thee. O Osiris, I have given unto thee the eye of Horus, thy face is filled therewith, and the perfume thereof spreadeth over thee. Hail, Unas, thy two jaws are unlocked. 497 Hail, Unas, the two gods have opened thy mouth. 498 O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, and Horus cometh thereunto, it is brought unto thee, and placed in thy mouth. 499 Hail, Unas, the nipples of the bosom of Horus have been given unto thee, and thou hast taken in thy mouth 500 the breast of thy sister Isis, and the milk which floweth from thy mother is poured into thy mouth. 501. Thou hast gotten possession of the two eyes of Horus, the white and the black, thou hast taken them unto thyself and they illumine thy face. 502 The day hath made an offering unto thee in heaven, and the east and the west are at peace with thee. The night hath made an offering. 503 Unto thee, and the north and the south are at peace with thee. These are the offerings which are brought unto thee, the offerings which thou sayest, the offerings which thou hearest, the offerings which are before thee, the offerings which are behind thee, the offerings which are with thee. O Osiris Unas, the white teeth of Horus are given unto thee that thou mayest fill thy mouth therewith. 504 A royal offering to the Ka of Unas. 505. O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, and thou livest, and thou art. 506 O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus which strove with Set hath been given unto thee, and thou hast lifted it. 507 To thy lips, and thy mouth is opened thereby. O Osiris Unas, thy mouth is opened by that with which thou art filled. 508 O Osiris Unas, that which hath distilled from thee hath been given unto thee. 509 O Ra, may all the praise which thou receivest in heaven be in praise of Unas, and may all that belongeth unto thy body belong unto the Ka of Unas, and may all that belongeth unto his body belong unto thee. 510 O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, that thou mayest be able to taste. 511 And that thou mayest illumine the night. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given to thee that it may embrace thee. 512 O Unas, the eye of Horus which strove with Set hath been given unto thee, in order that the opening of thy mouth may be caused thereby. 513 O Unas, that which flowed from Osiris hath been given unto thee. 514 O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that without the help of iron thy mouth may be set free. 515 O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that thy face may be adorned therewith. 516 O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus hath sprinkled oil upon thee. 517 O Osiris Unas, that which hath been pressed out of thy face hath been given unto thee. 518 O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may shave thee. 519 O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may anoint thee. 520 O Osiris Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may lead thee unto the gods. 521 O all ye unguents, be ye laid out before your Horus. 522 And make ye him strong. Cause him to gain the mastery over his body, and make his eyes to be opened. May all the shining beings see him, may they hear his name, for the eye of Horus hath been brought, in order that it may be placed before Osiris Unas. 523 O Osiris Unas, the two eyes of Horus have been laid like paint upon thy face. 524. O clothe thyself in peace. Put thou on thy apparel in peace. May Tet put on. 525 Apparel in peace. Hail, eye of Horus, in Tep, in peace. Hail, eye of Horus, in the houses of Nit, in peace. Receive thou white apparel. O grant that the two lands which rejoice to do homage unto Horus may do homage unto Set, and grant that the two lands which stood in awe of Set may stand in awe of Unas. Dwell thou with Unas as his God, open thou a path for him among the shining ones, and stablish thou him among them. The Papyrus of Ani. General description. The Papyrus of Ani was found at Thebes, and was purchased by the trustees of the British Museum in 1888. It measures 78 feet by 1 foot 3 inches, and is the longest known papyrus of the Theban period. 526 It is made up of 6 distinct lengths of papyrus, which vary in length from 26 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 7 inches. The material is composed of 3 layers of papyrus supplied by plants which measured in the stalks about 41 inches in diameter. The several lengths have been joined together with great neatness, and the repairs and insertion of new pieces, see plates 25, 26, have been dexterously made. When first found, the papyrus was of a light color, similar to that of the Papyrus of Hunfer, B.M., number 9901, but it became darker after it had been unrolled, and certain sections of it have shrunk somewhat. It contains a number of chapters of the Book of the Dead, nearly all of which are accompanied by vignettes, and at top and bottom is a border of 2 colors red and yellow. 527 at the beginning and end of the papyrus spaces of 6 and 11 inches respectively have been left blank. The inscribed portion is complete, and the loss of the few characters which were damaged in unrolling 528 does not interrupt the text. It was written by 3 or more scribes, but the uniformity of the execution of the vignette suggests that fewer artists were employed on the illustrations. The titles of the chapters, rubrics, catchwords, etc., are in red. In some instances the artist has occupied so much space that the scribe has been obliged to crowd the text, e.g., in plate 11, and at times he has written it on the border, see plates 14, 17. This proves that the vignettes were drawn before the text was written. All the different sections of the papyrus were not originally written for Ani, for his name has been added in several places by a later hand. As however such additions do not occur in the first section, which measures 16 feet 4 inches in length, it must be concluded that that section was written expressly for him. And that the others were some of those ready-written copies in which blank spaces were left for the insertion of the names of the deceased persons for whom they were purchased. The scribe who filled in Ani's name in these spaces wrote hurriedly, for in chapter XXXB, line 2, pl 15, he left himself no space to write the word Osiris, in the phrase, Ani victorious before Osiris, compare pl 1, line 5, in chapter 43. Lines 1, 2, pl 17, he has written it twice, in chapter 9, l. 1, pl 18, he has omitted the determinative in chapter 15, line 2, pl 20, he meant to write Ani victorious in peace, pl 19. But wrote Ani in triumph, in chapter XXV. Line 18, pl 30, the word hashtag is written twice, probably, however, with the view of filling up the line, in chapter CLI. Pl 34, the name is written crookedly, and the determinative is omitted, and in chapters 18. Introduction, pl 12, and XXIV. Pl 22. The scribe has, in 2 spaces, omitted to write the name. It seems tolerably certain that all the sections of the papyrus were written about the same time, and that they are the work of scribes of the same school. The variations in the depth of the space occupied by the text and the difference in the colors of the border only show that even the best scribes did not tie themselves to any one plan or method in preparing a copy of the Book of the Dead. The text has many serious errors. By some extraordinary oversight it includes 2 copies of the 18th chapter, one with an unusual introduction and the other without introduction. And a large section of the XVIII chapter, one of the most important in the whole work, has been entirely omitted. Such mistakes and omissions, however, occur in papyri older than that of Ani, for in the Papyrus of Nebseni, B.M., no. 9900, which was written at Memphis early in the XVIII dynasty, of chapters 50, LV, LXIV, CLXXX, 2 copies each, of chapters C and CVI, 3 copies, and of chapter 17. 2 extracts are given in different parts of the papyrus. 529. Ani's rank. The Papyrus of Ani is undated, and no facts are given in it concerning the life of Ani, whereby it would be possible to fix its exact place in the series of the illustrated papyri of the Theban period to which it belongs. His full titles are Sutan in Ma and Hesb Hetep Neter en Neter Nebu. Royal Scribe Veritable, Scribe and Accountant of the Divine Offerings, i.e., revenues, of all the gods. Mer Tenti en Nebu Abtu en Hetep Neter en. The Governor of the Granary of the Lords of Abydos, Scribe of the Divine Offerings, i.e., revenues, of Nebu Just. The Lords of Thebes. And he is said to be beloved of the Lord of the North and South, and to love him. The name of the king thus referred to cannot be stated. That Ani's rank of royal scribe 530 was not titular only is shown by the addition of the word veritable, and his office of scribe and accountant of all the gods was probably one of the highest which a scribe could hold. 531 His other offices of governor of the granary of the lords of Abydos, and scribe of the sacred property of the lords of Thebes, further prove his rank and importance, for Abydos and Thebes were the most ancient and sacred cities of Egypt. Ani's wife. Ani's wife Thuthu is described as the lady of the house, the Kemetet of Amen. 532 What the title, Lady of the House means has not yet been decided, but Kemet is the title applied to the noble ladies who sang or played on an instrument in the temple of a god. 533 The lady Thuthu belonged to the number of the priestesses of the god Amenre at Thebes, and she always carries in her hands the sistrum and the instrument Manat, the emblems of her office. Thus Ani and his wife were high ecclesiastical dignitaries connected with the famous confraternity of the priests of Amen. Copies of the Book of the Dead in the Theban period. Age of the Papyrus. An examination of the papyri of the Theban period preserved in the British Museum shows that two distinct classes of Book of the Dead papyri existed in the XVIII dynasty. In the first both text and vignettes are traced in black outline 530 for the rubrics, catchwords, etc., alone being in red color, in the second the text only is black, the rubrics, etc. being red, and the vignettes beautifully painted in a number of bright colors. To the latter class the Papyrus of Ani belongs, but, if the text and vignettes be compared with those found in any other early Theban papyri, it will be seen that it occupies an independent position in all respects. Though agreeing in the main with the papyri of the XVIII dynasty in respect of textual readings, the Papyrus of Ani has peculiarities in spelling, etc., which are not found in any of them. The handwriting of the first section at least suggests the best period of the XVIII dynasty, but as the scribe forms some of the characters in a way peculiarly his own, the paleographic evidence on this point is not decisive. That the papyrus belongs to the period which produced such documents as the Papyrus of Nebket 535 and the Papyrus of Kenna 536 i.e., to some period of the XVIII dynasty, is tolerably certain. And we may assume that it is older than the Papyrus of Hunfer, which was written during the reign of Seti I. For, though belonging to the same class of highly decorated papyri, the execution of the vignettes is finer and more careful, and the free, bold forms of the hieroglyphics in the better written sections more closely resemble those of the texts inscribed in stone under the greatest kings of the XVIII dynasty. The Lord of the Two Lands, i.e., of Upper and Lower Egypt, or the North and South, mentioned in PL 4, is probably one of the Thothmes or Amenhotep kings, and accordingly we may place the period of our papyrus between 1500 and 1400 years BC. The text. The text may be divided into two parts. The first part contains unusual versions of two hymns to Ra and Osiris, the Vignette of the Sunrise, chapter XVIII, and the Judgment Scene accompanied by texts, some of which occur in no other papyrus. The second part comprises about 62 chapters of the Theban edition of the book, in the following order: I, XXII, LXXI, rubric, 17, CXLV, CXLVI, 18, 23, 24, 26. XXXB, LXI, live, 29, 27, 58, lix, 44, XLV, 46, L, 93, 43, 89, XCI, 92, 74, 8, 2, 9, XXII, X, 48, 15, XXII, XXIV, 18, XXIV, 86, 77, 78, 87, 88, 82, 85, 83, 84, Lexia, 80, CLXXV, CXXV. Introduction and Negative Confession, XLI, CXXV, rubric, CLV, CLVA, ZIXP, CLXVI, CL6, CX, CXLV, CLXXXV, and CLXXXVI. The titles of these chapters arranged according to the numeration introduced by Lepsius are as follows. List of chapters. Chapter 1. Here begin the chapters of Coming Forth by Day, and of the Songs of Praise and of Glorifying, and of Coming Forth from and of Going into the Glorious Nettercourt in the Beautiful Amenta. To be said on the day of the burial going in after coming forth. See pages 19, 270 in PLL. 5, 6. The papyri belonging to the early part of the XVIII dynasty call this chapter the chapter of going into the divine chiefs of Osiris, ####. The large numbers of the men attending the bier and of the weeping women are peculiar to the Ani papyrus. Chapter 2. The chapter of coming forth by day and of living after death. See pages 120, 321, and PL 18. This chapter is found only in one other papyrus of the Theban period, British Museum, number 9964. Another copy of it is inscribed upon a mummy bandage preserved in the Louvre, number 3097. Chapter 6, see chapter CLA, of which it forms a part, pp. 233, 362, and PL 32. In the Papyrus of Nebseni, British Museum, number 9900, this chapter stands by itself, and is entitled Chapter of Making the Ushabti Figures to Perform Work for a Man in the Nettercourt. Chapter 8. The chapter of Passing Through Amenta, and of Coming Forth by Day. See pages 119, 320, and PL 18. As a separate composition, this chapter is found in only two other papyri of the XVIII dynasty. 537. Chapter 9. The chapter of Coming Forth by Day, having passed through the tomb. See pages 120, 321, and PL 18. The vignette in the Papyrus of Ani is similar to that which stands at the head of chapters 8 and 9. In other papyri of this period. Chapter 10, see chapter 48, pages 123, 321, and PL 18. Chapter 15. 1. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern sky. See pages 1, 236, and PLI. This version is found in no other papyrus. Chapter 15. 2. A hymn of praise to Osiris on Nefer, the great god in Abydos, 2, etc., see pages 8, 253, and PL 2. Chapter 15. 3. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern sky, and when he setteth in the land of life. See pages 123, 322, and PL 18-21. The Litany to Osiris, PL 19, and the Hymn to Ra, PLL 24, 25, which follow are variants of the XVIII chapter, similar to those published by M. Neville. 538. Chapter XVIII. Consists of a vignette only. See page 252, and PL 2. Strictly speaking, it should form the vignette of the XVIII chapter, or of that part of it which refers to the rising sun. Like many other ancient papyri, the Papyrus of Ani has no vignette referring to the sunset. Chapter 17. Here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from and of going into the glorious Nettercourt in the beautiful Amenta, of coming forth by day in all the transformations which please him, of playing at draughts, and of sitting in the Sek hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. See pages 27, 280, and PLL 7-10. This is one of the oldest and most important of all the chapters in the Book of the Dead, and it contains the most complete statements concerning the Egyptian cosmogony as formulated by the College of Priests of Heliopolis. The scribe seems to have accidentally omitted a large section. Chapter 18. This chapter has no title. List of chapters. The Papyrus of Ani contains 2 copies of this chapter. In the first the gods of the localities are grouped separately, and it is preceded by a very rare introduction, in which the Enmutf and Samerf priests introduce Ani to the gods, whom he addresses in two speeches. See page 71, 301, and PLL. 12-14, in the second the text is not divided into distinct sections, and the gods are not grouped. See page 330, and PLL. 23-24. Chapter 22. The chapter of giving a mouth to Osiris Ani, the scribate and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods. See pages 25, 274, and PL 6. The ceremony of giving a mouth to the deceased was, according to the vignette in the Papyrus of XIII, performed by the guardian of the balance. In the Papyrus of Ani there is no vignette, and it is remarkable that this chapter follows immediately after chapter 1. Chapter 23. The chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani. See pages 84, 306, and PL 15. Chapter 24. The chapter of bringing charms unto Osiris Ani in Neterkert. See pages 85, 306, and PL 15. As with other ancient Theban papyri, the Papyrus of Ani gives no vignette. Chapter 26. The chapter of giving a heart unto Osiris Ani in Neterkert. See pages 88, 308, and PL 15. The vignette is probably unique. Chapter 27. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in Neterkert. See pp. 100, 312, and PL 15. The vignette is unusual. Chapter 29. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in Neterkert. See pages 97, 311, and PL 15. No other copy of this chapter is at present known. Chapter XXIII. The chapter of a heart of carnelian. See pages 228, 359, and PL 33. Chapter XXXB. The chapter of not letting the heart of Osiris Ani be driven away from him in Neterkert. See pages I1, 90, 258, 309, and PL 15. Chapter 42. This chapter is without title, see pages 213, 353, and PL 32, but in other ancient papyri it is called, Repulsing of Slaughter in Sudenhennen. Chapter 43. The chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in Neterkert. See pages 111, 317, and PL 17. As in other ancient Theban papyri, this chapter is without vignette. Chapter 44. The chapter of not dying a second time in Neterkert. See pages 105, 315, and PL 16. The vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 45. The chapter of not suffering corruption in Neterkert. See pages 106, 315, and PL 16. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known. 539 among Theban papyri. The vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 46. The chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in Neterkert. See pages 107, 316, and PL 16. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known, B. M. number 9900. Among Theban papyri the vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 48. Another chapter of one who cometh forth by day against his foes in Neterkert. See pages 123, 321, and PL 18. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known, BM number 9900. Among Theban papyri the vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 50, the chapter of not entering in unto the block. See pages 108, 315, and PL 16. The text of this chapter agrees rather with the second version in the Papyrus of Nebseni than with that in BM Papyrus number 9964. As the Ani papyrus is of Theban origin, this was to be expected. Chapter 54. The chapter of giving breath in Netherkert. See pages 94, 310, and pl 15. Only one other copy of this chapter is known, and it is without vignette. 540. Chapter 58. The chapter of breathing the air, and of having power over the water in Netherkert. See pages 103, 314, and pl 16. No other copy of this chapter is known. Chapter 59. The chapter of breathing the air, and of having power over the water in Netherkert. See pages 104, 315, and pl 16. Only one other copy of this chapter is known. 541. Chapter 61. The chapter of not letting the soul of a man be taken away from him in Netherkert. See pages 91, 309, and pl 15. The vignette is similar to that in the Papyrus of XXIII, which M. Neville believes to be no older than the XXIII dynasty. 542. Chapter XXXII rubric. See pages 26, 275, and pl 6. Chapter 74. The chapter of walking with the legs and of coming forth upon earth. See pages 118, 320, and pl 18. Chapter 77. The chapter of changing into a golden hawk. See pages 152, 332, and pl 25. Chapter 78. The chapter of changing into a divine hawk. See pages 154, 333, and pl 25, 26. Chapter 80. The chapter of changing into the God who giveth light in the darkness. See pages 182, 341, and pl. 28. Chapter XXXII. The chapter of changing into a lotus. See pages 181, 340, and pl 28. The pool of water in the vignette is uncommon. Chapter 82. The chapter of changing into Ta. See pages 170, 337, and pl 27. As in other XVIII dynasty papyri, this chapter has a vignette. Chapter 83. The chapter of changing into a Bennu bird, phoenix. See pages 176, 339, and pl 27. Like other XVIII dynasty papyri, this chapter lacks the addition which is found in the Papyrus of XXIII. Chapter 84. The chapter of changing into a heron. See pages 178, 339, and pl 28. Chapter 85. The chapter of changing into the soul of Tmu. See pages 172, 338, and pl 27. The vignette to this chapter is similar to that of the Papyrus of Tura, surnamed Nepheubanef, of the XVIII dynasty. Chapter 86. The chapter of changing into a swallow. See pages 250, 331, and pl 25. Chapter 87. The chapter of changing into Sita. See pages 169, 337, and pl 27. Chapter 88. The chapter of changing into a crocodile. See pp. 170, 337, and pl 27. Chapter 89. The chapter of causing the soul to be united to its body in Netherkert. See pages 112, 318, and pl 17. The two incense burners which stand, one at the head and one at the foot of the bier, are peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 91. The chapter of not letting the soul of a man be captive in Netherkert. See pages 114, 319, and pl 17. Chapter 92. The chapter of opening the tomb to the soul and the shadow, of coming forth by day, and of getting power over the legs. See pages 115, 319, and PL 17. The vignette of this chapter is unusual and of great interest, for in it Ani's soul accompanies his shadow. Chapter 93. The chapter of not letting a man pass over to the east in Nethercourt. See pages 109, 317, and PL 17. The vignette as here given is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter XIII. Another chapter. See pages 110, 317, and PL 17. Chapter CX. Here begin the chapters of the XXIII, and the chapters of coming forth by day, and of going into and coming out from Nethercourt, and of arriving in the XXIII, and of being in peace in the great city wherein are fresh breezes. See pages 236, 362, and PL 34. The text is here incomplete. Chapter XXXIV. The chapter of going unto the divine chiefs of Osiris. See pages 146, 330, and PL 24. In the vignette we should expect 4, instead of 3, gods. Chapter XXXV. The chapter of entering into the hall of double right and truth, a hymn of praise to Osiris. See pages 189, 344, and PL 30. The introduction to this chapter as found in the Papyrus of Ani is not met with elsewhere. The text which usually follows the negative confession is however omitted. The vignette as here given is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter XXXI. The chapter of making a man to return to see again his home upon earth. See pp. 121, 321, and PL 18. Chapter XXXIII. A chapter, to be said on the day of the month. See pages 138, 327, and PL 21. Chapter XXXIII rubric. See pages 142, 328, and PL 22. Chapter XXIV. A hymn of praise to Ra on the day of the month wherein he saileth in the boat. See pages 142, 329, and PL 22. Chapter XXLVI. The chapter of renewing the pylons in the house of Osiris which is in the XXIII. See pages 63, 295, and PLL. 11, 12. Chapter XXLVI. A chapter to be said when Ani cometh to the first Errol. See pages 56, 291, and PLL. 11, 12. Chapter XXLVI. Without title. See pages 239, 366, and PL 35. Chapter CLI. Scene in the Mummy Chamber. See pp. 229, 360, and PLL 33, 34. Chapter CLV. The chapter of a Tet of Gold. See pages 225, 357, and PL 33. Chapter CLVI. The chapter of a Buckle of Carnelian. See pages 227, 359, and PL 33. Chapter CLXVI. The chapter of the pillow which is placed under the head. See pages 228, 359, and PL 33. Chapter CLXXV. The chapter of not dying a second time. See pages 184, 341, and PL 29. Only one other much mutilated copy of this most important chapter is known. In it is declared that neither men nor gods can conceive what great glory has been laid up for Ani in his existence in the next world, and that his life therein shall be 4 millions of years. Chapter CLXXXV. A hymn of praise to Osiris, the dweller in Amenta, Unnefer within Abtu, Abydos. See pages 241, 367, and PL 36. Chapter CLXXXVI. A hymn of praise to Hathor. See pages 242, 368, and PL 37. Translation. Plate I. Vignette, the scribe Ani, standing with hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cake, vases of wine and oil, fruits, lotus, and other flowers. He wears a fringed white and saffron-colored linen garment, and has a wig, necklace, and bracelets. Behind him stands his wife Osiris, the lady of the house, the lady of the choir of Amen, Thuthu, 543, similarly robed and holding a sistrum and a vine branch in her right hand, and a manat 544 in her left. Text, Chapter 15. 1, 545. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris Ani the scribe who recordeth the holy offerings of all the gods, 2, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who hast come as Khepra 546 Khepra, the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, 3, making bright thy mother, Nut, 547, crowned king of the gods. Thy mother Nut doeth homage unto thee with both her hands. 4, the land of Manu 548 receiveth thee with content, and the goddess Mot 549 embraceth thee at the 2 seasons. May he give splendor, and power, and triumph, and, 5, a coming forth, i.e. resurrection, as a living soul to see Horus of the 2 horizons 550 to the Ka 551 of Osiris 552 the scribe Ani, triumphant 553 before Osiris, 6, who saith, Hail all ye gods of the temple of the soul, 554 who weigh heaven and earth in the balance. And who provide food and abundance of meat. Hail to Tunan 555 1, 7, creator of mankind and of the substance of the gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east. Ascribe, ye, praise unto Ra, the Lord of heaven, the 8, Prince, life, health, and strength, the creator of the gods, and adore ye him in his beautiful presence as he riseth in the Atet 556 boat. 9, they who dwell in the heights and they who dwell in the depths worship thee. Thoth 557 and Mot both are thy recorders. Thine enemy 558 is given to the 10, fire, the evil one hath fallen, his arms are bound, and his legs hath Ra taken from him. The children of 11, impotent revolt shall never rise up again. The house of the prince 559 keepeth festival, and the sound of those who rejoice is in the 12, mighty dwelling. The gods are glad, when they see Ra in his rising. His beams flood the world with light. 13, the majesty of the God, who is to be feared, setteth forth and cometh unto the land of Manu, he mocketh bright the earth at his birth each day, he cometh unto the place where he was yesterday. 14, O mayest thou be at peace with me, may I behold thy beauties, may I advance upon the earth, may I smite the ass, may I crush, 15, the evil one, may I destroy a Pep 560 in his hour 561. May I see the Abtu, for fish at the time of his creation, and the ant fish in his creation, and the 16, ant 562 boat in its lake. May I see Horus in charge of the rudder, with Thoth and Mot beside him. May I grasp the bows of the 17, seek at 563 boat, and the stern of the Atet boat. May he grant unto the Ka of Osiris Ani to behold the disk of the sun and to see the moon god without ceasing, every day. And may my soul, 18, come forth and walk hither and thither and whithersoever it pleaseth. May my name be proclaimed when it is found upon the board of the table of 22 offerings. May offerings be made unto me in my 24 presence, even as they are made unto the followers of Horus. May there be prepared for me a seat in the boat of the sun on the day of the going forth of the 26 God. And may I be received into the presence of Osiris in the land, 28, of triumph. Appendix, the following versions of this chapter are taken from, I. Neville, Tottenbuch, B.D., I. PL 14. 2. Neville, Tottenbuch, B.D., I. PL 15, 3. British Museum Papyrus No. 9901 and 4. British Museum Papyrus No. 10471. I. 1, a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, too, who saith, homage to thee, in thy rising thou Tmo in thy crowns of beauty. Thou risest, thou Ra shinest, 3, thou shinest, at dawn of day. Thou art crowned like unto the king of the gods, and the goddess Shuti doeth homage unto thee. 4. The company of the gods praise thee from the double dwelling. Thou goest forth over the upper air and thy heart is filled with gladness. 5. The Sektet boat draweth onward as, Ra, cometh to the haven in the Atet boat with fair winds. Ra rejoiceth, Ra rejoiceth. 6. Thy father is new, thy mother is Nut, and thou art crowned as Ra Harmachis. Thy sacred boat advanceth in peace. Thy foe hath been cast down and his, 7, head hath been cut off, the heart of the Lady of Life rejoiceth in that the enemy of her Lord hath been overthrown. The mariners of Ra have content of heart and Anu rejoiceth. 8. The merchant Kenna saith, I have come to thee, O Lord of the gods, Tmo Harmachis, who passest over the earth. 9. I know that by which thou dost live. Grant that I may be like unto one of those who are thy favored, 10, ones, among the followers, of the great God. May my name be proclaimed, may it be found, may it be lastingly renewed with. 11. The oars are lifted into the Sektet boat, and the sacred boat cometh in peace. 12. May I see Ra when he appeareth in the sky at dawn, and when his enemies have fallen at the block. 13. May I behold Horus, guiding the rudder and steering with his 2 hands. 14. May I see the Ab to fish at the moment of his creation, and may I see the ant fish when he mocketh himself manifest at creation, and the ant boat upon its lake. O thou only one, O thou mighty one, thou growing one, 15, who dost never wax faint, and from whom power cannot be taken, the devoted, 17, servant of the Lord of Abtu. The merchant Kenna saith, 18, homage to thee Harukuditmo, Harukepra, mighty hawk, who dost cause the body, of man, to make merry, beautiful of face by reason of thy 2 great plumes. Thou, 19, wakest up in beauty at the dawn, when the company of the gods and mortals sing songs of joy unto thee, hymns of praise are offered unto thee at eventide. The 20, starry deities also adore thee. O thou firstborn, who dost lie without movement, 21, arise, thy mother showeth loving kindness unto thee every day. Ra liveth and the fiend Nak is dead, thou dost endure for ever, and the 22, fiend hath fallen. Thou sailest over the sky with life and strength. The goddess Nehebka is in, 23, the Atet boat, the sacred boat rejoiceth. Thy heart is glad and thy brow is wreathed with the twin serpents. 2. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, triumphant, who saith, 2, homage to thee, O thou who risest in new, and who at thy birth dost make the world bright with light. All the company of the gods, 3, sing hymns of praise unto thee. The beings who minister unto Osiris cherish him as king of the north and of the south, the beautiful and beloved man-child. When, 4, he riseth, mortals live. The nations rejoice in him, and the spirits of Anu sing unto him songs of joy. The spirits of the towns of Pi and Nekon, 5, exalt him, the apes of dawn adore him, and all beasts and cattle praise, 6, him with one accord. The goddess Seba overthroweth thine enemies, therefore rejoice, 7, within thy boat, and thy mariners are content thereat. Thou hast arrived in the Atet boat, and thy heart swelleth with joy. O Lord of the gods, when thou, 8, dost create them, they ascribe praises unto thee. The azure goddess Nut doth compass thee on every side, and the god Nu floodeth thee with his rays of light. 9, O cast thou thy light upon me and let me see thy beauties, me, the 10, Osiris Kenna the merchant, triumphant. When thou goest forth over the earth I will sing praises unto thy fair, 11, face. Thou risest in the horizon of heaven, and, thy, disk is adored, when, it resteth upon the mountain to give life unto the world. Seth Kenna the merchant, triumphant, 12, thou risest, thou risest, coming forth from the God new. Thou dost become young again and art the same as thou wert yesterday, O mighty youth who hast created thyself. Not my hand. 13. Thou hast come with thy splendors, and thou hast made heaven and earth bright with thy rays of pure emerald light. The land of Punt is, 14, established for the perfumes which thou smellest with thy nostrils. 15. Thou risest, O thou marvelous being, in heaven, the twin serpents are placed upon thy brow, and thou art Lord of the world and the inhabitants, 16, thereof, the company, of the gods and Kenna the merchant, triumphant, adore thee. 3. 1, 2, a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. 3. Behold Osiris Hunfer, triumphant, who saith, homage to thee, O thou who art Ra when thou, 4, risest and Tmo when thou settest. Thou risest, thou risest. Thou shinest, 5, thou shinest, thou who art crowned King of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art, the Lord of earth, thou art, the Creator of those who dwell in the heights, 6, and of those who dwell in the depths. Thou art, the one God who came into, 7, being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth, 8, thou didst fashion man, thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky, thou didst form happy, the Nile, and thou art the maker of streams and of the, 9, great deep, and thou givest life to all that is therein. Thou hast knit, 10, together the mountains, thou hast made mankind and the beasts of the field, thou hast created the heavens and the earth. Worshipped be thou whom the goddess Mot embraceth at morn and at eve. Thou dost travel across the, 11, sky with heart swelling with joy, the lake of Testes is at peace. The fiend Enike hath fallen and his 2 arms are cut off. The Sektet boat receiveth fair winds, and the heart of him that is in his shrine rejoiceth. Thou, 12, art crowned with a heavenly form, the only one, provided, with all things. Ra cometh forth from new in triumph. O thou mighty youth, thou everlasting Son, self-begotten, who didst give thyself birth, 13, O thou mighty one, of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Anu, Lord of eternity and ruler of the everlasting. The company of the gods rejoice when thou risest and when thou sailiest, 14, across the sky, O thou who art exalted in the Sektet boat. Homage to thee, O Amenra, thou who dost rest upon Mot, thou who passest over the heaven, and every face seeth thee. Thou dost wax great as thy, 15, majesty doth advance, and thy rays are upon all faces. Thou art unknown and canst not be searched out. His fellow except thyself, thou art, 16, the only one. Men, praise thee in thy name, Ra, and they swear by thee, for thou art Lord over them. Thou hast heard, 17, with thine ears and thou hast seen with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world, I cannot tell the number of them, through which thou hast passed. Thy heart hath decreed a day of happiness in thy name, of Ra. Thou dost pass over, 18, and travellest through untold spaces of millions and hundreds of thousands of years, thou settest out in peace, and thou steerest thy way across the watery abyss to the place which thou lovest. This thou doest in 1, 19, little moment of time, and thou dost sink down and makest an end of the hours. Osiris, the governor of the palace of the Lord of the 2 lands, i.e., XXII. Hunfer, triumphant, saith, 20, Hail my Lord, thou that passest through eternity and whose being is everlasting. Hail thou Disk, Lord of beams of light, thou risest and thou makest all mankind to live. Grant thou that I may behold thee at dawn each day. 4. A hymn of praise to Ra by Necht, the royal scribe, captain of soldiers, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou glorious being, thou who art provided, with all things. O Tmoharukudi, when thou risest in the horizon of heaven, a cry of joy cometh out of the mouth of all peoples. O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising, for ever. The eastern and the western parts of heaven come to thee with homage, and give forth sounds of joy at thy rising. O-Ra, thou who art Harukudi, Harmachis, the mighty man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the netherworld, governor of the mountains of Akkad, i.e. the netherworld, thou dost rise in the horizon of heaven and sheddest upon the world beams of emerald light, thou art born from the water, thou art sprung from Nu, who fostereth thee and ordereth thy members. O thou who art crowned king of the gods, God of life, Lord of love, all the nations live when thou dost shine. The goddess Nut doeth homage unto thee, and the goddess Mot embraceth thee at all times. They who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy and bow down to the earth when they meet thee, the God of heaven, the Lord of earth, the King of right and truth, the God of eternity, the everlasting ruler, the Prince of all the gods. The God of life, the Creator of eternity, the Maker of heaven by whom is established all that therein is. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising, the earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties. Thou goest forth over heaven and earth, made strong each day by thy mother Nut. Thou passest through the uppermost heaven, thy heart swelleth with joy, and the lake of Testes is content thereat. The enemy hath fallen, his arms are hewn off, the knife hath cut asunder his joints. Are liveth in Ma, 1, the beautiful. The Sektet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The south, the north, the west and the east turn to praise thee, O thou unformed substance of the earth, who didst create thyself. Isis and Nephthys salute thee, they sing unto thee in thy boat hymns of joy, they shield thee with their hands. The souls of the east follow thee, the souls of the west praise thee. Thou art the ruler of all gods and thou hast joy of heart within thy shrine. For the serpent Nak is condemned to the fire, and thy heart shall be joyful forever. Thy mother Nut is a judge to thy father Nu. Plate 2. Vignette I, the disk of the sun, supported by a pair of arms proceeding from the Ankh, the sign of life, which in turn is supported by a Tet, the emblem of the east and of the god Osiris. The Tet stands upon the horizon. On each side of the disk are 3 dog-headed apes, spirits of the dawn, their arms raised in adoration of the disk. On the right-hand side of the Tet is the goddess Nephthys and on the left is Isis, each goddess raising her hands in adoration of the Tet, and kneeling upon the emblem Aat, or hemisphere. Above is the sky. This vignette belongs properly to the Hymn to the Rising Sun. 564. Text, 1, Hymn to Osiris. Glory be to Osiris Un-Nefer, the great God within Abydos, King of eternity, Lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence. Eldest son of the womb, 2, of Nut, engendered by Seb the Urpat, 565 Lord of the crowns of the north and south, Lord of the lofty white crown. As Prince of gods and of men, 3, he hath received the crook and the flail and the dignity of his divine fathers. 566 Let thy heart which is in the mountain of Amenta be content, for thy son Horus is stablished upon thy throne. 4. Thou art crowned Lord of Tata. 567 and ruler in Abtu. 568 Through thee the world waxeth green. 5. In triumph before the might of Nebercher. 569 He leadeth in his train that which is and that which is not yet, in his name. 6. Taher Sedanef. 570 He toweth along the earth in triumph in his name. Seeker. 571 He is. 7. Exceeding mighty and most terrible in his name. Osiris. He endureth for ever and for ever in his name. Un-Nefer. 572, 8, Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, who from the womb of Nut hast possessed the world. 9, and hast ruled all lands and occurt. 573 Thy body is of gold, thy head is of azure, and emerald light encircleth thee. O and 574 Of millions of years, 10, all-pervading with thy body and beautiful in countenance in Tassert. 1, grant thou to the Ka of Osiris, the scribe Ani, splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in Neterkert. 1, and that I may sail down to. 11, Tata like a living soul and up to. 13, Apta like a Bennu, Phoenix, and that I may go in and come out without repulse at. 15, the pylons of the turret. 1. May there be given unto, 16, me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and, 17, offerings of food in Anu, 18, and a homestead for ever in Sekitaru, 2, with wheat and barley, 20, therefore. Plate 3. Vignette, Scene of the weighing of the heart of the dead. Ani and his wife enter the hall of double law or truth, wherein the heart, emblematical of the conscience, is to be weighed in the balance against the feather, emblematical of law. Above, 12 gods, each holding a scepter, are seated upon thrones before a table of offerings of fruit, flowers, etc. Their names are, Harmachis, the great god within his boat, Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Lady of Heaven, Seb, Nut, Lady of Heaven, Isis. Nephthys, Horus, the great god, Hathor, Lady of Amenta, and Sa. Upon the beam of the scales sits the dog-headed ape which was associated with Thoth, 575 the scribe of the gods. The god Anubis, jackal-headed, tests the tongue of the balance, the suspending bracket of which is in the form of the feather. The inscription above the head of Anubis reads, He who is in the tomb saith, Pray thee, O weigher of righteousness, to guide the balance that it may be stablished. On the left of the balance, facing Anubis, stands Ani's luck or destiny, and above is the object called Meson, which has been described 576 as a cubit with human head, and which is supposed to be connected with the place of birth. Behind these stand the goddesses Meskenet and Renenet, Meskenet 577 presiding over the birth chamber, and Renenet 578 probably superintending the rearing of children. Behind the Mesken is the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed bird standing on a pylon. On the right of the balance, behind Anubis, stands Thoth, 579 the scribe of the gods, with his reed pen and palette 580 containing black and red ink, with which to record the result of the trial. Behind Thoth stands the female monster Ammon 581, the devourer, or Ammit, the eater of the dead. Text, Chapter XXXB. Osiris, the scribe Ani, Seth, 582, My heart my mother, my heart my mother, my heart my coming into being. May there be nothing to resist me at, my, judgment, may there be no opposition to me from the Chacha, 583 May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him who keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka within my body, which, knitteth 584 and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which 585 I am advancing. May the she knit 586 not cause my name to stink, and may no lies be spoken against me in the presence of the God, 587 Good is it for thee to hear, 588. Thoth, the righteous judge of the great company of the gods who are in the presence of the god Osiris, saith, Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him, he hath not wasted the offerings in the temples, he hath not done harm by his deeds, and he uttered no evil reports while he was upon earth. The great company of the gods reply to Thoth dwelling in Kamenu, That which cometh forth from thy mouth hath been ordained. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. Let it not be given to the devourer Amet to prevail over him. Meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead for ever in Sekhet-Hetepu, as unto the followers of Horus. Plate 4. Vignette, Ani, found just, is led into the presence of Osiris. On the left the hawk-headed god Horus, the son of Isis, wearing the double crown of the north and the south, takes Ani by the hand and leads him forward towards Osiris, the Lord of Eternity Ozar-Neb-Tieta, who is enthroned on the right within a shrine in the form of a funereal chest. The god wears the Atef crown with plumes, a manat, see page 245, note 2, hangs from the back of his neck, and he holds in his hands the crook, scepter, and flail, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. He is wrapped in bandages ornamented with scale work. The side of his throne is painted to resemble the doors of the tomb. Behind him stand Nephthys on his right hand and Isis on his left. Facing him, and standing on a lotus flower, are the four children of Horus, or Osiris, or gods of the cardinal points. The first, Mestha, has the head of a man, the second, Hapi, the head of an ape, the third, Tuamotef, the head of a jackal. And the fourth, Kepsenuf, the head of a hawk. Suspended near the lotus is an object which is usually called a panther's skin 589 but is more probably a bullock's hide. The roof of the shrine is supported on pillars with lotus capitals, and is surmounted by a figure of Horus September or Horus Seeker and rows of uraei. In the center Ani kneels before the god upon a reed mat, raising his right hand in adoration, and holding in his left hand the Kirp scepter. He wears a whitened wig surmounted by a cone, the signification of which is unknown. Round his neck is a deep collar of precious stones. Near him stands a table of offerings of meat, fruit, flowers, etc., and in the compartments above are a number of vessels for wine, beer, oil, wax, etc. Together with bread, cakes, ducks, a wreath, and single flowers. Appendix: the shrine is in some instances represented in the shape of a pylon, the cornice of which is ornamented either with uraei, or with the disk of the sun and feathers, emblematic of Mot. It usually rests upon a base made in the shape of a cubit. The throne upon which Osiris sits is placed upon reed mats, British Museum Papyrus No. 10,471, or upon the cubit-shaped base, or in a pool of water, from which springs a lotus flower with buds and having the four gods of the cardinal points, see British Museum Papyrus No. 9901, standing upon it. In some of the oldest papyri the body of Osiris is painted white, and he stands upright. Isis is described as, Great Lady, Divine Mother, and Nephthys as, the Mistress of the Underworld. In British Museum Papyrus No. 10471 the scene of the presentation of the deceased to Osiris is unusual and of interest. On the right the scribe Necht and his wife Thuau stand with both hands raised in adoration of Osiris. Behind them, upon a cubit-shaped base, is a house with four windows in its upper half, and upon the roof two triangular projections similar to those which admit air into modern houses in the east. Before the door are a sycamore tree and a palm tree, with clusters of fruit. On the left is the god Osiris on his throne, and behind him stands, Mot, mistress of the two countries, daughter of Ra, above whom are two outstretched female arms proceeding from a mountain and holding a disk between the hands. In the center, between Osiris and the deceased, is a pool of water with three sycamore trees on each side, and at each corner a palm tree bearing clusters of dates, and from it there springs a vine laden with bunches of grapes. In British Museum Papyrus No. 10,472 the god seated in the shrine wears the crown of the god Tannin, and is called Ta-Seker-Azar, within the hidden place, Great God, Lord of Tasert, King of Eternity, Prince of the Everlasting. Text: Seth Horus, the son of Isis, I have come unto thee, O Un-Nefer, and I have brought the Osiris Ani unto thee. His heart is found righteous coming forth from the balance, and it hath not sinned against God or goddess. Thoth hath weighed it according to the decree uttered unto him by the company of the gods, and it is very true and righteous. Grant him cakes and ale, and let him enter into the presence of Osiris. And may he be like unto the followers of Horus forever. Behold, Osiris Ani saith, O Lord of Amentet, the underworld, I am in thy presence. There is no sin in me, I have not lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant that I may be like unto those favored ones who are round about thee, and that I may be an Osiris, greatly favored of the beautiful God and beloved of the Lord of the world, 590 the royal scribe indeed, who loveth him Ani. Triumphant before the god Osiris. Appendix: the usual title of this chapter, XXXB, is, Chapter of Not Allowing the Heart of the Deceased, to be driven away from him in the underworld. 1. It is an address by the deceased to his own heart, which he calls his ka or double within his body. It should be accompanied by a vignette of the trial of the heart in which the heart is weighed against the dead man himself, as in the ancient Nebseni papyrus. In the Ani papyrus, however, it will be observed that the heart is being weighed against the feather of the law, Mod, a scene which often accompanies chapter XXXV. Interesting variants of the vignettes of chapter XXXB are given by Neville, Tottenbuch, BD.I., BL 43, where we find the deceased addressing either his heart placed on a stand, or a beetle, or a heart to which are attached the antennae of a beetle. In certain papyri this chapter is followed by a rubric. This chapter is, to be said over a scarab 591 of green stone encircled with SMU metal, and, having, a ring of silver, which is to be placed upon the neck of the dead. This chapter was found in Kamenu. 592 written upon a slab of steel of the south, in the writing of the god himself, under the feet of the majesty of the god, in the time of the majesty of Menkauare 593 the king of the north and of the south, triumphant. By the royal son Haru, Tata, F 594 who found it while he was journeying to inspect the temples. 595. The scarabs which are found in the mummies, or lying upon the breast just above the position of the heart, form an interesting section of every large Egyptian collection. In the British Museum series every important type of the funereal scarab is represented. They are made of green basalt, green granite, numbers 7894 and 15497, white limestone, numbers 7917, 7927, 15508, light green marble, number 7905, black stone, nos. 7907, 7909, 7913, blue paste, numbers 7904, 14549, blue glass, number 22872, and purple, blue, or green glazed faience, numbers 7868, 7869. They vary in size from 5 inches to 2 inches in length. On the hard stone examples the text of the chapter of the heart, more or less complete, is usually cut on the base in outline, but it is sometimes traced in red ink, number 7915, or in gold, number 15518. Inkyu's hieroglyphics are sometimes filled with gold, number 7881. The name of the person with whom the scarab was buried usually precedes the text of the chapter of the heart. But in many instances blank spaces are found left without insertion of the name, a proof that these amulets were bought ready-made. The base however is often quite plain, nos. 7965, 7966, or figures of Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys occupy the place of the usual inscription, numbers 15500, 15507. The backs of scarabs are generally quite plain, but we find examples inscribed with figures of the boat of the sun Osiris, with flail and crook the Benyabird, and the Utat, number 7883, Ra in Osiris, no. 15507, and the Bennu bird with the inscription Neteri of Nra, the mighty heart of Ra, number 7878. A fine hard, green stone scarab of the Greek or Roman period has upon the back the figures of 4 Greek deities, number 7966. In rare instances, the beetles have a human face, numbers 7876, 15516, or head, number 7999. Carefully made scarabs have usually a band of gold across and down the back where the wings join, an example of the late period, no. 7977, has the whole of the back gilded. The scarab was set in a gold oval ring, at one end of which was a smaller ring for suspension from the neck or for attachment to the bandages of the mummy, number 15504. The green glazed faience scarab of Thothmes III. Number 18190, was suspended by a gold chain from a bronze torque. A thick gold wire to fit the neck is attached to number 24401. The base of the scarab is sometimes in the form of a heart, nos. 7917, 7925. A remarkable example of this variety is number 7925, in which are the emblems of life, stability, and protection, engraved on the upper part of the base. Across the back of this scarab is ####. 1. On the right wing, hashtag and on the left hashtag 2. A highly polished, fine green basalt scarab with human face, number 7876, is set in a gold base, upon the face and edges of which are cut part of the chapter of the heart. At a period subsequent to the XXII dynasty, inscribed funereal scarabs in marble, paste, etc., were set in pylon-shaped pectorals made of Egyptian porcelain, glazed blue, green, or yellow, which were sewed to the mummy bandages over the heart. On such pectorals the boat of the sun is either traced in colors or worked in relief, and the scarab is placed so as to appear to be carried in the boat. On the left stands Isis, and on the right Nephthys, numbers 7857, 7864, 7866. Plates V and 6. Vignettes, the funereal procession to the tomb, running the length of the two plates. In the center of plate V, the mummy of the dead man is seen lying in a chest or shrine mounted on a boat with runners, which is drawn by oxen. In the boat, at the head and foot of the mummy, are two small models of Nephthys and Isis. By the side kneels Ani's wife Thuthu, lamenting. In front of the boat is the sem-priest burning incense in a censer, 596, and pouring out a libation from a vase. He wears his characteristic dress, a panther's skin. 8 mourners follow, one of whom has his hair whitened. In the rear a sepulchral ark or chest 597 surmounted by a figure of Anubis and ornamented with emblems of protection and stability, is drawn on a sledge by 4 attendants, and is followed by 2 others. By their side walk other attendants carrying Ani's pallet, boxes, chair, couch, staff, etc. In plate 6. The procession is continued up to the tomb. In the center is a group of wailing women, followed by attendants carrying on yokes boxes of flowers, vases of unguents, etc. In the right center are a cow with her calf, chairs of painted wood with flowers upon them, and an attendant with shaven head, carrying a haunch, newly cut, for the funereal feast. The group on the right is performing the last rites. Before the door of the tomb stands the mummy of Ani to receive the final honors. Behind him, embracing him, stands Anubis, the god of the tomb, and at his feet, in front, kneels Thuthu to take a last farewell of her husband's body. Before a table of offerings stand 2 priests, the sem-priest, who wears a panther's skin, holding in his right hand a libation vase, and in his left a censer. And a priest holding in his right hand an instrument 598 with which he is about to touch the mouth and eyes of the mummy, and in his left the instrument for opening the mouth. 599 behind or beside them on the ground, in a row, lie the instruments employed in the ceremony of opening the mouth, etc. The meset instrument, the sepulchral box, the boxes of purification, the bandlet, the libation vases, the ostrich feather and the instruments called sebuar, temenu or tuntet, and the peshenkef. The Kerheb priest stands behind reading the service of the dead from a papyrus. Appendix. In the papyrus of Hunfer a slab or stele with rounded top is placed by the door of the tomb, figure 1 and p. 265. In the upper part of it the deceased is shown adoring Osiris, and below is the legend 600, Hail, Osiris, the chief of Amenta, the Lord of Eternity, spreading out in everlastingness, Lord of Adorations, chief of the company of his gods. And Hail, Anubis, dweller, in the tomb, great God, chief of the holy dwelling. May they grant that I may go into and come out from the underworld, that I may follow Osiris in all his festivals at the beginning of the year, that I may receive cakes, and that I may go forth into the presence of Osiris. I, the double, Ka, of Osiris, the greatly favored of his god, Hunefer. In the upper register of this section of the papyrus is the text of the chapter of opening the mouth of the statue of Osiris. The complete scene, including this stele and vignette, appears in the tomb of Ptah-Imenapt. In the vignette of the first chapter of the Book of the Dead in the papyrus of Neb, Ket 601 the soul of the deceased is represented descending the steps of the tomb to carry food to its mummy in the underground chamber, figure 2. The ceremonies 602 which took place at the door of the tomb in an Egyptian funeral are of considerable interest. The priest called Kerheb, holding the sem-priest by the arm, gives directions for the slaughter of a bull of the south. The slaughterer, standing on the bull, cuts off a foreleg, figure 3, and takes out the heart. A woman, called the Cheror, who personifies Isis, then whispers in the deceased's ear, "Behold, thy lips are set in order for thee, so that thy mouth may be opened." Next, an antelope 603 and a duck 604 are brought by order of the Kerheb, and their heads are cut off. 605 The Kerheb then addresses the Sem priest, "I have seized them for thee, I have brought unto thee thine enemies. His hands bring his head, as his gift. I have slain them for thee, O Tmu, let not his enemies rise up against this god." The slaughterer then presents the thigh to the Kerheb, and the heart to an official whose title was Smur, and all three then place the thigh and the heart upon the ground before this god, i.e., Osiris. The Kerheb then says to the deceased, represented by his mummy or statue, "I have brought unto thee the thigh, figure 4, as the eye of Horus. I have brought unto thee the heart, let there be no rising up against this god. I have brought unto thee the antelope, his head is cut off, I have brought unto thee the duck, his head is cut off." Here the sacrifice ends. The next part of the ceremony, i.e., the opening of the mouth and eyes, is performed by the Sem priest, who addresses the deceased, "I have come to embrace thee, I am thy son Horus, I have pressed thy mouth, I am thy son, I love thee." His mother beats her breast and weeps for him, and those who are in chains with him, i.e., Isis and Nephthys, beat their breasts. "Thy mouth was closed, but I have set in order for thee thy mouth 606 and thy teeth." The Kerheb next calls on the Sem priest 4 times, "O Sem, take the Seb, UR 607, figure 5, and open the mouth and the eyes." And while the Sem priest is performing the ceremony the Kerheb continues, "Thy mouth was closed, but I have set in order for thee thy mouth and thy teeth. I open for thee thy mouth, I open for thee thy 2 eyes. I have opened for thee thy mouth with the instrument of Anubis. I have opened thy mouth with the instrument of Anubis, with the iron tool with which the mouths of the gods were opened. Horus, open the mouth, Horus, open the mouth. Horus hath opened the mouth of the dead, as he whilom opened the mouth of Osiris, with the iron which came forth from Set, with the iron tool, figure 6, with which he opened the mouths of the gods. He hath opened thy mouth with it. The dead shall walk and shall speak, and his body shall be, with the great company of the gods in the great house of the aged one in Anu, and he shall receive there the Urut crown from Horus, the Lord of mankind." The Kerheb next says, "Let the Amikent priest, figure 7, stand behind him, i.e., the deceased, and say, 'My father, 4 times. The eldest son of the deceased then stands behind the deceased, and in his name the Kerheb says, "His mother beateth her breast and weepeth for him, and those who are in chains with him also beat their breasts." Another priest, called Am Kentharu, takes up the same position and says, "Isis goeth unto Horus, who embraceth his father." A priestly official belonging to the Mezendi class then goes behind the deceased, and the Sem, Smur and Kerheb priest stand in front, and the Sem priest and the Kerheb, personifying Horus and Sut, respectively cry, "I am Horus, I am Sut. I will not let thee illumine the head of my father." The Sem priest then leaves the Ka chapel and returns, leading in the same Eref, i.e., the son who loveth him. Whereupon the Kerheb says, "O Sem, let the same Eref come into the tomb in order that he may see the god." The Sem priest holding him by the arm then leads forward the same Eref, who addresses the deceased, "I have come, I have brought unto thee thy son who loveth thee, he shall open for thee thy mouth and thine eyes." Figure 8. A tomb official, Amaz, then takes up his position behind the deceased, and the same Eref and the Kerheb stand in front. The Kerheb repeating 4 times, "The same Eref openeth the mouth and the 2 eyes of the deceased, first with a needle of iron, then with a rod of SMU metal, the Amaz addressing the deceased, behold the same Eref. And the Kerheb saying, in the name of the same Eref, I have pressed for thee thy mouth, even as thy father pressed it in the name of Seeker. Hail, Horus hath pressed thy mouth for thee, he hath opened thine eyes for thee. Horus hath opened thy mouth for thee, he hath opened for thee thine eyes, they are firmly stablished. Thy mouth was closed, I have ordered thy mouth and thy teeth for thee in their true order. Thou hast, again, opened thy mouth. Horus hath opened thy mouth. I have stablished thy mouth firmly. Horus hath opened for thee thy mouth, Horus hath opened for thee thy two eyes. The Kerheb then speaks on behalf of the Sem priest, thy mouth was closed up. I have ordered aright for thee thy mouth and thy teeth. Thy mouth is firmly stablished. Thy mouth was tightly closed. His mouth is firmly stablished, and his two eyes are firmly stablished. The Sem priest next presents to the deceased, Fig. 9, a cone-shaped offering 608, and at the same time the Kerheb says, Open the mouth and the two eyes, open the mouth and the two eyes. Thou hadst tightly closed thy mouth, thou hast, again, opened thy two eyes. Then the Kerheb says, on behalf of the Smur, figure 10, priest who stands behind the deceased. One cometh unto thee for thy purification. Next the Semeref comes forward with 4 boxes, Fig. 11, in his hands, and the Kerheb says, O Semeref, take the 4 boxes of purification, press the mouth and the two eyes, and open the mouth and the two eyes with each of them 4 times, and say, Thy mouth and thy two eyes are firmly stablished, and they are restored aright, and say also, I have firmly pressed thy mouth, I have opened thy mouth, I have opened thy two eyes by means of the 4 boxes of purification. The Sem priest then approaches the deceased, Fig. 12, with the instrument ####609, and the Kerheb at the same time says, O Sem priest, lay the Peshenkef upon his mouth, and say, I have stablished for thee thy 2 jawbones in thy face which was divided into 2 parts. The Sem priest next makes an offering of grapes, figure 13, the Kerheb saying, O Sem priest, place the grapes upon his mouth and say, He bringeth to thee the eye of Horus, he graspeth it, do thou also grasp it. After an ostrich feather has been offered, Fig. 14, by the Sem priest, and a number of the ceremonies described above have been repeated, and other animals slaughtered, the Kerheb addresses the Sem priest. And says, Take the instrument Tun, Tet 610, thrice, and open the mouth and the eyes, 4 times. He then continues, O Sem priest, take the iron instrument of Anubis, Tun Tet, thrice. Open the mouth and the two eyes, 4 times, and say, I open for thee thy mouth with the iron instrument of Anubis with which he opened the mouths of the gods. Horus openeth the mouth, Horus openeth the mouth, Horus openeth the mouth with the iron which cometh forth from Set, wherewith he hath opened the mouth of Osiris. With the iron tool, Mesket, wherewith he opened the mouths of the gods doth he open the mouth. He, the deceased, shall go in and he shall speak, again, and his body shall dwell with the company of the great gods in Anu, wherein he hath received the Urut crown from Horus, Lord of men. Hail, Horus openeth thy mouth and thy two eyes with the instrument Sebuar or Taman, 611 with the instrument Tuntet of the opener of the roads, i.e., Anubis, wherewith he opened the mouth of all the gods of the north. Horus the great 612 cometh to embrace thee. I, thy son who loveth thee, have opened thy mouth and thy two eyes. His mother beateth her breast in grief while she embraceth him, and the 2 sisters, i.e. Isis and Nephthys, who are one, strike themselves in grief. All the gods open thy mouth according to the book of the service. The Kerheb next instructs the Sem priest to clothe the mummy or statue of the deceased with the Neem's band or fillet, figure 15, and to say, Lo! The Neem's fillet, which cometh as the light, which cometh as the light. It cometh as the eye of Horus, the brilliant, it cometh forth from Nekheb. The gods were bound therewith, bound round is thy face with it in its name of Hetch, i.e., light, or brilliance, coming forth from Nekheb. All that could do harm to thee upon earth is destroyed. The Sem priest, holding a vase of ointment in his left hand, and smearing the mouth with his forefinger, figure 16, says, I have anointed thy face with ointment, I have anointed thine eyes. I have painted thine eye with Yuch and with Meschem. May no ill luck happen through the dethronement of his 2 eyes in his body, even as no evil fortune came to Horus through the overthrow of his eye in his body. Thy 2 eyes are decked therewith in its name of Yuch, which mocketh thee to give forth fragrance, in its name of sweet-smelling. A number of scented unguents and perfumes are brought forward. And at the presentation of each a short sentence is recited by the Kurheb having reference to the final triumph of the deceased in the underworld and to the help which the great gods will render to him. Text, Chapter 1. 613, 1. Here begin the chapters of coming forth by day 6:14 and of the songs of praise 6:15 and 2, glorifying 6:16 and of coming forth from and going into the glorious Netterkurt in the beautiful Amenta. To be said on 3, the day of the burial, going in after coming forth. Osiris Ani, 4, Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, homage to thee, O bull of Amenta, Thoth the 5, King of eternity is with me. I am the great God in 6:17 the boat of the sun. I have, 6, fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those holy princes 6:18 who make Osiris, 7, to be victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words. 6:19, 8, I am thy mediator, O Osiris. I am, 1, of the gods, 9, born of Nut, those who slay the foes of Osiris, 10, and hold for him in bondage the fiend Sebah. I am thy mediator, O Horus. 11, I have fought for thee, I have put to flight the enemy for thy name's sake. I am Thoth, who have made, 12, Osiris victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words in the 13, great house of the mighty ancient one in Anu. 6:20 I am Teteti 6:21 the son of Teteti. I was, 14, conceived in Tatu, I was born in, 15, Tatu. 6:22 I am with those who weep and with the women who bewail, 16, Osiris in the double land. Of Rektet, 6:23 and I make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. 17, Ra commanded Thoth to make Osiris victorious over his enemies, and that which was, 18, bidden for me Thoth did. I am with Horus on the day of the clothing of, 19, Tesh 6:24 and of the opening of the storehouses of water for the purification of the God whose heart moveth not, and 20, of the unbolting of the door of concealed things in Restau. 6:25 I am with Horus who, 21, guardeth the left shoulder of Osiris in Sekhem 6:26 and I, 22, go into and come out from the divine flames 6:27 on the day of the destruction, 23, of the fiends in Sekhem. I am with Horus on the day of the 24, festivals of Osiris, making the offerings on the 6th day of the festival 6:28, and on, the Tenet 6:29 festival in, 25, Anu. I am a priest in Tatu, I rear. In the temple of Osiris 6:30, on the day of, casting up, 26, the earth. 6:31 I see the things which are concealed in Restau. 27, I read from the book of the festival of the soul, which is, in Tatu. 6:32 I am the Sem 6:33 priest, 28, and I perform his course. I am the great chief of the work 634 on the day of the placing of the Henu boat of Seeker, 29, upon its sledge. 6:35 I have grasped the spade 6:36, 30, on the day of digging the ground in Suddenhenan. 6:37 O ye who make, 31, perfected souls to enter into the hall of Osiris, may ye cause the perfected soul of Osiris, the scribe, 32, Ani, victorious, in the hall of double truth, to enter with you into the house of Osiris. May he hear as ye hear. May he, 33, see as ye see, may he stand as ye stand, may he sit as, 34, ye sit. 638. O ye who give bread and ale to perfected souls in the hall of, 35, Osiris, give ye bread and ale at the 2 seasons to the soul of Osiris Ani, who is, 36, victorious before all the gods of Abtu, and who is victorious with you. 37, O ye who open the way and lay open the paths to perfected souls in the hall of, 38, Osiris, open ye the way and lay open the paths, 39, to the soul of Osiris, the scribe and steward of all the divine offerings. Ani, 40, who is triumphant, with you. May he enter in with a bold heart and may he come forth in peace from the house of Osiris. May he not, 41, be rejected, may he not be turned back, may he enter in, as he pleaseth, may he come forth, as he 42, desireth, and may he be victorious. May his bidding be done in the house of Osiris, may he 43, walk, and may he speak with you, and may he be a glorified soul along with you. 639 He hath not been found wanting, 44, there, 6, and the balance is rid of, his trial. 640. Appendix. After the first chapter M. Neville has printed in his Totenbuch the text of a composition which also refers to the funeral, and which he has designated Chapter 1b. It is entitled Chapter of Making the Mummy to Go into the Underworld on the Day of the Funeral. The text is, however, mutilated in places. And the following version has been made by the help of the 2 copies of the text published by Plate, Chapiters Supplementaires au Livre de Morts, page 182 ff, and by Birch, Proc. Soc Bibl Arch, 1885, page 84 f. Chapter IB. Homage to thee, 641 O thou who livest in Setsert of Amenta. Osiris the scribe Nectamen, triumphant, knoweth thy name. Deliver thou him from the worms which are in Restau, and which feed upon the bodies of men and drink their blood. Osiris, the favored one of his divine city, the royal scribe Nectamen, triumphant, is known unto you, ye worms, and he knoweth your names. This is the first bidding of Osiris, the Lord of all, who hath completed all his hidden works, give thou breath, unto them, who fear those who are in the bite of the stream of Amenta. He hath ordered the plans of. His throne is placed within the darkness, and there is given unto him glory in Restau. O God of light, come thou down unto me and swallow up the worms which are in Amenta, the great God who dwelleth within Tatu, whom he seeth not, heareth his prayers. They who are in affliction fear him, the God, who cometh forth with the sentence at the sacred block. Osiris, the royal scribe Nectamen, cometh with the decree of the Lord of all, and Horus hath taken possession of his throne for him. He cometh with tidings, may he enter in, according to his word, and may he see Anu. The nobles have stood up on the ground before him, and the scribes magnify him. The princes bind his swathings, and make festivals for him in Anu. For him hath heaven been led captive, he hath seized the inheritance of the earth in his grasp. Neither heaven nor earth can be taken away from him, for, behold, he is Ra, the firstborn of the gods. His mother suckleth him, she giveth her breast from the sky. Rubric. The words of this chapter are to be said after, the deceased, is laid to rest in Amenta, etc. Text, Chapter 22. 642, 1, Chapter of Giving a Mouth, 2, to Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods. May he be victorious in Netterkert. 3, I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. May my mouth be given, unto me that I may speak with it before the great God, the Lord of the underworld. 5, may my hand and my arm not be forced back by the holy, 6, ministers of any god. I am Osiris, the Lord of the mouth of the tomb. And Osiris, the victorious scribe Ani, hath a portion 643 with him, 7, who is upon the top of the steps. According to the desire of my heart, I have come from the pool of fire, 644, and I have quenched it. 8, homage to thee, 645, O thou Lord of brightness, thou who art at the head 646 of the great house, and who dwellest in night, 9, and in thick darkness, I have come unto thee. I am glorious, I am pure, my arms, 10, support thee. Thy portion shall be with those who have gone before. O grant unto me my mouth that I may speak, 11, therewith, and that I may follow my heart when it passeth through the fire and darkness, 647. Rubric of Chapter 72. I. If this writing be, 2, known, by the deceased, upon earth, and this chapter be done into writing upon, his, coffin, he shall come forth by, 3, day in all the forms of existence which he desireth. And he shall enter into, his, place and shall not be rejected. 4, bread and ale and meat shall be given unto Osiris, the scribe Ani, upon the altar of Osiris. He shall, 5, enter into the fields of Aru in peace, to learn the bidding of him who dwelleth in Tatu. 6, there shall wheat and barley be given unto him, there shall he flourish as he did upon, 7, earth, and he shall do whatsoever pleaseth him, even as, do, the gods who are in the underworld, 8, for everlasting millions of ages, world without end. Appendix, the text of chapter 72. Does not occur in the Papyrus of Ani. It is given by M. Neville, C. Tottenbuch, I. BL 84, from A Papyrus in the Louvre. In the vignettes which accompany it, the deceased is represented as adoring three gods, who are either standing in a shrine or are seated upon it. In other instances, the deceased stands by a sepulchral chest or outside a pylon with hands raised in adoration. The following is a translation of the Louvre text. 1. Chapter of coming forth by day and of passing through the Amahet. 2. Homage to you, O ye lords of Kas, ye lords of right and truth, infallible, who shall endure for ever and shall exist through countless ages, grant that, 3, may first enter into your presence. I, even I, am pure and holy, and I have gotten power over the spells which are mine. Judgment, 4, hath been passed upon me in my glorified form. Deliver ye me from the crocodile which is in the place of the lords of right and truth. Grant ye unto me, 5, my mouth that I may speak therewith. May offerings be made unto me in your presence, for I know you and I know your names, and I know, 6, the name of the great God. Grant ye abundance of food for his nostrils. The God Recom passeth through the western horizon of heaven. He, 7, travelleth on, and I travel on. He goeth forth, and I go forth. Let me not be destroyed in the place Mesket. Let not the fiend get the mastery over me. Let me not be driven back from your gates. 8, let not your doors be shut against me, for I have eaten bread in Pe and I have drunken ale in Tepu. If my arms be fettered in the 9, holy habitation, may my Father Tmo establish for me my mansion in the place above, this, earth where there are wheat and barley in abundance which cannot be told. May feasts be made for me there, for my soul and for my, 10, body. Grant me even offerings of the dead, bread, and ale, and wine, oxen, and ducks, linen bandages and incense, wax, and all the good and fair and pure things whereby the gods do live. May I rise again in all the forms which, 11, I desire without fail and forever. May I sail up and down through the fields of Aru, may I come thither in peace, for I am the double lion god. Plate VII-X. Vignette. The vignette of these plates, forming one composition, runs along the top of the text. The subjects are Plate 7. Ani and his wife in the SEH hall. 648 He is moving a piece on a draft, board 649, to illustrate lines 3 and 4 of the text. 2. The souls of Ani and his wife standing upon a pylon-shaped building. The hieroglyphics by the side of Ani's soul read Ban Ozar, the soul of Osiris. 3. A table of offerings, upon which are laid a libation vase, plants, and lotus flowers 650. 4. Two lions seated back to back and supporting the horizon, over which extends the sky. The lion on the right is called Sief, i.e. yesterday, and that on the left Tuao, i.e. tomorrow, to illustrate lines 13 to 16. 5. The Bennu bird 651 and a table of offerings, to illustrate lines 26 to 30. 6. The mummy of Ani lying on a bier within a funereal shrine. The head and foot are Nephthys and Isis in the form of hawks. Beneath the bier are vases painted to imitate variegated marble or glass 652 a funereal box, Ani's palette, etc. 653. Plate 8. 654 The god Hep millions of years, wearing the emblem of years, upon his head, and holding a similar object in his right hand, he is kneeling and extends his left hand over a pool, in which is an eye, to illustrate line 46. 2. The god Yuchura, great green water, with each hand extended over a pool, that under his right hand is called Shien Hesman, pool of natron, and that under his left hand Shien Mot, pool of niter or salt, to illustrate lines 47 to 50. 3. A pylon with doors, called restau, gate of the funereal passages, to illustrate lines 56 to 58. 4. The uchet facing to the left above a pylon, to illustrate line 73. 5. The cow, fig. 1. Mihurt mat ra, mihurt, the eye of Ra, with a flail and having on her head a disc and horns and round her neck the collar in Manat, to illustrate lines 75 to 79.655. 6. A funereal chest from which emerged the head of Ra, and his 2 arms and hands, each holding the emblem of life. The chest, which is called Aat Abtu, the district of Abydos, or the burial place of the East, has upon its side figures of the 4 children of Horus who protect the intestines of Osiris or the deceased. On the right stand Tuamotef and Kebsenuf, and on the left Mesta and Hapi, to illustrate lines 82-83. Plate 9. 1. Figures of 3 gods who, together with Mesta, Hapi, Tuamotef, and Kebsenuf, are the 7 shining ones referred to in line 99. Their names are Masayatef, Karibek, and Harukent Madi. 2. The god Anpu, Anubis, jackal-headed. 3. Figures of 7 gods, whose names are Nechanecha, Akatket, Kenti, Ha, F656, Ami, Unnut, F657, Teshermasai, 658, Besmasayim Kur, 659 and then M, Hro 660, to illustrate lines 99 to 106. 4. The soul of Ra, and the soul of Osiris in the form of a human-headed bird wearing the crown conversing in Tatu, a scene of very rare occurrence, and illustrating lines 111, 112. Plate XI. The cat, i.e. the sun, which dwelleth by the Persea tree in Heliopolis, cutting off the head of the serpent Apipi, emblematic of his enemies. 661. 2. 3 seated deities holding knives. They are probably Sau, Horus of Sikkim, and Nefertmul. 3. Ani and his wife Thuthu, who holds a sistrum, kneeling in adoration before the god Kepra, beetle-headed, who is seated in the boat of the rising sun, to illustrate lines 116 ff. 4. 2 apes, emblematic of Isis and Nephthys, to illustrate lines 124, 125. 5. The god Tmu, seated within the sun disk in the boat of the setting sun, facing a table of offerings. 6. The god Rahu, in the form of a lion, to illustrate line 133. 7. The serpent Watchet, the lady of flame, a symbol of the eye of Ra, coiled round a lotus flower. Above is the emblem of fire. Text, chapter 17. 1. Here begin the praises and glorifying 662 of coming out from and going into. 2. The glorious Netterkurt in the beautiful Amenta, of coming out by day 663 in all the forms of existence which please him, i.e. the deceased, of playing at draught 664 and sitting in the 3 Seh hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. Behold Osiris, the scribe Ani, after, for, he hath come to his haven, of rest. That which hath been done upon earth, by Ani, being blessed, all. 5. The words of the god Tmu come to pass. I am the god Tmu in, my, rising. 665 I am the only one. I came into existence in Nu. 6. I am Ra who rose in the beginning. He hath ruled that which he made. 666 inch. 7. Who then is this? It is Ra who rose for the first time in the city of 8. Sutton, Henan 667, crowned, 668 as a king in his rising. 669 The pillars of Shu 670 were not as yet created, when he was upon the 9. High place of him who is in Kamenu. 671. I am the great God who gave birth to himself, even Nu. 10, who created his name Pot Neterus 672 as God. Who then, 11, is this? It is Ra, the creator of the name, S, of his limbs, which came into being, 12, in the form of the gods in the train of Ra. I am he who is not driven back among the gods. 13. Who then is this? It is Tmu in his disk, or, as others say, it is Ra in, 14, his rising in the eastern horizon of heaven. I am yesterday, I know, 15, tomorrow. Who then is this? Yesterday is Osiris, and, 16, tomorrow is Ra, on the day when he shall destroy the, 17, enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, and when he shall stablish as prince and ruler, 18, his son Horus, or, as others say. On the day when we commemorate the festival, 19, of the meeting of the dead Osiris with his father Ra, and when the battle of the 20 gods was fought in which Osiris, lord of Amentet, was the leader. What then is this? 21, it is Amentet, that is to say, the creation of the souls of the gods when Osiris was leader in Set Amentet, or, 22, as others say, Amentet is that which Ra hath given unto me. When any god cometh, he doth arise and, 23, doeth battle for it. I know the God who dwelleth therein. 24, who then is this? It is Osiris, or, as others say, Ra is his name, even Ra, 25, the self-created. I am the Bennu 673 bird, 26, which is in Anu, and I am the keeper of the volume of the Book of Things 674 which are and of things which shall be. Who, 27, then is this? It is Osiris, or, as others say, it is his dead body, or, as others say, 28, it is his filth. The things which are and the things which shall be are his dead body, or, as others say, 29, they are eternity in everlastingness. Eternity is the day, and everlastingness, 30, is the night. I am the God Amsu 675 in his coming forth, may his, 31, 2 plumes be set upon my head. Who then is this? Amsu is Horus, the, 32, avenger of his father, and his coming forth is his birth. The, 33, plumes upon his head are Isis and Nephthys when they go forth to set themselves, 34, there, even as his protectors, 676 and they provide that which, 35, his head lacketh, 677 or, as others say. They are the 2 exceeding great uraei which are upon the head of their, 36, father Tmu, or, as others say, his 2 eyes are the 2 plumes. 37, Osiris Ani, the scribe of all the holy offerings, riseth up in his place in triumph, he cometh into, 38, his city 678. What then is this? It is the horizon of his father Tmu. 39, one have made an end of my shortcomings, and I have put away my faults. What then, 40, is this? It is the cutting off of the corruptible 679 in the body of Osiris, the scribe Ani, 41, triumphant before all the gods. And all his faults are driven out. 42, what then is this? It is the purification, of Osiris, on the day of his birth. 43, I am purified in my exceeding great double nest 680 which is in Suten-Henan, 44, on the day of the offerings of the followers of the great God who is therein. 45, what then is this? Millions of years, is the name of the one, nest, 46, Green Lake, 681 is the name of the other, a pool of natron, and a pool of niter, 47. Or, as others say, the traverser of millions of years, is the name of the one, Great Green Lake, 48, is the name of the other. Or, as others say, the begetter of millions of years, is the name of the one, Green Lake is, 49, the name of the other. Now as concerning the great God who is in it, it is Ra himself. 50. I pass over the way, I know the head 682 of the pool of Mata, 683. 51, what then is this? It is Restau, 684 that is to say, it is the underworld on the, 52, south of Neretef 685 and it is the northern door 686 of the tomb. Now as concerning, 53, Shemot, 687 it is Abtu, or, as others say, it is the road by which his, 54, father Tmu travelleth when he goeth to Sekitaru 688, 55, which bringeth forth the food and nourishment of the gods behind the shrine. 56. Now the gate of Cert 689 is the gate of the pillars of Shu. 57. The northern gate of the underworld. Or, as others say, it is the two leaves of the door through. 58. Which the god Tmo passeth when he goeth forth in the eastern horizon of heaven. 59. O ye gods who are in the presence 690, of Osiris, grant me your arms, for I am the god. 60. Who shall come into being among you. What then is this? It is the drops of blood. 61, which fell from Ra when he went forth. 62, to cut himself. They sprang into being as the gods Hu and Sa, who are in the 63, following of Ra and who accompany Tmo. 64, daily and every day. I, Osiris, Ani, 65, the scribe, triumphant, have filled up for thee the Uchit 691 after it was darkened. 66, 692 on the day of the combat of the two fighters. 693. What then, 67, is this? It is the day on which Horus fought with, 68, Set, who cast filth in the face of Horus, and when Horus destroyed the 69 powers of Set. Thoth did this with his own hand. 70. I lift the hair, cloud. 694 when there are storms in the sky. What then is this? 71. It is the right eye of Ra, which raged against Set, when, 72, he sent it forth. Thoth riseth up the hair, cloud, and bringeth the eye, 73, alive, and whole, and sound, and without defect to its Lord. Or, as others say, it is the eye of Ra when it is sick and when it, 74, weepeth for its fellow eye, then Thoth standeth up to cleanse it. 75. I behold Ra who was born yesterday from the 76, buttock 695 of the cow Merit. 696 His strength is my strength, and my strength is his strength. What then, 77, is this? It is the water of heaven, or, as others say, 78, it is the image of the eye of Ra in the morning at his daily birth. 79, Merit is the eye of Ra. Therefore Osiris, the 80, scribe Ani, triumphant, is a great one among the gods. 81, who are in the train of Horus. The words are spoken for him that loveth his Lord. 697. 82, what then is this? I.e., who are these gods? Mestha, happy 698 to Amatef, and Kebsenough. 83, homage to you, O ye lords of right and truth, and ye holy ones who stand behind Osiris, who utterly do away with 84 sins and crime, and ye, who are in the following of the goddess Hetepesi, 85, Kus, grant that I may come unto you. Destroy ye all the faults which, 86, are within me, even as ye did for the 7 shining ones, 87, who are among the followers of their Lord Sipa. 1, 88, Anubis appointed their place on the day, when was said, Come therefore thither. What then, 89, is this? These lords of right and truth are Thoth and 90, Asts, Lord of Amenta. The holy ones who stand behind Osiris, even Mestha, 91, happy, Tuamatef, and Kebsenough, are they who are, 92, behind the thigh 699 in the northern sky. They who do away with, 93, sins and crime and who are in the following of the goddess Hetepesikus, 94, are the god Sebek in the waters. The goddess Hetepesikus is the eye of, 95, Ra, or, as others say, it is the flame which followeth after Osiris to burn up, 96, the souls of his foes. As concerning all the faults which are, 97, in Osiris, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, Ani, triumphant, they are all that he hath done against the lords of eternity, 700 since he came forth, 98, from his mother's womb. As concerning, 99, the 7 shining ones, even Mestha, happy, Tuamatef, Kebsenough, 100, Masai Tefef, Keribekef, and Horus Kendimasai, Anubis appointed, 101, them protectors of the body of Osiris, or, as others say. 102, set them, behind the place of purification of Osiris. Or, as others say, those 7 glorious ones are, 103, Nech Nech, Aket Ket, Anertanef Besef Kenihef, 701, 104, Akuhuran Natef, 702 Teshamasayami, 105, Hetains, 703 Ubezraparem Kaith Kaith, 704 and Ma, 106, Mkuran Nefemhru. 705 The chief of the holy ones, 107, who minister in his chamber is Horus, the avenger of his father. As to the day, 108, upon which was said, Come therefore thither, it concerneth the words, Come, 109, then thither, which Ra spake unto Osiris. Lo, may this be decreed for me in Amentet. I am the soul which dwelleth in the two, 110, Chafi. What then is this? It is Osiris, when he goeth into Tatu, 111, and findeth there the soul of Ra. There the one God, 112, embraceth the other, and souls spring into being within the two Chafi. 706. I am the cat which fought by the Persea tree hard by in Anu, on the night when the foes of Nebuchadnezzar were destroyed. What then is this? The male cat is Ra himself, and he is called Mo 707 by reason of the speech of the god Sa, who said, concerning him, he is like Mo, unto that which he hath made, and his name became Mo. Or, as others say, it is Shu who mocketh over the possessions of Seb to Osiris. As to the fight, by the Persea tree hard by, in Anu, it concerneth the children of impotent revolt when justice is wrought on them for what they have done. As to the words, that night of the battle, they concern the inroad, of the children of impotent revolt, into the eastern part of heaven, whereupon there arose a battle in heaven and in all the earth. O thou who art in the egg, i.e. Ra, who shinest from thy disk and risest in thy horizon, and dost shine like gold above the sky, like unto whom there is none among the gods, who sailiest over the pillars of Shu, i.e. the ether, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, who makest the two lands bright with thy radiance, deliver the faithful worshippers from the God whose forms are hidden, whose eyebrows are like unto the two arms of the balance on the night of the reckoning of destruction. Who then is this? It is an Af, the God who bringeth his arm. As concerning the words, that night of the reckoning of destruction, it is the night of the burning of the damned, and of the overthrow of the wicked at the sacred block, and of the slaughter of souls. Who then is this? It is Nemu, the headsman of Osiris, or, as others say, it is Apep when he riseth up with one head bearing Mot, i.e., right and truth, upon it. Or, as others say, it is Horus when he riseth up with two heads, whereof the one beareth Mot and the other wickedness. He bestoweth wickedness on him that worketh wickedness, and Mot on him that followeth after righteousness and truth. Or, as others say, it is the great Horus who dwelleth in, say, Chem, or, as others say, it is Thoth, or, as others say, it is Nefertmu, or, September 708 who doth thwart the course of the foes of Nebuchadnezzar. Deliver me from the watchers who bear slaughtering knives, and who have cruel fingers 709 and who slay those who are in the following of Osiris. May they never overcome me, may I never fall under their knives. What then is this? It is Anubis, and it is Horus in the form of Kenten Masai, or, as others say, it is the divine rulers who thwart the works of their weapons, it is the chiefs of the Shinu chamber. May their knives never get the mastery over me, may I never fall under their instruments of cruelty, for I know their names, and I know the being Matchet 710 who is among them in the house of Osiris, shooting rays of light from his eye. But he himself is unseen. He goeth round about heaven robed in the flame of his mouth, commanding happy, but remaining himself unseen. May I be strong upon earth before Ra, may I come happily into haven in the presence of Osiris. Let not your offerings be hurtful to me, O ye who preside over your altars, for I am among those who follow after Nebuchadnezzar according to the writings of Kepra. I fly as a hawk, I cackle as a goose. I ever slay, even as the serpent goddess Nehebka. What then is this? They who preside at the altars are the similitude of the eye of Ra and the similitude of the eye of Horus. O Aratmo, Lord of the great house, Prince, Life, strength and health of all the gods, deliver thou me from the god whose face is like unto that of a dog, whose brows are as those of a man, and who feedeth upon the dead. Who watcheth at the bite of the fiery lake, and who devoureth the bodies of the dead and swalloweth hearts, and who shooteth forth filth, but he himself remaineth unseen. Who then is this? Devourer for millions of years, is his name, and he dwelleth in the lake of Unt.711. As concerning the fiery lake, it is that which is in Anruth, hard by the she-knit chamber. The unclean man who would walk thereover doth fall down among the knives, or, as others say, his name is Mathis, 712, and he is the watcher of the door of Amenta, or, as others say, his name is Harisepeth. Hail, Lord of Terror, Chief of the lands of the north and south, Lord of the red glow, who preparest the slaughter block, and who dost feed upon the inward parts. Who then is this? The guardian of the bite of Amenta. What then is this? It is the heart of Osiris, which is the devourer of all slaughtered things. The Urit crown hath been given unto him with swellings of the heart as Lord of Suten-Henan. What then is this? He to whom hath been given the Urit crown with swellings of the heart as Lord of Suten-Henan is Osiris. He was bidden to rule among the gods on the day of the union of earth with earth in the presence of Nebuchadnezzar. What then is this? He that was bidden to rule among the gods is Horus, the son of Isis, who was appointed to rule in the place of his father Osiris. As to the day of the union of earth with earth, it is the mingling of earth with earth in the coffin of Osiris, the soul that liveth in Suten-Henan, the giver of meat and drink, the destroyer of wrong, and the guide of the everlasting paths. Who then is this? It is Ra himself. Deliver thou me from the great God who carrieth away souls, and who devoureth filth and eateth dirt, the guardian of the darkness, who himself liveth in the light. They who are in misery fear him. As concerning the souls within the 113 Chafi, they are those which are, with the God who carrieth away the soul, who eateth hearts, and who feedeth, 114, upon Awful, the guardian of the darkness who is within the seeker boat. They who live in 115 crime fear him. Who then is this? It is Suti, or, as others say, it is Smamuar, 713, 116, the soul of Seb. Hail, Khepra, in thy boat, the twofold company of the gods is thy body. Deliver thou Osiris, 117, Ani, triumphant, from the watchers who give judgment, who have been appointed by Nebuchadnezzar, 118, to protect him and to fasten the fetters on his foes, and who slaughter in the shambles, 119. There is no escape from their grasp. May they never stab me with their knives, 120, may I never fall helpless in their chambers of torture. 121, never have the things which the gods hate been done by me, for I am pure within the mesquite. 122, cakes of saffron have been brought unto him in Tainet. Who then is this? 123, it is Khepra in his boat. It is Ra himself. The watchers, 124, who give judgment are the apes Isis and Nephthys. The things which the gods hate, 125, are wickedness and falsehood, and he who passeth through the place of purification within the mesquite is Anubis, who is, 126, behind the chest which holdeth the inward parts of Osiris. He to whom saffron cakes have been brought in, 127, Tainet is Osiris, or, as others say, the saffron cakes, 128, in Tainet are heaven and earth, or, as others say, they are Shu, strengthener of the two lands in, 129, Suten-Henan. The saffron cakes are the eye of Horus, and Tainet is the grave, 110, of Osiris. Tmu hath built thy house, and the twofold lion god hath founded thy habitation, 131, lo. Drugs are brought, and Horus purifieth and Set strengtheneth, and Set purifieth and Horus strengtheneth. 132, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant before Osiris, hath come into the land, and hath possessed it with his feet. He is Tmu, and he is in the city. 133, turn thou back, O Rahu, whose mouth shineth, whose head moveth, turn thou back from before his strength, or, as others say, turn thou back from him who keepeth watch, 134, and is unseen. The Osiris Ani is safely guarded. He is Isis, and he is found, 135, with her hair spread over him. I shake it out over his brow. He was conceived in Isis and begotten in, 136, Nephthys. And they cut off from him the things which should be cut off. Fear followeth after thee, terror is upon thine, 137, arms. Thou art embraced for millions of years in the arms of the nations, mortals go round about thee. Thou smitest down the mediators of thy, 138, foes, and thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. The two sisters, i.e., Isis and Nephthys, are given to thee for thy delight. 139, Thou hast created that which is in Karaba, and that which is in Anu. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceeding great and terrible, thou avengest every, 140, god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will, thou art Watchet, the Lady of Flame. Evil cometh, 141, among those who set themselves up against thee. What then is this? The hidden in form, granted of Menhu, 142, is the name of the tomb. He seeth, what is, in, his, hand, is the name of the shrine, or, 143, as others say, the name of the block. Now he whose mouth shineth and whose head moveth is, 144, a limb of Osiris, or, as others say, of Ra. Thou spreadest thy hair and I shake it out over his brow, 145, is spoken concerning Isis, who hideth in her hair and draweth her hair over her. Uachi, the Lady of Flames, is the eye of Ra. Plates 11 and 12. Vignette I, Ani and his wife Thuthu approaching the first Erid, 714 the cornice of which is ornamented with ####, i.e., emblems of power, life, and stability. At the entrance sit three gods, the first having the head of a hare, the second the head of a serpent, and the third the head of a crocodile. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text, chapter XXVI. I, the first Rit. The name of the doorkeeper is Seketra-Ashtaru, 3, the name of the 2, watcher is Mediha, 715, the name of the herald is Hakeru. 716. Words to be spoken when Osiris cometh to the first Rit in Amenta. 717, Seth, 3, Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to the first Erid, I am the mighty one who createth his own light. 4, I have come unto thee, O Osiris, and, purified from that which defileth thee, I adore thee. Lead on. 5, Name not the name of Restau unto me. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy strength. 6, In Restau. Rise up and conquer, O Osiris, in Abtu. Thou goest round about heaven, thou sailiest in the presence of Ra. 7, Thou sayest all the beings who have knowledge. 718 Hail Ra, who circlest in the sky. Verily I say, unto thee, O Osiris, I am a 8, godlike ruler. 9, Let me not be driven hence. 719, 10, Nor from the wall of burning coals. I have opened the way in Restau. 11, I have eased the pain of Osiris, I have embraced that which the balance I hath weighed. I have made a path for him in the great valley, it and he mocketh a path. Osiris shineth. Vignette 2, the second Erid, guarded by three gods. The first of whom has the head of a lion, the second the head of a man, and the third the head of a dog. Each one holds a knife. Text, 1, the second Erid. The name of, 2, the doorkeeper is Hat 720, 3, the name of the watcher is, 4, Seketra. The name of the herald is Usit. 721. 6, Seth Osiris Ani, when he cometh unto this Erid, he sitteth to do his heart's desire, and he weigheth, 7, words as the second of Thoth. The strength of Thoth. 722 humbleth the 8, hidden Mata god. 723 who feed upon Mot throughout the years, of their lives. Point 724 I make offerings at the 9 moment when he passeth on his way, I pass on and enter on the way. Grant thou that I may pass through and that I may gain sight of Ra together with those who make offerings. Vignette 3, the third Erit, guarded by three gods. The first with the head of a jackal, the second the head of a dog, and the third the head of a serpent. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text 1, the third Erit. The name of the 2 doorkeeper is Kekhaoenpehui, 725 the name of the 4 watcher is Serezra, 726 the name of the herald is AAA. 727. Saith Osiris Ani, when he cometh to this Erit, 6, I am hidden, in, the great deep, I am, the judge of the Rahui. 728 I have come and I have done away with the offences of Osiris. I am building up the standing place, 7, which cometh forth from his Urit. Crown. I have done his business in Abtu, I have opened the way in Restau, I have, 8, eased the pain which was in Osiris. I have made straight his standing place, and I have made, his, path. 729 he shineth in Restau. Vignette 4, the fourth Erit, guarded by three gods, the first with the head of a man, the second the head of a hawk, and the third the head of a lion. The first holds an ear of corn and each of the others a knife. Text 1, the fourth Erit. The name of the 2 doorkeeper is Kesefraasht, 3, Keru, 730 the name of the 4 watcher is Ceres Tepu, 731, 5, the name of the herald is 6, Kesephat. 732. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to this Erit, I am the mighty bull, the 7, son of the ancestress of Osiris. O grant ye that his father, the lord of his godlike 8 companions, may bear witness for him. Here the guilty are weighed in judgment. I have brought unto 9 his nostrils eternal life. I am the son of Osiris, I have made the way, I have passed thereover into Netherkurt. Plate 12, Vignette V, the fifth Erit, guarded by three gods. The first with the head of a hawk, the second the head of a man, and the third the head of a snake. Each holds a knife. Text 1, the fifth Erit. The 2 name of the doorkeeper is Enkefem Fent, 733 the name of the 3 watcher is Shabu. The name of the herald is Tebrakehakeft. 734. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to this Erit, I have brought unto thee the bones of thy jaws in Restau, I have brought thee thy backbone in Anu, 7, gathering together all thy members there. 8, I have driven back a pep for thee. I have poured water upon the wounds, I have made a path among you. I am the ancient one among the gods. I have 735 made the offering of Osiris, who hath triumphed with victory, gathering his bones and bringing together all his limbs. Vignette 6, the sixth Erit, guarded by three gods. The first with the head of a jackal, and the second and third the head of a dog. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text, I, the sixth Erit. 2, the name of the doorkeeper is Atekokihak Keru. 736 the name of the 4 watcher is Anhrai, 5, the name of the herald is Ateshra. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, when he cometh to this Erit, I have come, 7, daily, I have come daily. I have made the way. I have passed along that which was created by Anubis. I am the lord of the 8 Urit crown, magical words. I, the avenger of right and truth, have avenged his eye. I have swathed the eye of Osiris, I have made the way. Osiris Ani hath passed along it with you. Vignette 7, the seventh Erit, guarded by three gods, the first with the head of a hare, the second the head of a lion, and the third the head of a man. The first and second hold a knife, and the third an ear of corn. Text 1, the seventh Erit. The name of 2, the doorkeeper is Sikamadenusen, 737 the name of 4, the watcher is Aamosikeru, 738, 5, and the name of the herald is Kesefkemi. Saith Osiris, the scribe, Ani, when he cometh to this Eret, 6, I have come unto thee, O Osiris, who art cleansed of thine impurities. Thou goest round about heaven, thou sayest Ra, thou sayest the beings who have knowledge. Hail, 7, only one. Behold, thou art in the Sektet boat, 739 he goeth round the horizon of heaven. I speak what I will unto his 740 body, 8, it waxeth strong and it cometh to life, as he spake. Thou turnest back his face. Prosper thou for me all the ways, which lead unto thee. Vignette I. Ani and his wife Thuthu, with hands raised in adoration, approaching the first sebkit or pylon, which is guarded by a bird-headed deity wearing a disc on his head, and sitting in a shrine the cornice of which is decorated with kakaru ornaments. Text, chapter XXVI. The first pylon. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the first pylon. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, lo, the Lady of Terrors, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who uttereth the words which drive back the destroyers, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way. The name of the doorkeeper is Neruit. Vignette 2, the second pylon, which is guarded by a lion-headed deity seated in a shrine, upon the top of which is a serpent. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the second pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, the Lady of Heaven, the mistress of the world, who devoureth with fire, the Lady of Mortals, how much greater is she than all men. The name of the doorkeeper is Mesta. Vignette 3. The third pylon, which is guarded by a man-headed deity seated in a shrine, the upper part of which is ornamented with the two uchats and the emblems of the orbit of the sun and of water. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the third pylon of the house of Osiris. Saith the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, the Lady of the altar, the mighty one to whom offerings are made, the beloved 741. Of every god, who saileth up to Abtu. The name of the doorkeeper is Sebak. Vignette 4, the fourth pylon, which is guarded by a cow-headed deity seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with uraei wearing discs. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the fourth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, she who prevaileth with knives, mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart, she who decreeth the escape of the needy from evil hap. The name of the doorkeeper is Nikau. Vignette V, the fifth pylon, which is guarded by the hippopotamus deity, with her 4 feet resting upon the buckle, the emblem of protection, seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with ###, emblematic of flames of fire. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the fifth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, the flame, the Lady of Breath. For the nostrils, one may not advance to entreat her shall not come into her presence. The name of the doorkeeper is Hentetarkiu. Vignette 6, the sixth pylon, which is guarded by a deity in the form of a man holding a knife and a besom and seated in a shrine, above which is a serpent. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the sixth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, the Lady of Light, the mighty one, to whom men cry aloud, man knoweth neither her breadth nor her height. There was never found her like from the beginning. There is a serpent thereover whose size is not known, it was born in the presence of the still heart. The name of the doorkeeper is Semiti. Vignette 7. The seventh pylon, which is guarded by a ram-headed deity holding a besom and seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is decorated with kakaru ornaments. Text, words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the seventh pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, lo, the robe which doth clothe the feeble one, i.e., the deceased, weeping for what it loveth and shroudeth. The name of the doorkeeper is Sakti F. Vignette 8. The eighth pylon, which is guarded by a hawk wearing the crowns of the north and south, seated on a sepulchral chest with closed doors, before him is Abizam, and behind him is Thutchat. Above the shrine are two human-headed hawks, emblems of the souls of Ra and Osiris, and two emblems of life. Text: Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the eighth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, Lo, the blazing fire, the flame whereof cannot be quenched, with tongues of flame which reach afar, the slaughtering one, the irresistible. Through which one may not pass by reason of the hurt which it doeth. The name of the doorkeeper is Kuchet 742. Vignette 9, the ninth pylon, which is guarded by a lion-headed deity wearing a disc and holding a besom, seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with uraei wearing discs. Text: Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the ninth pylon. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, Lo, she who is chiefest, the lady of strength, who giveth quiet of heart to her lord. Her girth is 350 measures. She is clothed with mother of emerald of the south, and she riseth up the godlike form and clotheth the feeble one. The name of the doorkeeper is Arisuchisef 743. Vignette X. The 10th pylon, which is guarded by a ram-headed deity wearing the Atef crown and holding a besom, seated in a shrine, upon the top of which are two serpents. Text: Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the 10th pylon. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, Lo, she who is loud of voice, she who causeth those to cry who entreat her, the fearful one who terrifieth, who feareth none that are therein. The name of the doorkeeper is Sekenuar. Appendix: The several texts of the next 11 pylons are wanting in this papyrus. Translations of them are here given as they are found in a papyrus published by Neville, Tottenbuch, B.D. I. 131. 161, 162. It will be observed that the names of the doorkeepers are wanting, and also that each text, except in the case of the 21st pylon, ends with words which refer to the examination of the dead at each gate. The 11th pylon. Lo, she who repeateth slaughter, the burner up of fiends, it she who is terrible at every gateway, who rejoiceth on the day of darkness. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 12th pylon. Lo, the invoker of the two lands, who destroyeth with flashings and with fire those who come, the lady of splendor, who obeyeth her lord daily. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 13th pylon. Lo, Isis, who hath stretched forth her hands and arms over it, and hath made happy to shine in his hidden place. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 14th pylon. Lo, the lady of the knife, who danceth in blood. She mocketh, the festival of, the god Hak on the day of judgment. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 15th pylon. Lo, the bloody soul, who searcheth out and putteth to the test, who mocketh inquiry and scrutiny, who cometh forth by night, and doth fetter the fiend in his lair. May her hands be given to the still heart in his hour, and may she make him to advance and come forth unto her. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 16th pylon. Saith Osiris, when he cometh unto this pylon, Lo, the terrible one, the lady of the rain storm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and creator of slaughters, who cometh forth. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 17th pylon. Lo, the hewer in pieces in blood. The lady of flame. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 18th pylon. Lo, the lover of fire, the purifier of sinners. The lover of slaughter, the chief of those who adore, the lady of the temple, the slaughterer of the fiends in the night. She judgeth the feeble bandaged one. The 19th pylon. Lo, the dispenser of light while she liveth, the mistress of flames, the lady of the strength and of the writings of Ta himself. She mocketh trial of the swathings of Pan. The 20th pylon. Lo, she who is within the cavern of her lord, clother is her name, she hideth what she hath made, she carrieth away hearts and greedily drinketh water. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 21st Pylon. Lo, the knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames. It hath secret plots and counsels. In the late recensions of the Book of the Dead, 744, the text referring to the 21st Pylon reads: 71, Hail, saith Horus, O 21st Pylon of the still heart. 72, I have made the way, I know thee, I know thy name, I know the name of the goddess who guardeth thee, sword that smitteth at the utterance of its own name, the unknown. Goddess with back-turned face, the overthrower of those who draw nigh unto her flame, is her name. Thou keepest the secret things of the avenger of the god whom thou guardest, and his name is Ammon. 745, 73, He mocketh it to come to pass that the Persea trees grow not, that the acacia trees bring not forth, and that copper is not begotten in the mountain. The godlike beings of this pylon are 7 gods. 74, Chen or At is the name of the one at the door, Hetep Mes 746 is the name of the second one, Mes, Sep 747 is the name of the third one, Ach, Re 748 is the name of the fourth one, Ap, Yut 749 is the name of the fifth one. Bek 750 is the name of the sixth one, Anubis is the name of the seventh one. 75, I have made the way. I am Amsa Horus, the avenger of his father, the heir of his father Un-Nefer. I have come and I have overthrown all foes of my father Osiris. I have come day by day with victory, doing myself the worship of the god, 76, in the house of his father Tmu, lord of Anu, triumphant in the southern sky. I have done what is right and true to him that hath made right and truth. I have made the Hacker festival for the lord thereof, I have led the way in the festival, 77, I have made offerings of cakes to the lords of the altars. And I have brought offerings and oblations, and cakes and ale, and oxen and ducks, to my father Osiris Un-Nefer. I rise up in order that my soul may be made one holy, I cause the Bennu bird to come forth at my words. I have come daily into the holy house to make offerings of incense. 78, I have brought garments of byssus. I have set forth on the lake in the boat. I have made Osiris, the overlord of the netherworld, to be victorious over his enemies. And I have carried away all his foes to the place of slaughter in the east, they shall never come forth from the durance of the god Seb therein. 79, I have made those who stand up against Ra to be still, and, I have, made him to be victorious. I have come even as a scribe, and I have made all things plain. I have caused the god to have the power of his legs. I have come into the house of him that is upon his hill, 751, and I have seen him that is ruler in the sacred hall. 80, I have gone into Restau, I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way, I have travelled unto Enruth. I have clothed those who are naked. 81, I have sailed up to Abtu, I have praised the gods Hu and Sau. 82, 1 have entered into the house of Asts, I have made supplication to the gods Kadi and Sekhet in the house of Neith, or, as others say, the rulers. I have entered into Restau, I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have travelled unto Enruth. 83, I have clothed him who was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu, I have glorified Hu and Sau. 84, I have received my crown at my rising, and I have power to sit upon my throne, upon the throne of my father and of the great company of the gods. I have adored the Meskin of Tassert. 85, my mouth uttereth words with right and with truth. I have drowned the serpent Akek. I have come into the great hall which giveth strength unto the limbs, and it hath been granted to me to sail along in the boat of high. The fragrance of anti-unguent ariseth from the hair of him who hath knowledge. 86, I have entered into the house of Asts, and I have made supplication to the gods Kadi and Sekhet within the house of the prince. 87, I have arrived as a favored one in Tatu. Vignette 752, Chapter 18. Introduction, Upper Register. The priest 753 in Mount F, who has on the right side of his head the lock of Harupakrat, or Horus the child, and who wears a leopard skin. Introducing Ani and his wife to the gods whose names are given in plates 13 and 14. Text, Anmout F. Seth, I have come unto you, O mighty and godlike rulers who are in heaven and in earth and under the earth, 2, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. He hath not sinned against any of the gods. Grant ye that he may be with you for all time. 1. The adoration of Osiris, Lord of Restau, and of the great company of the gods who are in the netherworld beside Osiris, the scribe Ani, who saith, 2. Homage to thee, O ruler of Amenta, Unnefer within Abtu. I have come unto thee, and my heart holdeth right and truth. 3. There is no sin in my body, nor have I lied wilfully, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou to me food in the tomb, and that I may come into thy presence at the altar of the Lords of right and truth, and that I may enter into and come forth from the netherworld, my soul not being turned back. And that I may behold the face of the sun, and that I may behold the moon, 5, for ever and ever. Vignette, lower register. The priest say, Mer, F 754, who has on the right side of his head the lock of Harupakrat and wears a leopard skin, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods whose names are given in plates 13 and 14. Text, Semer F Seth, 1, I have come unto you, O godlike rulers who are in Restau, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. Grant ye, to him, as to the followers of Horus, cakes and water, and air, and a homestead in Sekhet-hetep. 1. The adoration of Osiris, the Lord of everlastingness, and of all the godlike rulers of Restau, by Osiris, the scribe Ani, who, 2, saith, Homage to thee, O King of Amenta, Prince of Akert, I have come unto thee. I know thy ways. 3, I am furnished with the forms which thou takest in the underworld. Grant thou to me a place in the underworld near unto the Lords, 4, of right and truth. May my homestead be abiding in Sekhet-hetep, and may I receive cakes in thy presence. Plate 13. Vignettes, upper register. A pylon, or gateway, surmounted by the feathers of Mot and Uriai wearing discs. Lower register. A pylon, surmounted by Anubis and an Uchet. Text, Chapter 18. 755, 1, Hail Thoth, who madest Osiris, 2, victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris, the scribe Ani, to be victorious over his enemies. As thou didst make Osiris victorious over his enemies in the presence of, 3, the godlike rulers who are with Ra and Osiris in Anu, on the night of, the things for the night, 756, and on the night of battle, and, 4, on the shackling of the fiends. And on the day of the destruction of Nebuchadnezzar. 757. A. Vignette, the gods Tmu, Shut Tefnut, Osiris, 758 and Thoth. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers in Anu are Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth, 2, and the shackling of the Sebah signifieth the destruction of the fiends of Set when he worketh evil, 3, a second time. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris, 4, Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great divine beings who are in Tatu, on the night of making the Tat to stand up in Tatu. B. Vignette, the gods Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers in Tatu are Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus, the avenger of his father. Now the night of making the Tat to stand, 2, up in Tatu signifieth, the lifting up of, the arm and shoulder of Osiris, Lord of Sikkim, and these gods stand behind Osiris, to protect him, even as the swathings, which clothe 759 him. 3, Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies, 4, in the presence of the great godlike rulers who are in Sikkim, on the night of the things of the night, festival, in Sikkim. C. Vignette, the gods Osiris and Horus, 2 Uchats upon pylons, and the god Thoth. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers who are in Sikkim are Horus, who is without sight, and Thoth, who is with the godlike rulers in Neruth. 2, Now the night of the things of the night festival in Sikkim signifieth the light of the rising sun on the coffin of Osiris. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious, 3, over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers in Pe and Tep 760 on the 4 night of setting up the columns of Horus. And of making him to be established the heir of the things which belonged to his father. D. Vignette, the gods Horus, Isis, Mestha and Hapi. Text, 1. The great divine rulers who are in Pe and Tep are Horus, Isis, Mestha, and Hapi. Now setting up the columns, 2, of Horus, signifieth, the command given by Set unto his followers, set up columns upon it. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, 3, make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike it rulers in. Rekit, on the 4 night when Isis lay down to keep watch in it order to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. E. Vignette, 1, the gods Isis, Horus, Anubis, Mesthi, and Thoth. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers who are in. Rekit are Isis, Horus, and Mestha. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious, 2, over his enemies, make thou the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace. To be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike ones, 3, who are in Abtu, on the night of the god Nakar, at the separation of the wicked dead, at the judgment of spirits made just, 4, and at the arising of joy in Tenu. Plate 14. F. Vignette, the gods Osiris, Isis, and Apiyut, and the Titi. Text, Chapter 18, 1, the great godlike rulers who are in Abtu are Osiris, Isis, and Apiyut. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious, 2, over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the sacred offerings of all the gods. To be victorious, 3, over his enemies in the presence of the godlike rulers who judge the dead, on the night of, 4, the condemnation of those who are to be blotted out. G. Vignette, the gods Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. 761. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers in the judgment of the dead are Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. Now, 2, the condemnation of those who are to be blotted out, is the withholding of that which is so needful to the souls of the children of impotent revolt. 3. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. To be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers, 4, on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu. On the night of the breaking and turning up of the earth in their blood and of making Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. H. Vignette, the three gods of the festival of breaking up the earth in Tatu. Text, 1, when the fiends of Set come and change themselves into beasts, the great godlike rulers, on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, 2, slay them in the presence of the gods therein. And their blood floweth among them as they are smitten down. 3, these things are allowed to be done by them by the judgment of those who are in Tatu. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the godlike rulers, 4, who are in Nerutef, on the night of him who concealeth himself in diverse forms. Even Osiris. 762. Section 1. Vignette, the gods are Osiris, Shu, and Bebi. 763 dog-headed. Text, 1, the great godlike rulers who are in Nerutef are Osiris, Shu, and Bebi. 764 Now the night of him who concealeth himself in diverse forms, even Osiris, is when the thigh, and the head, and the heel, and the leg, are brought nigh unto the coffin of Osiris on Nefer. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious, 3, over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani, triumphant before Osiris, victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers who are in, 4, Restau. On the night when Anubis lay with his arms and his hands over the things behind Osiris, and it when Horus was made to triumph over his enemies. Text 1. The great godlike rulers in Restau are Horus, Osiris, and Isis. The heart of Osiris rejoiceth, and the heart of Horus, too, is glad, and therefore are the east and the west at peace. Hail Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. 3. Make thou the Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the divine offerings of all the gods. To triumph over his enemies in the presence of the 10, 4, companies of great godlike rulers who are with Ra and with Osiris and with every god and goddess in the presence of Nebuchadnezzar. He hath destroyed his 5 enemies, and he hath destroyed every evil thing belonging unto him. Rubric. This chapter being recited, the deceased shall come forth by day, purified after death, and he shall make all the forms, or transformations, which his heart shall dictate. Now if this chapter be recited over him, he shall come forth upon earth, he shall escape from every fire, and none of the foul things which appertain unto him shall encompass him for everlasting and forever and forever. Plate 15. Vignette, a seated statue of Ani, the scribe, upon which the ceremony of opening the mouth, 765 Unri, is being performed by the 766 priest, clad in a panther's skin and holding in his right hand the instrument Ur Heka 767 IE. Mighty one of enchantments. In front of the statue are the sepulchral chest, the instrument Sebur, Tuntet, and Temenu, and the object Peshenkef. 768. Text, Chapter 23, I, the chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani. To be said, 769, May Ta open my mouth, and may the god of my town 770 loose the swathings, even the swathings 771 which are over my mouth, 2. Moreover, may Thoth, being filled and furnished with charms, come and loose the bandages of Set which fetter my mouth, 3, and may the god Tmo hurl them at those who would fetter me with them, and drive them back. May my mouth be opened, may my mouth be unclosed by Shu 772, 4, with his iron 773 knife, wherewith he opened the mouth of the gods. I am Sekhet 774 and I sit upon the great western side of heaven. 5, 1 a.m. The great goddess saw 775 among the souls of Anu. Now as concerning every charm and all the words which may be spoken against me, 6, may the gods resist them, and may each and every one of the company of the gods withstand at them. 776. Text, Chapter 24, I, the chapter of bringing charms unto Osiris Anak, In Neterkert. He saith, I am Tmuz 777, Kepra, who gave birth unto himself upon the thigh of his divine mother. 778 Those who are in New 779 are made wolves, and those who are among the godlike rulers, 3, are become hyenas. 780 Behold, I gather together the charm from every place where it is and from every man with whom it is, 781 Foot swifter than greyhounds and fleeter than light. 4. Hail thou who towest along the machant boat of Ra, the stays of thy sails and of thy rudder are taut in the wind as thou sailiest over the lake of fire in Neterkert. Behold, thou gatherest together the charm, 5, from every place where it is and from every man with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds and fleeter than light, the charm, which createth the forms of existence from the 6, mother's thigh. And createth the gods from, or in, silence, and which giveth the heat of life unto the gods. 782 Behold, the charm is given unto me from wheresoever it is, and from him with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds and fleeter than light, or, as others say, fleeter than a shadow. Appendix, the following chapter, which generally appears in other early copies of the Book of the Dead, is closely connected with the preceding chapter. It is here taken from the Papyrus of Nebseni. 1, Chapter 25. The chapter of causing the deceased to remember his, 2, name in Neterkert. He saith, May my name be given unto me in the great double house, and may I remember my name in the house of fire on the 3, night of counting the years and of telling the number of the months. I am with the Holy One, and I sit on the eastern side of heaven. If any god advanceth unto me, 4, forthwith I proclaim his name. Vignette, the scribe Ani, clothed in white, and with his heart in his right hand, addressing the god Anubis. 783 Between them is a necklace of several rows of colored beads, the clasp of which is in the shape of a pylon or gateway, and to which is attached a pectoral bearing a representation of the boat of the sun, wherein is set a scarab, emblematic of the sun. 784. Text, Chapter 27, 1, Chapter of Giving a Heart unto Osiris Ani, 2, in the Underworld. Ani saith, May my heart be with me in the house of hearts. 785 May my heart be with me, and may it rest in me, or I shall not eat of the cakes of Osiris on the eastern 786 side of the lake of flowers. 787, 3, Neither shall I have a boat wherein to go down the Nile, and another wherein to go up. Nor shall I go forward in the boat with thee. May my mouth be given unto me that I may, speak with it, and my 2 feet to it walk withal, and my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my foe. May the doors of heaven be opened unto me. 788, 5. May Seb, the prince of the gods, open wide his 2 jaws unto me, may he open my 2 eyes which are blinded, may he cause me to stretch out my 6 feet which are bound together, and may Anubis make my legs firm that I may stand upon them. May the goddess Sekhet make me to rise, 7, so that I may ascend unto heaven, and there may that be done which I command in the house of the Ka of Ta. 789 I know my heart, I have gotten the mastery over, 8, my heart, I have gotten the mastery over my 2 hands and arms, I have gotten the mastery over my feet, and I have gained the power to do whatsoever my Ka pleaseth. 9, my soul shall not be shut off from my body at the gates of the underworld, but I shall enter in peace, and I shall come forth in peace. Text, Chapter XXXB. I, the Chapter 790 of Not Letting, 2, the Heart of Osiris, the scribe of the sacred offerings of all the gods, Ani, triumphant, be driven from him in the underworld. Ani saith, My heart, my mother, my heart. My mother, 3. My heart whereby I come into being. May there be nothing to withstand me at my judgment, may there be no resistance against me by the Chacha, may there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him who keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka within, my body, which knitteth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth in the place of happiness, to which I advance. May the She-Knit, 791 who make men to stand fast, not cause my name to stink. 792. Vignette, Ani holding his soul in the form of a human-headed bird. Text, Chapter 61. I, Chapter of Not Letting the Soul of a Man be Taken Away from Him in the Underworld. Osiris the scribe Ani saith, I, even I, am he, too, who came forth from the water flood which I make to overflow and which becometh mighty as the river, Nile. Appendix, in many early papyri the text of Chapter 61 forms part of a longer composition which M. Naville calls Chapters LXI, 793 LX, 794 and LXI, 795 and which reads 1. Chapter of Drinking Water in the Underworld. He saith, I, even I, am he who cometh forth from, 2, Seb. The flood hath been given unto him, and he hath gotten power over it as happy. I, even I, open the 3, 2 doors of heaven, and the 2 doors of the watery abyss have been opened unto me by Thoth and by Happy, the divine twin sons of heaven, who are mighty in splendors. O grant ye that I may gain power over the water, even as Set overcame his foes on the day 5, when he terrified the world. I have passed by the Great Ones shoulder against shoulder, even as they have passed by that great and splendid God who is, 6, provided, with all things, and whose name is unknown. I have passed by the mighty one of the shoulder. 7. The flood of Osiris hath been passed through by me, and Thoth Hapikmo, the Lord of the horizon, hath opened unto me the flood in his name, Thoth, the cleaver of the earth. 8. I have gained power over the water, even as Set gained power over his foes. I have sailed over heaven. I am Ra. I am the lion god. I am the young bull. 9. I have devoured the thigh, I have seized the flesh. I have gone round about the streams in Sekitaru. Boundless eternity hath been granted unto me, and, behold, 10, I am the heir of eternity, to me hath been given everlastingness. Closely connected with the above chapter are the two following short chapters 796. Vignette, the deceased drinking water from a running stream. Text, chapter XXII, the chapter of drinking water and of not being burned in the fire. The deceased, saith, Hail, bull of Amenta. I am brought unto thee, I am the ore of Ra, 3, wherewith he ferried over the aged ones, let me not be buried nor consumed. I am Beb 797, 4, the firstborn son of Osiris, who doth wash every god within his eye in Anu. I am the heir, 5, the exalted, the mighty one, the still, of heart. I have made my name to flourish, and I have delivered it, that I may make myself to live, in remembrance, on this day. Vignette, the deceased standing near flames of fire. Text, chapter XXII, the chapter of not being scalded with water. He saith, I am the oar, 2, made ready for rowing, wherewith Ra ferried over the aged godlike ones. 3, I carry the moistures of Osiris to the lake away from the flame which cannot be passed. 4. He is turned aside from the path thereof and he is not burned in the fire. I lie down with the ham-emu. 5, I come unto the lion's lair, killing and binding, and I follow the path by which he came forth. Vignette, Ani carrying a sail, emblematic of breath and air. Text, chapter 54, 1, chapter of giving breath in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the egg of the great cackler, and I watch and guard that great place 798, 2, which the god Seb hath proclaimed upon earth. I live, and it liveth, I grow strong, I live, I sniff the air. I am, 3, XIII 799 and I go round behind, to protect, his egg. I have thwarted the chance of Set, the mighty one of strength. 4, Hail thou who makest pleasant the world with chief of food, and who dwellest in the blue sky. Watch over the babe in his cot when he cometh forth unto thee. Appendix, the two following chapters, which are closely connected with the preceding chapter, are respectively supplied from Neville, Tottenbuch, BD, 131. 67, and the Nebseni Papyrus. Vignette, Anubis leading the deceased into the presence of Osiris. Text, chapter 55, another chapter of giving breath. He saith, I am Sabsabu. I am Shu. 2, I draw in the air in the presence of the god of sunbeams as far as the uttermost ends of heaven, as far as the ends of the earth, as far as the bounds of Shu. 3, and I give breath unto those who become young, again. I open my mouth, and I see with mine eyes. 800. Vignette, a man holding a sail in his left hand. Text, chapter 56, chapter of sniffing the air upon earth. He saith, 2, Hail, Tmo, grant thou unto me the sweet breath which is in thy two nostrils. I embrace the mighty throne which is in Anu 801 and I watch and guard the egg of the great cackler. I grow, and it groweth, and I grow. I live, and it liveth, I sniff the air, and it sniffeth the air. Vignette, Ani standing, with a staff in his left hand. Text, chapter 29, the chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, turn thou back, O messenger of all the gods. 2, is it that thou art come to carry away 802 this my heart which liveth? My heart which liveth shall not be given unto thee. 3, as I advance, the gods give ear unto my supplications, and they fall down upon their faces wheresoever they be. Plate 16. Vignette, Ani standing, with both hands raised in prayer, before 4 gods who are seated on a pedestal in the form of Mot, before him is his heart set upon a pedestal. Text, chapter 27. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. 803 Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, ye who carry away hearts, hail, ye who steal hearts. 2, ye have done. 804 Homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, ye possessors of everlastingness, take ye not away this heart of Osiris Ani, 3, in your grasp, this heart of Osiris. And cause ye not evil words to spring up against it. Because this heart of Osiris Ani is the heart of the one of many names, the mighty one whose words are his limbs, and who sendeth forth his heart to dwell in, for, his body. Heart of Osiris Ani is pleasant unto the gods. He is victorious, he hath gotten power over it, he hath not revealed what hath been done unto it. He gotten power, 5, over his own limbs. His heart obeyeth him, he is the Lord thereof, it is in his body, and it shall never fall away therefrom. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious in peace, and triumphant in the beautiful Amenta and on the mountain of eternity, bid thee be obedient unto me in the underworld. Appendix: the 3 following chapters, which do not occur in the Ani papyrus, form part of the group of the chapters relating to the heart. They are here supplied from Neville, Tottenbuch, B.D. I. PLXL, 42, 39. Text, Chapter XXXII. 805, 1, the chapter of the heart not being carried away in the underworld. He saith, my heart, too, is with me, and it shall never come to pass that it shall be carried away. I am the Lord of hearts, the slayer of the heart. 3, I live in right and in truth, and I have my being therein. I am Horus, a pure heart, 4, within a pure body. I live by my word, and my heart doth live. Let not my heart be taken away, 5, let it not be wounded, and may no wounds or gashes be dealt upon me because it hath been taken away 806 from me. 6, may I exist in the body of my father Seb, and in the body of my mother Nut. I have not done evil, 7, against the gods, I have not sinned with boasting. Vignette, the deceased adoring a heart. Text, Chapter XXXII, the chapter of not, 2, letting the heart of a man be driven away from him in the underworld. He saith, my heart, my mother, my heart, my mother. My heart of my life upon earth. May not rise up, 3, against me in judgment in the presence of the Lord of the trial, let it not be said concerning me and of that which I have done. He hath done deeds against that which is right and true, may not be against me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amenta. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to you, O my reins. 807 Homage to you, O ye gods who rule over the divine clouds, and who, 5, are exalted by reason of your scepters, speak ye comfortably unto Ra, and make me to prosper before Nehebka. And behold him, even though he be joined to the earth in the innermost parts thereof, and though he be laid upon it, he is not dead in Amenta, but is a glorified being therein. Vignette, the deceased holding his heart to his breast with his left hand, and kneeling before a monster with a knife in its hand. Text, Chapter 28. 1, the chapter of, not letting the heart of the deceased be carried away in the underworld. Saith he, 2, Hail, Lion God. I am on 808 that which I hate is the block of the God. Let not this my heart be taken away from me by, 3, the fighter 809 in Anu. Hail thou who dost bind Osiris, and who hast seen Set. Hail thou who returnest after smiting and destroying him. 4, this heart sitteth and weepeth in the presence of Osiris. It hath with it the staff for which it entreated him. May there be given unto me for it, may there be decreed unto me for it the hidden things 810 of the heart in the, 5, house of Usekra. May there be granted unto it food at the bidding of the 8.811 let not this my heart be taken from me. I make thee to dwell in thy place, joining together hearts in, 6, Sekhet and years of strength in all places of strength, carrying away food. At thy moment with thy hand according to thy great strength. My heart is placed upon the altars of Tumu, 7, who letteth it to the den of Set, he hath given unto me my heart, whose will hath been done by the godlike rulers in Netterkert. When they find the leg 812 and the swathings they bury them. Vignette, Ani and his wife Thuthu, each holding the emblem of air in the left hand, and drinking water with the right from a pool, on the borders of which are palm trees laden with fruit. Text, chapter 58. 1. The chapter of breathing the air and of having power over the water in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, open to me. Who art thou then, and whither dost thou fare? 2. I am one of you. Who is it with thee? It is Murti. Separate thou from him, each from each, when thou enterest the meskin. He letteth me sail to the temple of the divine beings who have found their faces. 4. The name of the boat is, Assembler of Souls, the name of the oars is, Making the hair to stand on end, the name of the hold is, Good. 5. And the name of the rudder is, Making straight for the middle. 8:13. 6. Grant ye to me vessels of milk together with cakes, loaves of bread, cups of drink, and flesh in the temple of, 7. Anubis. Rubric. If this chapter be known, by Ani, he shall go in after having come forth from the underworld. Vignette, Ani kneeling beside a pool of water, where grows a sycamore tree. In the tree appears the goddess Nut pouring water into Ani's hands from a vessel. Text, chapter 59, I, the chapter of sniffing the air, and of getting power over the waters in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, sycamore tree of the goddess Nut. Grant thou to me of the water and the air which are in, 2, thee. I embrace thy throne which is in Anu 8:14 and I watch and guard, 3, the egg of the great cackler. It groweth, I grow. It liveth, I live, 4, it sniffeth the air, I sniff the air, I the Osiris Ani, in triumph. Vignette, Ani seated upon a chair before a table of offerings, 815 in his right hand he holds the curp scepter 816 and in his left a staff. Text, chapter 44, I, the chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. 817 Saith Osiris Ani, my place of hiding is opened, my place of hiding is revealed. Light hath shone, 2, in the darkness. The eye of Horus hath ordered my coming into being, and the god Apuet hath nursed me. I have hidden, 3, myself with you, O ye stars that never set. My brow is like unto that of Ra, my face is open, for, my heart is upon its throne. I utter words, and I know, in very truth, I am Ra himself. I am not treated with scorn, 5, and violence is not done unto me. Thy father, the son of Nut, liveth for thee. I am thy firstborn, 6, and I see thy mysteries. I am crowned like unto the king of the gods, and I shall not die a second time in the underworld. Vignette, the mummy of Ani embraced by Anubis, the god of the dead. Text, chapter 45, I, the chapter of not corrupting in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, O thou who art without motion like unto Osiris. O thou who art without motion like unto Osiris. 2, O thou whose limbs are without motion like unto, those of, Osiris. Let not thy limbs be, 3, without motion, let them not corrupt, let them not pass away, let them not decay, let it be, 4, done unto me even as if I were the god Osiris. Rubric, if this chapter be known by the Osiris Ani, he shall not corrupt in the underworld. Vignette, a doorway. By one post stands the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed hawk and by the other the bird. Text, chapter 46. I, the chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, 2, children of Shu. Hail, children of Shu, children of, the place of the dawn, who as the children of light have gained possession of his crown. May I rise up and may I fare forth like Osiris. Vignette, Ani the scribe standing with his back to a block and knife. Text, chapter 40. I, the chapter of not entering in unto the block. Saith Osiris Ani, the 4 bones of my neck and of my back are joined together for me in heaven by Ra, the guardian of the earth. 2, this was granted on the day when my rising up out of weakness upon my 2 feet was ordered, on the day, 3, when the hair was cut off. The bones of my neck and of my back have been joined together by Set and by the company of the gods, even as they were, for, in the time that is past, may nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong against my father's murderer. I have gotten power over the two earths. Nut hath joined together my bones, and, I, behold, them, as they were in the time that is past, and I, see, them, even in the same order as they were, when, the gods had not come into being. 6. Invisible forms. I am Penti, I, Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, am the heir of the great gods. Plate 17. Vignette, Ani standing in adoration before three gods, each of whom holds a scepter in his left hand, and the symbol of life in his right. Text, Chapter 93. I, the chapter of not letting a man pass over to the east in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, manhood of, 2, Ra, which advanceth and beateth down opposition. Things which have been without movement for millions of years come into being through the god Baba. Hereby am I made stronger than, 3, the strong, and hereby have I more power than they who are mighty. And therefore neither shall I be borne away nor carried by force to the east, to take part in the festivals of the fiends. 4, nor shall there be given unto me cruel gashes with knives, nor shall I be shut in on every side, nor gored by the horns of the god Khepra. 818. Vignette, Ani adoring a god in a boat whose head is turned face backwards. Text, Chapter Saya, another chapter. 819, saith Osiris Ani, so then shall no evil things be done unto me by the fiends, neither shall I, 6, be gored by the horns of Khepra. And the manhood of Ra, which is the head of Osiris, shall not be swallowed up. Behold me, 7, I enter into my homestead, and I reap the harvest. The gods speak with me. 8, gore thou not them, O Ra Khepra. In very truth sickness shall not arise in the eye of Tmur nor shall it, 9, be destroyed. Let me be brought to an end, may I not be carried into the east to take part in the festivals of the fiends who are my enemies. 10. May no cruel gashes be made in me. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, triumphant with happy victory, the Lord to be revered, am not carried away into the east. Text, Chapter 43. 1. The chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, 2, I am the Great One, Son of the Great One, I am fire, the son of fire, to whom was, 3, given his head after it had been cut off. The head of Osiris was not carried away from him, let not the head of Osiris Ani, 4, be carried away from him. I have knit together my bones, I have made myself whole and sound, I have become young once more, I am Osiris, the Lord of Eternity. Vignette, the mummy of Ani lying on a bier, above is his soul in the form of a human-headed bird, holding Shen, the emblem of eternity, in its claws. At the head and foot stands an incense burner with fire in it. Text, Chapter 89. 1. The chapter of causing the soul to be united to its body in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, thou god Anitu. Hail, O runner, 2, dwelling in thy hall. O thou great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then bring thou unto me, 3, my soul from wheresoever it may be. If thou findest me, O Eye of Horus, make thou me to stand up like those beings who are like unto Osiris and who never lie down in death. Let not, for Osiris Ani, triumphant, lie down in death in Anu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies, even in thousands. My soul doth bear away with it my victorious spirit, 5, whithersoever it goeth. 820. 6. If it would tarry, grant thou that my soul may look upon my body. If thou findest me, O Eye of Horus, make thou me to stand up like unto those. 1. 7. Hail, ye gods, who row in the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who tow it. 8. Above the underworld, who make it to pass over the ways of Nu, who make souls to enter into their glorified bodies. 9. Whose hands are filled with righteousness, and whose fingers grasp your scepters, destroy ye. 10. The foe The boat of the sun rejoiceth, and the great God advanceth in peace. Behold, ye gods, grant that this soul of Osiris Ani, 11, may come forth triumphant before the gods, and triumphant before you, from the eastern horizon of heaven, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, in peace, in Amenta. 12. May he behold his body, may he rest in his glorified frame, may he never perish, and may his body never see corruption. Rubric, to be said over a golden, figure of a, soul inlaid with precious stones, which is to be placed on the neck of Osiris. Vignette, Ani's soul, in the form of a human-headed bird, standing in front of a pylon. 821. Text, Chapter 91. The chapter of not letting the soul of a man be captive in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail thou who art exalted, thou who art adored, 2, thou mighty one of souls, thou ram, or soul, possessor of terrible power, who dost put fear of thee into the hearts of the gods, thou who art crowned upon thy mighty throne. It is he who mocketh the path for the coup and 4, 3, the soul of Osiris Ani. I am furnished, with that which I need, I am a coup furnished, with that which I need, I have made my way unto the place wherein are Ra and Hathor. Rubric, if this chapter be known, Ani shall become like unto a shining being fully equipped in the underworld. He shall not be stopped at any door in the underworld from going in and coming out millions of times. Vignette, 822 Ani standing at the doorway of the tomb, and Ani's shadow, accompanied by his soul. Text, Chapter 92, the chapter of opening the tomb to the soul of the shadow, of coming forth by day, and of getting power over the legs. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, 2, the place of bondage is opened, that which was shut is opened. 823 and, the place of bondage is opened unto my soul, according to the bidding of, 824 the eye of Horus. I have bound and stablished, 3, glories upon the brow of Ra, my steps are made long, my thighs are lifted up, I have passed along the great path, and my limbs are strong. 4, 1 am Horus, the avenger of his father, and I bring the Urut crown to rest upon its place. The path of souls is opened, to my soul. Plate 18. My soul, 5, seeth the great God within the boat of Ra on the day of souls. My soul is, 6, in the front among those who tell the years. Come. The eye of Horus, which stablisheth glories, 7, upon the brow of Ra and rays of light upon the faces of those who are with the limbs of Osiris, hath delivered my soul. 8, O shut ye not in my soul, fetter ye not my shade. 9, may it behold the great God within the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls, may it repeat the words of Osiris. 10, may those beings whose dwelling places are hidden, who fetter the limbs of Osiris, who fetter the souls of the coup, who shut in, 11, the shade, of the dead and can do evil unto me, may they do no evil unto me. May they turn away their path from me. Thy heart, 12, is with thee, may my soul and my coup be prepared against their attack. May I sit down among the great rulers who, 13, dwell in their abodes. May my soul not be set in bondage by those who fetter the limbs of Osiris, and who fetter souls, and who shut in, 14, the shade, of the dead. The place which thou possessest, is it not heaven? Rubric, if this chapter be known, he shall come forth by day and his soul shall not be shut in. Vignette, Ani kneeling, with both hands raised in adoration, by the side of the Seeker 825 boat placed upon its sledge. Text, Chapter 74. The chapter of walking with the 2 legs, and of coming forth upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, thou hast done all thy work, O Seeker, thou hast done all thy work, O Seeker, in thy dwelling place within my legs in the, 2, underworld. I shine above the leg 826 of the sky, I come forth from heaven, I recline with the glorified, 3, spirits. Alas! I am weak and feeble, alas! I am weak and feeble. I walk. I am weak and feeble in the 4, presence of those who gnash with the teeth in the underworld, I Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace. Vignette, the emblem of Amenta and Ani standing with a staff in his left hand. Text, Chapter 8. I, the chapter of passing through Amenta, and of coming forth by day. Saith Osiris Ani, the hour. Openeth, 2, the head of Thoth is sealed up, perfect is the eye of Horus. I have delivered the eye of Horus which shineth with splendors on the forehead of Ra, 3, the father of the gods. I am the same Osiris, dwelling in Amenta. Osiris knoweth his day and that he shall not live therein, nor shall I live therein. 4, I am the moon among the gods, I shall not come to an end. Stand up, therefore, O Horus, Osiris hath counted thee among the gods. Text, Chapter 2. 1, the chapter of coming forth by day, and of living after death. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, only one, shining from the moon. 2, hail, only one, shining from the moon. Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among the multitudes which are round about thee. 3, let him be established as a dweller among the shining ones, and let the underworld be opened unto him. And behold Osiris, for Osiris Ani shall come forth by day to do his will upon earth among the living. Vignette, Ani, standing with both hands raised in adoration before a ram crowned with plumes and disk, in front of the ram is a table, upon which are a libation vase and a lotus flower. Text, Chapter 9. 1, the chapter of coming forth by day, having passed through the tomb. Saith Osiris Ani, hail soul, thou mighty one of strength. 2, verily I am here, I have come, I behold thee. I have passed through the underworld, I have seen, my Father. 3, Osiris, I have scattered the gloom of night. I am his beloved one. I have come, I behold my Father, 4, Osiris. I have stabbed Set to the heart. I have done the things, needed, by my Father Osiris. 5, I have opened every way in heaven and upon earth. I am the son beloved of his father Osiris. 6. I have become a ruler, I have become glorious, I am furnished, with what I need. Hail, all ye gods, and all ye shining ones, make ye a way for me, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Vignette, Ani, with a staff in his left hand, standing before a door. Text, Chapter XXXI. The chapter of making a man to return to see again his home upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the lion god, 2, coming forth with strides. I have shot forth arrows, I have wounded the prey, I have wounded the prey. I am the eye of Horus. I have opened the 3, eye of Horus in his hour. I am come unto the furrows. Let Osiris Ani come in peace. Vignette, Ani piercing a serpent. Text, Chapter 10, XLVI. Another chapter of one who cometh forth by day against his foes in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, I have divided the heavens, 2, I have passed through the horizon, I have traversed the earth, following, upon his footsteps. I am borne away by the mighty and shining ones because, behold, 3, I am furnished with millions of years which have magic virtues. I eat with my mouth, I chew with my jaws. And, behold, 4, I am the God who is the Lord of the underworld, may there be given unto me, Osiris Ani, that which abideth for ever without corruption. Plate 19. Vignette, Ani standing, with both hands raised in adoration, before Ra, hawk-headed and seated in a boat floating upon the sky. On the bows sits Harupakrat, Harpocrates, or, Horus the child. And the side is ornamented with feathers of Mot, and the Uchit. The handles of the oars and the tops of the rowlocks are shaped as hawks' heads, and on the blades of the oars are ####. Text, Chapter 15. I, a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth upon the horizon, and when he setteth in the land of life. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, homage to thee, O Ra, 2, when thou risest, as, Tmoharukudi, Harmachis, thou art adored, by me, when thy beauties are before mine eyes, and when thy shining rays, 3, fall, upon my body. Thou goest forth in peace in the sextette boat with fair winds, and thy heart is glad. Thou goest forth in the XXXIII boat, and its heart is glad. Thou stridest over the heavens in peace, and thy foes are cast down. The never-resting stars, 5, sing hymns of praise unto thee, and the stars which never set glorify thee as thou, 6, sinkest in the horizon of Manu, O thou who art beautiful in the two parts of heaven, thou Lord who livest and art established. O my Lord! Homage to thee, O thou who art Ra when thou risest, and Tmu, 7, when thou settest in beauty. Thou risest and shinest upon the back of thy mother, the sky, O thou who art crowned King, 8, of the gods. Nut doth homage unto thee, and everlasting and never-changing order embraceth thee at morn and at eve. Thou stridest over the heaven, being glad of heart, and the lake, 9, Testes is at peace. The fiend hath fallen to the ground. His arms and his hands have been hewn off, and the knife hath severed the joints of his body. Ra hath a fair wind, 10, the sextette boat goeth forth and sailing along it cometh into port. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east praise thee, 11, from whom all forms of life came into being. Thou sendest forth the word, and the earth is flooded with silence, O thou only one, who livedst in heaven before ever the earth and the mountains were made. 12, O runner, Lord, only one, thou maker of things which are, thou hast moulded the tongue of the company of the gods, thou hast drawn forth whatsoever cometh from the waters. And thou springest up from them over the flooded land of the lake of Horus, 13. Make me to sniff the air which cometh forth from thy nostrils, and the north wind which cometh forth from thy mother, the sky. Make thou glorious my shining form, O Osiris, make thou, 14, strong my soul. Thou art worshipped in peace, O Lord of the gods, thou art exalted by reason of thy wondrous works. Shine with thy rays of light upon my body day by day, upon me, 15, Osiris, the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings it of all the gods, the overseer of the granary of the lords of Abydos, the royal it scribe in truth, who loveth him, i.e. Ra, Ani, triumphant in peace. Vignette, Ani, standing with both hands raised in adoration. Behind him is his wife. Azar net per kemetet en amen thuthu. Osiris, the lady of the house, priestess of Amen, Thuthu. Text, chapter 15. 1. A hymn of praise. O Osiris, Lord of eternity, Unnefer, Horus of the two horizons, whose forms are manifold, whose creations are without number. 2. Tasikertem in Anu, the Lord of the tomb, and the creator of Memphis and of the gods. The guide of the underworld, whom, the gods, 3, glorify when thou settest in Nut. Isis embraceth thee in peace, and she driveth away the fiends from the mouth of, 4, thy paths thou turnest thy face upon Amenta, thou makest the world to shine as with smu metal. The dead rise up to behold thee, they breathe the 5, air and they look upon thy face when the disk shineth on its horizon, their hearts are at peace for that they behold thee, O thou who art eternity in everlastingness. Litany, 1, homage to thee, O Lord of, starry deities in and of heavenly beings in Kurabiye, thou God Untai, who art more glorious than the gods who are hidden in Anu. 2, homage to thee, O Aninontes. Horus, thou dweller in both horizons, with long strides thou stridest over heaven, O thou who dwellest in both horizons. 3, homage to thee, O soul of everlastingness, thou soul who dwellest in Tatu, Unnefer, son of Nut, thou art Lord of Akert. 4, homage to thee in thy dominion over Tatu, the Urit crown is established upon thy head, thou art the one whose strength is in himself, and thou dwellest in peace in Tatu. 5, homage to thee, O Lord of the acacia tree, the seeker boat is set upon its sledge, thou turnest back the fiend, the worker of evil, and thou causest the Uchit to rest upon its seat. 6, homage to thee, O thou who art mighty in thine hour, thou great and mighty God, dweller in Rut-F, Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness, thou art the Lord of Sutenhenen. 7, homage to thee, O thou who restest upon right and truth, thou art the Lord of Abtu, and thy limbs are joined unto Tosertet, thou art he to whom fraud and guile are hateful. 8. Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy boat, thou bringest happy, i.e., the Nile, forth from his source, the light shineth upon thy body, and thou art the dweller in Nekhen. 9. Homage to thee, O Creator of the gods, thou King of the north and of the south, O Osiris, victorious, ruler of the world in thy gracious seasons, thou art the Lord of the world. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true, I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Plate XX. Vignette, Osiris and Isis in a sepulchral shrine. Text, Chapter 15, I, a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of the heaven. They who are in, too, his train rejoice, and lo! Osiris Ani in triumph saith, Hail, thou disk, thou Lord of rays, who risest, 3, in the horizon day by day. Shine thou with thy beams of light upon the face of Osiris Ani, who is victorious, for he singeth hymns of praise unto thee at, 4, dawn, and he mocketh thee to set at eventide with words of adoration. May the soul of Osiris Ani, the triumphant one, come forth with, 5, thee from heaven, may he go forth in the Matet boat, may he come into port in the Sektet boat, may he cleave his path among the, 6, never-resting stars in the heavens. Osiris Ani, being at peace and in triumph, adoreth his Lord, the Lord of, 7, eternity, saying, Homage to thee, O Horus of the two horizons, who art Kheprat the self-created. When thou risest on the horizon and, 8, sheddest thy beams of light upon the lands of the north and the south, thou art beautiful, yea beautiful, and all the gods rejoice when they behold thee. 9, the King of heaven. The goddess Netannet is stablished upon thy head, her portions of the south and of the north are upon thy brow. 10, she taketh her place before thee. The god Thoth is stablished in the bows of thy boat to destroy utterly all thy foes. 11, those who dwell in the underworld come forth to meet thee, bowing in homage as they come towards thee, and to behold, thy, beautiful, 12, image. And I have come before thee that I may be with thee to behold thy disk every day. May I not be shut in the tomb, may I not be turned back. 13, may the limbs of my body be made new again when I view thy beauties, even as do all thy favored ones. 14, because I am one of those who worshipped thee whilst they lived upon earth. May I come in unto the land of eternity, may I come even, 15, unto the everlasting land, for behold, O my Lord, this hast thou ordained for me. And lo, Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace, the triumphant one, saith, 16, Homage to thee, O thou who risest in thy horizon as Ra, thou art stablished by a law which changeth not nor can it be altered. Thou passest over the sky, and every face watcheth thee. 17, and thy course, for thou hast been hidden from their gaze. Thou dost show thyself at dawn and at eventide day by day. 18, the Sektet boat, wherein is thy majesty, goeth forth with might. Thy beams shine upon, all, faces, the number, of thy yellow rays cannot be known, nor can thy bright beams, 19, be told. The lands of the gods, and the colors of the eastern lands of Punt, must be seen, ere that which is hidden, 20, in thee, may be measured, by man. Alone and by thyself thou dost manifest thyself, when, thou comest into being above new. May Ani, 21, advance, even as thou dost advance, may he never cease, to go forward, even as thy majesty saith not, to go forward, even though it be for a moment. For with strides dost thou, 22, in one little moment pass over the spaces which would need hundreds of thousands and millions of years, for man to pass over. This, thou doest, and then dost thou sink down. Thou, 23, puttiest an end to the hours of the night, and thou dost number them, even thou endiest them in thine own appointed season, and the earth becometh light. 24, thou settest thyself before thy handiwork. 8:27 in the likeness of Ra. Thou risest in the horizon. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, declareth his, 25, praise of thee when thou shinest, and when thou risest at dawn he crieth in his joy at thy birth. 26, thou art crowned with the majesty of thy beauties. Thou mouldest thy limbs as thou dost advance, and thou bringest them forth without birth pangs in the form of XXVII, as thou dost climb up into the upper air. Grant thou that I may come unto the heaven which is everlasting, and unto the mountain, where dwell thy favored ones. 28. May I be joined unto those shining beings, holy and perfect, who are in the underworld. And may I come forth with them to behold thy beauties when thou shinest, 29, at eventide and goest to thy mother nut. Plate XXI. Thou dost place thy disk in the west, and my two hands are raised, in adoration, of thee, when thou settest, 30, as a living being. Behold, thou art the maker of eternity, and thou art adored, when thou settest in the heavens. I have given my heart unto thee without wavering, 31, O thou who art mightier than the gods. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, a hymn of praise to thee, O thou who risest, 32, like unto gold, and who dost flood the world with light on the day of thy birth. Thy mother giveth thee birth upon her hand, and thou dost give light unto the course of the disk. 33, O thou mighty light, who shinest in the heavens, thou dost strengthen the generations of men with the Nile flood, and dost cause gladness in all lands, and in all, 34, cities, and in all the temples. Thou art glorious by reason of thy splendors, and thou makest strong thy ka with hu and shafo foods. O thou who art the mighty one of victories, 35, thou who art the power of all powers, who dost make strong thy throne against the powers of wickedness, who art glorious in majesty in the sectet boat. And who art exceeding, 1-6, mighty in the atet boat, make thou glorious Osiris Ani with victory in the netherworld. Grant thou that in the underworld he may be void of, 37, sin. I pray thee to put away his faults behind thee, grant that he may be one of thy venerable, 38, servants who are with the shining ones. May he be joined unto the souls which are in Tasertet, and may he journey into the Seketaru, 39, by a prosperous and happy path, he the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. 40, thou shalt come forth into heaven, thou shalt pass over the sky, thou shalt be joined unto the starry deities. 41, praises shall be offered unto thee in thy boat, thou shalt be hymned in the diet boat, 42, thou shalt behold Ra within his shrine, thou shalt set together with his disk day by day. Thou shalt see, 43, the ant fish when it springeth into being in the waters of turquoise, and thou shalt see, 44, the apt to fish in his hour. May it come to pass that the evil one shall fall when he layeth a snare to destroy me, 45, and may the joints of his neck and of his back be cut in sunder. Ra, saileth, with a fair wind, and the sectet boat draweth on, 46, and cometh into port. The mariners of Ra rejoice, and the heart of Netank, 47, is glad, for the enemy of her lord hath fallen to the ground. Thou shalt behold Horus on the watch, in the boat, and Thoth and Mot upon either side of him. 48, all the gods rejoice when they behold Ra coming in peace, 49, to make the hearts of the shining ones to live. May Osiris Ani, triumphant, the scribe of the divine offerings of the lords of Thebes, be with them. Vignette, Ra, hawk-headed, with the disk upon his head and the emblem of life upon his knees, seated in the solar bark, 828 before him stands Ani with both hands raised in adoration. Text, chapter XXXI, 1, Tob said on the day of the month. 829, 2, Osiris Ani, the scribe, triumphant in peace, triumphant, saith, Ra riseth, 2, in his horizon, and the company of his gods follow after the god when he appeareth from his secret place. When he showeth strength and bringeth himself forth, 3, from the eastern horizon of heaven at the word of the goddess Nut. They rejoice at the journeyings of Ra, the ancient one, the great one, 4, rolleth along in his course. Thy joints are knitted together 830 O Ra, within thy shrine. Thou breathest the winds, thou drawest in the breezes, 5, thou makest thy jawbones to cat in thy dwelling on the day when thou dost scent right and truth. Thou turnest aside the godlike followers, 6, sail after the sacred boat, in order that they may return again unto the mighty ones according to thy word. Thou numberest thy bones, thou gatherest together thy members. 7. Thou turnest thy face towards the beautiful Amenta, thou comest thither renewed day by day. Behold, thou image of gold, who possessest the splendors, 8, of the disk of heaven, thou Lord of terror, thou rollest along and art renewed day by day. Hail, there, 9, is rejoicing in the heavenly horizon, and shouts of joy are it raised to the ropes which tow thee along. May the gods who dwell in, 10, heaven ascribe praises unto Osiris Ani, when they behold him in triumph, as unto Ra. May Osiris, the scribe Ani, be a prince, 11, who is known by the Ureret crown, and may the meat offerings and the drink offerings of Osiris Ani, triumphant, be apportioned unto him, may he wax exceeding strong in his body. And may he be the, 12, chief of those who are in the presence of Ra. May Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, be strong upon earth and in the world under the earth. And, 13, O Osiris, scribe Ani, triumphant, mayest thou rise up strengthened like unto Ra day by day. Osiris Am, triumphant, shall not tarry, 14, nor shall he rest without motion in the earth forever. Clearly, clearly shall he see with his 2 eyes, and with his 2 ears shall be hear what is right and true. 15, Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, cometh back from Anu. Osiris Ani, triumphant, is as Ra when he rangeth the oars, 16, among the followers of Nu. Plate XXI. Osiris Ani, triumphant, hath not revealed what he hath seen, 17, he hath not told again what he hath heard in the house which is hidden. Hail, there are shouts of joy to Osiris Ani, triumphant, 18, for he is a god in the flesh of Ra, he is in the boat of Nu, and his Ka is well pleased according to the will of the god. 19, Osiris Ani, triumphant, is in peace, he is triumphant like unto Horus, and he is mighty because he hath diverse forms. Vignette, Ra seated in a boat, sailing across the sky towards the star-studded heaven. Rubric, these words shall be recited over a boat, 7 cubits in length, and painted green for the godlike rulers. Then shalt thou make a heaven of stars, 21, washed and purified with natron and incense. Behold, thou shalt make an image, 22, of Ra upon a table of stone painted yellow, and it shall be placed in the forepart of the boat. 23, behold, thou shalt make an image of the dead man whom thou wilt make perfect in strength, 24, in the boat, and thou shalt make it to travel in the divine boat of Ra, 25, and Ra himself will look upon it therein. Thou shalt show it to no man but thyself, 26, or to thy father or to thy son, let them watch with their faces, and he shall be seen in the underworld as a messenger of Ra. Vignette, Ra, hawk-headed, with a disk upon his head, seated in a boat. Before him is a large disk. Text, Chapter XXII, a hymn of praise to Ra on the day of the month whereon he saileth in the boat. Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, homage to thee, O thou who art in thy boat. Thou risest, 2, thou shinest with thy rays, and thou hast made mankind to rejoice for millions of years according to thy will. Thou showest thy face unto the beings whom thou hast created, O Kepra, 3, in thy boat. Thou hast overthrown a Pepi. O ye children of Seb, overthrow ye the foes of Osiris, 4, Ani, triumphant, destroy ye the adversaries of righteousness from the boat of Ra. Horus shall cut off your, 5, heads in heaven in the likeness of ducks. Ye shall fall down upon the earth and become beasts, and into the water in the likeness of fishes. Osiris, the scribe Ani, destroyeth every hostile fiend, male, 6, and female, whether he passeth through heaven, or appeareth, 7, upon earth, or cometh forth upon the water, or passeth along before the starry deities. And Thoth strengtheneth them. 8, coming forth from Enridi. Osiris, the scribe Ani, is silent, and becometh the second of Ra. Behold thou the god, the great slaughterer, 9, greatly to be feared, he washeth in your blood, he batheth in your gore, Osiris, 10, the scribe Ani, destroyeth them from the boat of his father Horus. The mother Isis giveth birth unto Osiris, the scribe, XI, Ani, triumphant, whose heart liveth, and Nephthys nurseth him, 12, even as they did for Horus, who drove back the fiends of Sut. They saw, 13, the Eurota crown stablished upon his head, and they fell down upon their faces. Behold, O ye shining ones, ye men, 14, and gods, ye damned ones, when ye behold Osiris Ani, triumphant like unto Horus and adored, 15, by reason of the Eurate crown, fall ye down upon your faces. For Osiris Ani is victorious, 16, over his foes in the heavens above and, on the earth, beneath, in the presence of the godlike rulers, 17, of all the gods and goddesses. Rubric: These words shall be recited over a great hawk which hath the white crown set upon his head. Then shall the names of Tmu, 18, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, be written with green color upon a, 19, new table, anointed with unguents and placed in a boat together with a figure of the dead man, 20. Then shall they put incense upon the fire, and set ducks to be roasted, 21. This is a rite of Ra when his boat cometh. And it shall cause the dead man to go with Ra into every place whithersoever he saileth, and the foes of Ra shall be, 22, slaughtered in very truth. The chapter of the Sektet boat shall be recited on the 6th day of the festival. Vignette: the ladder by which the soul passes from the underworld to the body. 831. Plate XXI and Plate XIV. The whole of Plate XXII and part of Plate XIV contain a repetition of the XVIII chapter of the Book of the Dead, which has also been given on Plates 13 and 14. The arrangement of the gods in the vignette is, however, slightly different. Plate 24. 2. Vignette: Ani and his wife adoring three gods, who are seated on a pylon or door-shaped pedestal. Text: Chapter XXIV. I, the chapter of going unto the godlike rulers of Osiris. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, My soul hath builded for me a, 2, dwelling place in Tatu. I have waxed strong in the town Pe. I have ploughed, my, fields in all my forms, and my palm tree standeth therein like unto the god Amsu. I eat not that which I abominate, 3, I eat not that which I loathe, that which I abominate, and I feed not upon filth. 4, there are food offerings and meat for those who shall not be destroyed thereby. I raise not up myself on my 2 arms unto any abomination, I walk not thereupon, 5, with my shoes, because my bread is, made, from white grain, and my ale from the red, 6, barley of the Nile. The Sektet boat and the Atet boat bring them unto me, and I feed upon them, 7, under the trees, whose beautiful branches I myself do know. 8, how glorious do I make the white crown, when, I lift up the uraei. 9, hail, guardian of the door, who givest peace unto the 2 lands, bring thou unto me those who make offerings. Grant that I may, 10, lift up the earth, that the shining ones may open their arms unto me. That the company of the gods may, 11, speak with the words of the shining ones unto Osiris Ani, that the hearts of the gods may direct him, 12. And that they may make him powerful in heaven among the gods who have taken unto themselves visible forms. 13, yea, let every god and every goddess whom he possesseth make Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant at the new year. He feedeth upon hearts, 14, and consumeth them when he cometh forth from the east. He hath been judged by the forefather of light. He is, 15, a shining one arrayed in heaven among the mighty ones. The food of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is even, 16, the cakes and ale which are made for their mouths. I go in through the disk, I come out through the god Ahui. I speak with the followers, 17, of the gods, I speak with the disk, I speak with the shining ones, and the disk granteth me to be victorious in the, 18, blackness of night within Merit near unto his forehead. Behold, I am with Osiris, and I, 19, proclaim that which he telleth forth among the mighty ones. He speaketh unto me the words of men, and I listen and 21 tell again unto him the words of the gods. I, Osiris Ani, triumphant, come even as one who is equipped for the journey. Thou raisest up, right and truth, 2-1, for those who love them. I am a shining one clothed in power, mightier than any other shining one. Plate XXV. Vignette, a swallow perched on a conical object painted red and green. Text, Chapter 86, I, here begin the chapters of making transformations. The changing into a swallow. 2. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, I am the swallow, I am, the swallow, I am, the scorpion, the daughter of Ra. Hail, ye gods, whose scent is sweet, hail, ye gods, whose scent is sweet. Hail, thou flame, which comest forth from, 4, the horizon. Hail, thou who art in the city. May the guardian of the bite lead me on. O stretch out up unto me, 5, thine bands that I may be able to pass my days in the island of flame. I have fared forth with my warrant. I have come with the power thereof. Let the doors be opened unto me, 6. How shall I tell what I have seen therein? Horus was like unto the prince of the sacred bark, and the throne of his father was given unto him. Sut, the son of Nut, also hath gotten the fall which he, 7, wrought for Horus. He who is in Sikkim passed judgment upon me. I stretched out my hands and my arms unto Osiris. I have passed on to judgment, 8, and I have come that I may speak. Grant that I may pass on and deliver my message. I enter in, having been judged, I come out, 9, at the door of Neburchur magnified and glorified. I am found pure at the great place of passage, of souls. I have put away my faults. 10, I have done away mine offences. I have cast out the sins which were a part of me. I, even I, am pure. 11, I, even I, am mighty. O ye doorkeepers, I have made my way, unto you. I am like unto you. I have come forth by day. I have walked with my legs, and I have gotten the power of the footstep wherewith do walk the shining ones of light. 12. I, even I, know the hidden ways to the doors of the field of Aru, and, 13, though my body be buried, yet let me rise up. And may I come forth and overthrow all my foes upon earth. Appendix 832, Rubric. If this chapter be known, by the deceased, he shall come forth by day in Netterkurt, and he shall go in again after he hath come forth. If this chapter be not known, he shall not enter in after he hath come forth, nor shall he come forth by day. Vignette, a golden hawk holding a flail, emblem of rule. Text, Chapter 77, 1, Chapter of changing into a golden hawk. Saith Osiris Ani, 2, may I, even I, arise in the Seshe chamber, like unto a hawk of gold, 3, coming forth from his egg. May I fly and may I hover as a hawk, with a back 7, 4, cubits wide, and with wings made of emeralds of the south. May I come forth from the Sektet boat, 5, and may my heart be brought unto me from the mountain of the east. May I alight on the Atet boat, and may those who are in, 6, their companies be brought unto me, bowing down as they come. May I rise, may I gather myself together, 7, as the beautiful golden hawk, which hath, the head of a Bennu bird. May I enter into the presence of Ra daily to hear his words, and may I sit down among the 8, mighty gods of Nut. May a homestead be made ready for me, and may offerings of food and drink be put before me therein. May I eat therein, 9, may I become a shining one therein, may I be filled therein to, my heart's fullest desire. May sacred wheat be given unto me to eat. May I, by myself, get power over the guardian of my head. Vignette, a green hawk, holding a flail, and standing upon a pylon-shaped pedestal. Text, Chapter 78. 1, the chapter of changing into a sacred hawk. Saith Osiris Ani, 2, hail, thou mighty one, come unto Tatu. Make thou my paths, and let me pass round, to visit, my, 3, thrones. Make me to renew myself and make me to wax strong. 4. Grant that I may be feared, and make me to be a terror. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their 5 habitations. Let not him that would do harm unto me draw nigh unto me. Let me walk through the house of darkness. May I, 6, the feeble, clothe and cover myself, and may they, i.e., the gods, not do the like unto me. Hail, ye gods who hear my speech. Hail, ye rulers who are among the followers of Osiris. Be ye therefore silent, O ye gods, when the God speaketh with me, he heareth what is right and 7, true. What I speak unto him, do thou also speak, O Osiris. Grant thou that I may go round my course according to the order which cometh forth from thy mouth concerning me. May I see thy forms. 8, may I be able to understand thy will. Grant that I may come forth, that I may get power over my legs, and that I may be like unto Nebuchadnezzar, 9, upon his throne. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Grant thou that I may pass on my way with the godlike ones who rise up. 10. May I be set up upon my resting place like unto the Lord of life, may I be joined unto Isis, the divine lady. May the gods, 11, make me strong against him that would do harm unto me, and may no one come to see me fall helpless. May I pass over the paths. 12, may I come into the furthermost parts of heaven. I entreat for speech with Seb, I make supplication unto who, 13, and unto Nebuchadnezzar that the gods of the underworld may fear me, and that they may fight for me in their habitations. When they see that thou hast, 14, provided me with the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea. I am one of those shining ones who live in rays of light. 15, one have made my form like unto the form of the God, who cometh out and manifesteth himself in tattoo. For I have become worthy of honor by reason of his honor. 16, and he hath spoken unto thee of the things which concern me. Surely he hath made the fear of me, to go forth, and hath created terror of me. The gods of the continued next plate. Plate XXVI. Underworld fear me, and they, 17, fight for me, in their habitations. In very truth I am a shining one and a dweller in light, who hath been created and who hath come into being, 18, from the body of the God. I am one of the shining ones who dwell in light, whom, 19, Mu himself hath created, and who have come into being from the eyelashes of his eye. He doth create and glorify and make noble the faces of those who live with him. 20, behold, the only one in new. They do homage unto him as he cometh forth from the horizon, and they strike fear of him into the gods, 21, and into the shining ones who have come into being with him. I am the one among the worms which the eye of the Lord, the only one, hath created. And lo! 22, before Isis was, and when Horus was not yet, I had waxed strong, and flourished. I had grown old, and I had become greater, 23, than they who were among the shining ones who had come into being with him, and I, even I, arose in the form of a sacred hawk, 24, and Horus made me worthy in the form of his own soul, to take possession of all that belongeth unto Osiris in the underworld. The double lion god, 25, the warder of the things that belong to the house of the Nemes crown which is in his hiding place, saith unto me, Get thee back to the heights of heaven. Seeing that through Horus, 26, thou hast become glorified in thy form. The Nemes crown is not for thee, thou hast speech even unto the ends, 27, of heaven. I, the guardian, take possession of the things which belong to Horus and Osiris in the underworld. Horus telleth aloud unto me that which, 28, his father had said concerning me in years gone by, on the day of the burial of Osiris. I have given unto thee the Nemes of the double lion god which I possess, 29, that thou mayest pass onward and mayest travel over the path of heaven, and that they who dwell on the confines of the horizon may see thee. And that the gods of the underworld may fear thee, 30, and may fight for thee in their habitations. The god Ahayat is of them. The gods, the lords of the boundaries of heaven, they who are the warders, 31, of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words, have fallen down before my words. Hail! He that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side, and he hath bound upon my head the Neme's crown. 32. The double lion God hath decreed it, the God XXIII hath made a way for me. I, even I, am exalted, and the double lion God hath bound the Neme's crown on me, and, 33, my head covering hath been given unto me. He hath stablished my heart through his strength and through his great might, and I shall not, 34, fall through shoe. I am Hetep, the Lord of the two Uriai, the being who is adored. I know the shining God, 35, and his breath is in my body. I shall not be driven back by the bull which causeth men to tremble, but I shall come daily into the house of the double lion God, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of Isis. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden, there shall be done unto me holy, 37, hidden rites, I shall see what is there, my words shall make full the majesty of Shu, and they shall drive away evil hap. 38, I, even I, am Horus who dwell in splendors. I have gained power over his crown, I have gained power over his radiance, 39, and I have travelled over the remotest parts of heaven. Horus is upon his throne, Horus is upon his seat. My, 40, face is like unto that of a divine hawk. I am one who hath been armed by his Lord. I have come forth from Tatu. I have seen Osiris, I have risen up on, 41, either side of him. Nut hath shrouded me. The gods behold me, and I have beheld the gods. The eye of Horus hath consumed me, who dwell in darkness. The gods, 42, stretch forth their arms unto me. I rise up, I get the mastery, and I drive back evil which opposeth me. The gods open unto me the holy, 43, way, they see my form, and they hear my words which I utter in their presence. O ye gods of the underworld, who set yourselves up against me, 44, and who resist the mighty ones, the stars which never set have led me on my way. I have passed along the holy paths of the Hemtet chamber unto your Lord, 45, the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul. Horus hath commanded that ye lift up your faces to, 46, look upon me. I have risen up in the likeness of a divine hawk, and Horus hath set me apart in the likeness of his own soul, to take possession of that which belongeth unto Osiris in the underworld. 47, I have passed along the way, I have travelled on and I have come even among those who live in their hiding places and who guard the house of Osiris. 48, One speak unto them of his power and I make them to know the terrible power of him that is provided with two horns, to fight, against Sut, and they, 49, know who hath carried off the sacred food which the power of Tmu had brought for him. The gods of the underworld have proclaimed, 50, a happy coming for me. O ye who live in your hiding places and who guard the house of Osiris, and who have magnified your names, 51, grant ye that I may come unto you. I bind together and I gather up your powers, and I order the strength of the paths of those who guard the, 52, horizon of the Hemtet of heaven. I have stablished their habitations for Osiris, I have ordered his ways, I have done what hath been bidden. 53, I have come forth from Tatu, I have beheld Osiris, I have spoken unto him concerning the things of his son, the divine prince whom he loveth. There is a wound in the heart of Set, 54, and I have seen him who is without, continued next plate. Plate XXVI. Life. Oh, I have made them to know the plans of the gods which Horus hath devised, 55, at the bidding of his father Osiris. Hail, Lord, thou most terrible and mighty soul. Let me come, even me, 56, let me lift myself up. I have opened and passed through the underworld. I have opened the paths of the warders, 57, of heaven and of the warders of the earth. I have not been driven back by them, and I have lifted up thy face, O Lord of eternity. Appendix, the following is the end of the XXVIII chapter according to the Paris Papyrus quoted by Neville, Tottenbuch, BD, I, BL 89, LL 43-48. Thou art exalted upon thy throne, O Osiris. Thou hearest joyful things, O Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris. Thy head is bound to thy body, O Osiris. Thy brow is made firm, O Osiris. Thy heart is joyful. O be thou pleased to establish gladness for thy servants. Thou art stablished as a bull of Amenta. Thy son Horus is crowned king upon thy throne, all life is with him. Unto thy son are given millions of years, and the fear of him shall endure for untold ages. The company of the gods shall fear him. Unto thy son is given. Of the company of the gods, he changeth not his word. Horus is the food and the altar. I go to unite myself unto my father, and deliverance cometh from my father, from my brother, and from the friend of Horus. Horus is in the following of his father. He dwelleth amid decay. He ruleth Chem. To thy son have the gods given the crown of millions of years, and for millions of years it mocketh him to live in the eye of Horus, the single eye of the god, which is called Netercher, the queen of the gods. Vignette: the deceased kneeling, with both hands raised in adoration, before three gods. Text, Chapter 79, I, the chapter of being among the company of the gods and of being changed into the, 2, prince of the godlike rulers. The deceased, Seth, homage to thee, O Tmu, 3, Lord of heaven, thou creator of things which are and which come forth from the earth. Who makest to come into being that which is sown, the Lord of things which shall be, the begetter of the gods, the great God, for, who made himself, the Lord of life who mocketh mankind to flourish. Homage to you, O ye lords of creation, ye pure being whose abodes, 5, are hidden. Homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, whose forms are hidden, and whose dwelling places are unknown. 6, homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in the abode of the flooded lands. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in the underworld. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in heaven. 7, grant ye that I may come unto you, for I know you. I am pure, I am holy, I am mighty, I have a soul. 8, one have become powerful, I am glorious, I have brought unto you perfume and incense, and natron. Blot out from your hearts, 9, whatsoever ye have in them against me. I have come, having done away all the evil which dwelleth in your hearts against me, I have made an end of all the sin which I committed, 10, against you. I have brought unto you that which is good, I have made to come unto you that which is right and true. I, even I, know, 11, you, I know your names, I know your forms which are not known, which come into being, 12, with you. I have come unto you. I have risen among men like unto the God, living among the, 13, gods. I am strong before you like unto the God who is exalted upon his resting place. When he cometh the gods rejoice, and goddesses and mortal women, 14, are glad when they behold him. I have come unto you. I have risen, 15, upon the throne of Ra, I sit upon my seat in the horizon. I receive offerings upon my altar, 16, one drink offerings at eventide as one made noble by the Lord of mortals. I am exalted, 17, even as the holy God, the Lord of the great house. The gods rejoice when they see him in his, 18, beautiful manifestation on the body of Nut, who giveth birth unto him daily. Vignette, the serpent Sita, with human legs. Text, Chapter 86L, 1, the chapter of changing into Sita. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, I am the serpent Sita, whose years are many. I lie down and I am born day by day. I am, 3, the serpent Sita, which dwelleth in the limits of the earth. I lie down, I am born, 4, I renew myself, I grow young day by day. Vignette, a crocodile upon a pylon or doorway. Text, Chapter 88, 1, the chapter of changing into a crocodile. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, 2, I am the crocodile which dwelleth in terror, I am the sacred crocodile and I cause destruction. 3, I am the great fish in Kamui. I am the Lord to whom homage, 4, is paid in Sikkim. And Osiris Ani is the Lord to whom homage is paid in Sikkim. Vignette, the god Ta in a shrine, before which is a table of offerings. Text, chapter 82, 1, the chapter of changing into Ptah. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, I eat bread, 2, I drink ale, I put on apparel, 3, I fly like a hawk, I cackle like a goose, and I alight upon the path, 4, hard by the hill of the dead on the festival of the great being. That which is abominable, have I not eaten, and that which, 5, is foul have I not swallowed. That which my ka doth abominate hath not entered into my body. I have lived according to the 6, knowledge of the glorious gods. I live and I get strength from their bread, I get strength when I eat it beneath the 7, shade of the tree of Hathor, my lady. I make an offering, and I make bread in Tatu, and oblations in 8, Anu. I array myself in the robe of the goddess Mat 8, and I rise up and I sit me down wheresoever my heart desireth, 9. My head is like unto the head of Ra, when my limbs are gathered together, I am like unto Tmul. The 4 regions of Ra are the limits of the earth. I come forth, my tongue, 10, is like unto the tongue of Ta, my throat is even as that of Hathor, and I tell forth the words of my father Tmul with my lips. He it is who constrained, 11, the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and unto him are bowed, all, heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are sung in honor of my mighty deeds, 12, and I am accounted the heir of Seb, the Lord of the earth, the protector. The god Seb giveth cool water, he mocketh his dawnings to be mine. They who dwell in, 13, Anu bow down their heads before me, for I am their bull. I grow strong from moment to moment, my loins are made strong for millions of years. Vignette, a ram. Text, chapter 85. 1. The chapter of changing into the soul of Tmul. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, 2, I have not entered into the house of destruction, I have not been brought to naught, I have not known decay. I am, 3, Ra who come forth from Nu, the divine soul, the creator of his own limbs. Sin is an abomination unto me, 4, and I look not thereon, I cry not out against right and truth, but I have my being, 5, therein. I am the God who, and I never die, 6, in my name of soul. I have brought myself into being together with Nu in my name of, 7, Kepra. In their forms have I come into being in the likeness of Ra. I am the Lord of Light. Appendix. In other ancient papyri the LXXXVIII chapter of the Book of the Dead ends as follows, Navil, Tottenbuch, BD, I, BL 97. What I hate shall be buried, 5. Let me not enter into the secret place of the god Tua. I ascribe glory unto Osiris, and I pacify the heart of those who dwell in the God of creation, who love me, who spread, 6, a broad fear of me, and who strike terror of me into those who dwell in their own places. Behold me, for I am exalted upon my resting place, Nu, 7, upon the place which is adjudged unto me. I am Nu, and those who work evil shall not overthrow me. I am the eldest and the firstborn son of matter. My, 8, soul is the gods, who are the eternal souls. I am the creator of darkness who mocketh his dwelling place in the limits of the regions of heaven. I come, and my soul advanceth, 9, over the way of the ancient ones. I cause darkness in the limits of the sky, and at my will I come unto the boundaries thereof. I walk upon my feet, I am strong, 10, to pass over the sky, and I fetter with bonds the darkness and the worm that hideth therein. I make my steps to advance unto the Lord of the two hands. My soul, 11, and the soul of my body are the Uriai, and I live for ever, the Lord of years, and the Prince of eternity. I am exalted as Lord of the earth, I am exalted. I grow young in, 12, the cities, I grow youthful in my homestead, my name decayeth not. I am the soul, the creator of Nu, who mocketh his dwelling place in, 13, Netterkert. My nest is not seen. My egg is not broken. I am the Lord of millions of years. I make my nest in the limits of heaven. I descend unto the earth of Seb, 14. I do away with my faults. I behold my Father. The Lord of Mash, and his body breatheth in Anu. I am provided with what I need. 05, by Khnum and Kui in the place of burial in Amenta. Vignette, a Bennu bird. Text, Chapter 83, 1, the chapter of changing into a Bennu. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, I came into being from unformed matter. 2, I created myself in the image of the god Khepra, and I grew in the form of plants. I am hidden in the likeness of the tortoise. I am formed out of the atoms of all the gods. 3, I am the yesterday of the 4 quarters of the world, and I am the 7 Uriai which came into existence in the east, the mighty one who illumineth the nations. 4, by his body. He is God in the likeness of Set, and Thoth dwelleth in the midst of them. By 5, judgment of the dweller in Sikkim and of the spirits of Anu. I sail, 6, among them, and I come. I am crowned, I am become a shining one. 7, I am mighty, I am become holy among the gods. I am the god Khonsu who driveth back all that opposeth him. Appendix, the following rubric to this chapter is found in a papyrus at Paris. See Neville, Tottenbuch, BD, 2, BL 185. If this chapter be known, the purified one shall come forth by day after his burial, and he shall change his forms at his heart's desire. He shall dwell among the servants of Un-Nefer, and he shall be satisfied with the food of Osiris, and with the meals of the tomb. He shall behold the disk of the sun, and shall travel over the earth with Ra. He shall be triumphant before Osiris, and there shall no evil thing get dominion over him forever and for all eternity and forever. Plate 18I. Vignette, a heron. Text, Chapter 84, I, the chapter of changing into a heron. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, 2, I have gotten dominion over the beasts which are brought for sacrifice, with the knife held at their heads and their hair. 3, for those who dwell in their emerald fields. The ancient and the shining ones who make ready, 4, the hour of Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. He mocketh slaughter upon earth, and I make slaughter upon earth. I am strong, and I have passed along the 5 lofty path, which leadeth unto heaven. I have made myself pure, with long strides I have gone unto my city, holding on my way to Sipu. 6, I have stablished, the one who is, in Anu. I have set the gods upon their places, and I have made glorious the temples of those who live in their shrines. 7, I know the goddess Nut, I know the god Tutunan, I know Teshert. I have brought with me their horns. I know, 8, Heka, I have heard his words, I am the red calf which is limbed with the pen. When they hear my words, the gods say, 9, let us bow down our faces. And let him come unto us, the light shineth beyond you. My hour is within my body. 10, I have not spoken evil, in the place of right and truth. And each day I advance in right and truth. I am shrouded in darkness when I sail up to celebrate the festival of the 11, dead one, and to embalm the aged one, the guardian of the earth. I the Osiris, the scribe Ani. Triumphant. I have not entered into, 12, the hiding places of the starry deities. I have ascribed glory unto Osiris. I have pacified the heart of the gods who follow after him. I have not felt fear, 13, of those who cause terror. Even those who dwell in their own lands. Behold, I am exalted, 14, upon my resting place upon my throne. I am new. And I shall never be overthrown by the evildoer. I am the god Shu, 15, who sprang from unformed matter. My soul is God, my soul is eternity. I am the creator of darkness. And I, 16, appoint unto it a resting place in the uttermost parts of heaven. I am the prince of eternity, I am the exalted one, in Nebu. I grow young in my city, 17, I grow young in my homestead. My name is never failing. My name is Soul. Creator of new, who mocketh, 18, his abode in the underworld. My nest is not seen. And I have not broken my egg. I am lord of millions of years, I have made my nest, 19, in the uttermost parts of heaven. I have come down unto the earth of Seb. I have done away with my faults. I have seen my father, 20, as the Lord of Shotat. As concerning Osiris Ani. May his body dwell in Anu, may it be manifested unto those who are with the Shining One in the place of burial in Amenta. Vignette, a human head springing from a lotus in a pool of water. Text, chapter XXXI, 1, the chapter of, changing into a lotus. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the, 2, pure lotus which cometh forth from the God of light, the guardian of the nostrils of Ra, the guardian, 3, of the nose of Hathor. I advance and I hasten, 4, after him who is Horus. I am, the pure one who cometh forth from the field. Vignette, a god with a disk upon his head. Text, chapter 80, I, Tim, chapter of, changing into the God who giveth light in the darkness. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, I am, 2, the girdle of the robe of the God Nu, which shineth and sheddeth light, which abideth in his presence and sendeth forth light into the darkness. Which knitteth together the two fighters, 3, who live in my body through the mighty spell of the words of my mouth, which riseth up him that hath fallen for, he who was with him in the valley of Abtu hath fallen and I rest. I have remembered him. 5, I have carried away the God who from my city wherein I found him, 6, and I have led away the darkness captive by my might. I have upheld the eye, of the sun, when its power waned, 7, at the coming of the festival of the 15th day, and I have weighed Sut in the heavenly mansions beside the aged one who is with him. I have endowed, 8, Thoth in the house of the moon god with all that is needful for the coming of the festival of the 15th day. I have carried off the Urarite crown, right and truth are in my body. 9, the months are of emerald and crystal. My homestead is among the sapphire furrows. 10, I am the lady who sheddeth light in darkness. I have come to give forth light in darkness, and lo, it is lightened and made bright. I have illumined the blackness, 11, and I have overthrown the destroyers. I have made obeisance unto those who are in darkness, and I have raised up, 12, those who wept and who had bidden their faces and had sunk down. Then did they look upon me. I am the lady, and I will not let you hear concerning me. Plates XXIX and XXX. Vignette, Plate 6, Ani and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration before the god Thoth, who has Ankh, life, upon his knees, and is seated on a pylon-shaped throne. Text, chapter XXV. 1, the chapter of not dying a second time. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, 2, Hail, Thoth. What is it that hath happened unto the holy children of Nut? 3, they have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, 4, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused, 5, trouble, in truth, in all their doings the mighty have worked against the weak. 6, grant, O might of Thoth, that which the god Tmu hath decreed, may be done. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou, 7, provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done, 8, unto thee they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not, 9, of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, 10, Hail, Tmu. What manner, of land, is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air. It is deep unfathomable, 11, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. 12, but let the state of the shining ones be given unto me for water and for air and for the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me for bread, 13, and for ale. The god Tmu hath decreed that I shall see his face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain him. May the gods hand on, 14, their thrones for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus. The god Tmu hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. 15. In truth, he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of fire. It hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that, 16, my face shall look upon the Lord Tmu. How long then have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. 17. May it be granted that I pass on unto the holy princes, for I am doing away with all that I did when this earth came into being from new. 18, and when it sprang from the watery abyss even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate. And Osiris, and I have changed my form into the likeness of diverse serpents. 19. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot see, the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have granted that he shall rule in the mount of the dead. 20. Verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the double lake of fire, as his heir. I have set his throne in. 21, the abode of millions of years. Horus is established upon his throne, amid the friends of Osiris, and all that belonged unto him. Verily the soul of Sut, which, 22, is greater than all the gods, hath departed to Amenta. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat. 23, at my will. O my Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. 24, may I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong, may my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. 25, may my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Circe. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. 26. For me likewise hast thou made life, strength and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Appendix, from the fragmentary copy of this chapter which M. Neville has published in his Totenbuch, BD, L, BLL. 198, 199, it is clear that the text given in the Papyrus of Ani forms only about one half of it, and that its contents refer to the glorious state of the deceased, who lives again in the form of Horus. He enters among the revered dead. Shouts of joy ascend in XXIII, and gladness reigns in Nerutef. He hath inherited the throne of Osiris, and ruleth the whole earth, and the company of the gods are content thereat, the god Sut feareth him. All sorts and conditions of men both dead and living come before him, and bow down in homage when they behold him. The god hath made all to fear him, Sut cometh unto him with head bent low to the earth. The deceased breaketh and turneth up the earth in blood in XXIII, compare chapter 18, g. His name shall endure for millions of years. His name shall abide in XXIII, and he shall wear the mighty Atef crown upon his head for millions, and hundreds of thousands, and tens of thousands, and hundreds, and tens of years. Bread, ale, oxen, wild fowl, all good and pure things and fresh water from the river shall in abundance be offered unto him, etc. From the concluding lines we find that the chapter was to be recited over a figure of the god Horus made of lapis lazuli, which was to be placed near the neck of the deceased, and which was supposed to give him power upon earth with men, gods, and the shining spirits. The effect upon him would, moreover, be exceedingly beneficial if it were recited in the underworld. Vignette I, Plate XXX. The god Osiris, bearded and wearing the ID white crown, stands in a shrine the roof of which is surmounted by a hawk's head and uraei. At the back of his neck hangs the manat, see above p. 245, and in his hands he holds the crook, scepter, and flail, emblems of royalty, power, and dominion. Behind him stands the goddess Isis, who rests her right hand upon his right shoulder, in her left hand she holds the sign of life. Before Osiris, upon a lotus flower, stand the four children of Horus, the gods of the cardinal points, Mestha, Hapi, Tuamotef, and Kebsenoth. Vignette 2. Plate 29. Ani and his wife Thuthu standing, with hands raised in adoration to Osiris, before a table of offerings. Text, Chapter XXXV, 1, the chapter of entering into the hall of double right and truth, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the dweller in Amentet. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, 2, I have come and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties, my 2 hands are raised in adoration of thy name right and truth. I have drawn nigh unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, 3, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. And I have entered in unto the place of secret and hidden things, 4, 1 have held converse with the god Sut. Osiris, the scribe Ani, hath entered into the house of Osiris, and he hath seen the hidden, 5, and secret things which are therein. The holy rulers of the pylons are in the form of shining ones. 6, Anubis spake unto him with the speech of man when he came from Tamara, saying, He knoweth our paths and our cities, I have been pacified, 7, and the smell of him is to me even as the smell of one of you. Ani saith unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant. 8, I have drawn nigh to behold the great gods, and I feed upon the meals of sacrifice whereon their calves feed. I have been to the boundaries, of the lands, 9, of the Ram, the lord of Tatu, and he hath granted that I may come forth as a Bennu bird and that I may have the power of speech. I have passed through the river flood. I have made, 10, offerings with incense. I have made my way by the side of the thick-leaved tree of the children. I have been in Abtu in the house of Sadat. 11, I have flooded and I have sunk the boat of my enemies. I have sailed forth upon the lake in the Neshem boat. I have seen the noble, 12, ones of Kamuar. I have been in Tatu. And I have constrained myself to silence. I have set the divine form upon his 2 feet. 13, I have been with the god Patep 2f, and I have seen the dweller in the holy temple. I have entered into the house, 14, of Osiris. And I have arrayed myself in the apparel of him who is therein. I have entered into Restau, and I have beheld the hidden things, 15, which are therein. I have been swathed, but I found for myself a thoroughfare. I have entered into Anerateth. And I have clothed my body with the apparel, 16, which is therein. The unto Unguent of women hath been given unto me. Verily, Sut spake unto me, 17, the things which concern himself, and I said. I let the thought of the trial of the balance by thee be even within our hearts. The majesty of the god Anubis saith, 18, Dost thou know the name of this door to declare it unto me? Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, 19, triumphant in peace, saith, Driven away of Shu, is the name of this, 20, door. Saith the majesty of the god Anubis, 21, Dost thou know the name of the upper, 22, leaf and of the lower leaf thereof? Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace saith, Lord of right and truth, standing, 23, upon his 2 feet, is the name of the upper, 24, leaf, and Lord of might and power, dispenser of, 25, cattle, is the name of the lower leaf. The majesty of the god Anubis saith, Pass thou, for thou knowest, the names, 26, O Osiris, the scribe, teller, 27, of the divine offerings of all the gods of Thebes, Ani, triumphant, Lord to be revered. Appendix, the usual introduction to the XXVIII chapter reads, C. Neville, Tottenbuch, B.D., I, BL 133, as follows. I. 1. The following shall be said by a man when he cometh unto the hall of double right and truth, wherein he is purged, 2, of all the sins which he hath done, and wherein he seeth the faces of all the gods. Hail to thee, great God, the Lord of right and truth. I have come unto thee, O my Lord, 3, and I have drawn nigh that I may look upon thy beauties. I know thee, and I know the names of the 42 gods who dwell with thee in this, 4, hall of double right and truth, and that they may set the sinners in the gives. Who live and who feed upon their blood on the day, 5, when the natures of men are accounted before Unnefru. In very truth Rectimurtiefent Mot is thy name. Verily, 6, I have come unto thee, and I bring before thee right and truth. For thy sake I have rejected wickedness. I have done no hurt unto man, nor have I wrought harm unto beasts. I have committed no crime, 7, in the place of right and truth. I have had no knowledge of evil, nor have I acted, 8, wickedly. Each day have I labored more than was required of me. 9, my name hath not come forth to the boat of the prince. I have not despised God. 10, I have not caused misery, nor have I worked affliction. I have done not, 11, that which God doth abominate. I have caused no wrong to be done to the servant by his master. I have, 12, caused none to feel pain. I have made, no man, to weep. 13, I have not committed murder, nor have I ever bidden any man to slay on my behalf. I have not wronged the people. I have not filched that which hath been offered in, 14, the temples. Nor have I purloined the cakes of the gods. I have not carried away the, 15, offerings made unto the blessed dead. I have not committed fornication, nor have I defiled my body. 16, I have not added unto nor have I minished the offerings which are due. I have not stolen from the orchards, nor have I trampled down the fields. I have not added to the weight of the balance, 17, nor have I made light the weight in the scales. I have not snatched the milk from the mouth of the babe. I have not, 18, driven the cattle from their pastures. I have not snared the waterfowl of the gods. I have not caught fishes, 19, with bait of their own bodies. I have not turned back water at its springtide. I have not broken the channel of running water. I have not quenched the flame, 20, in its fullness. I have not disregarded the seasons for the offerings which are appointed. I have not turned away the cattle set apart for sacrifice. I have not thwarted the processions of the God. 21, 1 I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure with the purity of the great Bennu bird which is in Suten-Henan, for, lo! I am the nostrils of, 22, the Lord of the winds who mocketh all men to live on the day when the eye of the sun becometh full in Anu, in the second month of the season of coming forth until the end thereof. 23, in the presence of the Lord of this earth. I behold the eye of the sun wax full in Anu. May no evil happen unto me in this land in the, 24, hall of double right and truth, because I know, even I, the names of the gods who live therein and who are the followers of the great God. Plates XXXI and XXXII. Vignettes, the hall of double right and truth, wherein Ani has to address severally the 42 gods, who are seated in a row in the middle of the hall. At each end is a door that on the right is called Nebmotheri Tepertuyef, and that on the left Nebpadithi Amendment. On the center of the roof, which is crowned with a series of uraei and feathers emblematic of Mot, is a seated deity with hands extended, the right over the eye of Horus and the left over a pool, see the vignette of Plate 8. Above, page 278. 833 on the right, at the end of the hall, Plate XXXI. Are 4 small vignettes, in which are depicted, 1, 2 seated figures of the goddess Mot, with emblematic of right and truth, on the head, and scepters and emblems of life in the right and left hands. 2, Osiris, seated, wearing the Atef crown, and holding in his hands the crook and flail. Before him, by the side of an altar of offerings, stands Ani, with both hands raised in adoration. 3, a balance with the heart, symbolizing the conscience of Ani, in one scale, and emblematic of right and truth, in the other. Beside the balance is the triformed monster Ammit. 4, Thoth, ibis-headed, seated on a pylon-shaped pedestal, painting a large feather of Mot. Text, the negative confession. 1, Ani saith, Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu, I have not done iniquity. 2, Hail, thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Karaba, I have not robbed with violence. 3, Hail, Fenshu, who comest forth from Kamenu, I have not stolen. 4, Hail, devourer of the shade, who comest forth from Kernet, I have done no murder, I have done no harm. 5, Hail, Neho, who comest forth from Restau, I have not defrauded offerings. 6. Hail, God in the form of 2 lions, who comest forth from heaven, I have not minished oblations. 7. Hail, thou whose eyes are of fire, who comest forth from Sot, I have not plundered the god. 8. Hail, thou flame, which comest and goest, I have spoken no lies. 9. Hail, crusher of bones, who comest forth from Suttenhennen, I have not snatched away food. 10. Hail, thou who shootest forth the flame, who comest forth from Hettaka, I have not caused pain. 11. Hall, Carer, who comest forth from Amentet, I have not committed fornication. 12. Hail, thou whose face is turned back, who comest forth from thy hiding place, I have not caused shedding of tears. 13. Hail, Bast, who comest forth from the secret place, I have not dealt deceitfully. 14. Hail, thou whose legs are of fire, who comest forth out of the darkness, I have not transgressed. 15. Hail, devourer of blood, who comest forth from the block of slaughter, I have not acted guilefully. 16. Hail, devourer of the inward parts, who comest forth from Mabit, I have not laid waste the ploughed land. 17. Hail, Lord of right and truth, who comest forth from the city of right and truth, I have not been an eavesdropper. 18. Hail, thou who dost stride backwards, who comest forth from the city of Bast, I have not set my lips in motion, against any man. 19. Hail, Sershu, who comest forth from Anu, I have not been angry and wrathful except for a just cause. 20. Hail, thou being of twofold wickedness, who comest forth from Adi. I have not defiled the wife of any man. 21. Hail, thou two-headed serpent, who comest forth from the torture chamber, I have not defiled the wife of any man. 22. Hail, thou who dost regard what is brought unto thee, who comest forth from Piamsu, I have not polluted myself. 23. Hail, thou chief of the mighty, who comest forth from Amentet, I have not caused terror. 24. Hail, thou destroyer, who comest forth from Kiziu, I have not transgressed. 25. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Urit, I have not burned with rage. 26. Hail, thou babe, who comest forth from Uab, I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth. 27. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from Kenemet, I have not worked grief. 28. Hail, thou who bringest thy offering, I have not acted with insolence. 29. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Unaset, I have not stirred up strife. 30. Hail, Lord of faces, who comest forth from Nechvet, I have not judged hastily. 31. Hail, Sekiriu, who comest forth from Utton, I have not been an eavesdropper. 32. Hail, Lord of the 2 horns, who comest forth from Sais, I have not multiplied words exceedingly. 33. Hail, Nepherdmu, who comest forth from Hettaka, I have done neither harm nor ill. Plate XXXI. 34. Hail, Mu in thine hour, who comest forth from Tatu, I have never cursed the king. 35. Hail, thou who workest with thy will, who comest forth from Tebu, I have never fouled the water. 36. Hail, thou bearer of the sistrum, who comest forth from Nu, I have not spoken scornfully. 37. Hail, thou who makest mankind to flourish, who comest forth from Sais, I have never cursed God. 38. Flail, Nehebka, who comest forth from thy hiding place, I have not stolen. 39. Hail, Nehebnefert, who comest forth from thy hiding place, I have not defrauded the offerings of the gods. 40. Hail, thou who dost set in order the head, who comest forth from thy shrine, I have not plundered the offerings to the blessed dead. 40. Hail, thou who bringest thy arm, who comest forth from the city of Madi, I have not filched the food of the infant, neither have I sinned against the God of my native town. 42. Hail, thou whose teeth are white, why comest forth from Tashi, I have not slaughtered with evil intent the cattle of the god. Appendix. The following version of the negative confession is given in the Nebseni Papyrus, Naville, Tottenbuch, B.D.I., BLL, 134, 135, showing important variations in the text and in the order in which the gods are addressed. 1. Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu, I have not done iniquity. 2. Hail, thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Kurabiah, I have not robbed with violence. 3. Hail Fenty who comest forth from Kamenu, I have not made any to suffer pain. 4. Hail, devourer of shades, who comest forth from thy retreat, I have not robbed. 5. Hail, thou whose limbs are terrible to look upon, who comest forth from Restau, I have done no murder. 6. Hail, thou God who art in the form of 2 lions, who comest forth from heaven, I have not defrauded offerings. 7. Hail, thou God whose 2 eyes are of fire, who comest forth from Sikkim, I have not done harm. 834, 8. Hail, fiery God, who comest and goest. 835 I have not robbed God. 9. Hail, crusher of bones, who comest forth from Suttenhennen, I have told no lies. 10. Hail, thou who shootest thyself forth from the flame, who comest forth from Hettaka, I have not snatched away food. 11. Hail, Kurdi, who comest forth from Amentet, I have not worked affliction. 12. Hail, thou whose teeth are white, who comest forth from Tashi, I have not transgressed. 13. Hail, devourer of blood, who comest forth from the block, I have not slaughtered the cattle which are set apart for the gods. 14. Hail, devourer of the inward parts, who comest forth from Mabit, I have done no evil. 15. Hail, Lord of right and truth, who comest forth from Mahdi, I have not laid waste the ploughed lands. 16. Hail, Strider, who comest forth from Bast, I have not been an eavesdropper. 17. Hail, Aadi, who comest forth from Anu, I have not set my lips in motion against any man. 18. Hail, thou God of twofold evil, who comest forth from Adi, I have not been angry without a cause. 19. Hail, thou God who art in the likeness of a serpent, who comest forth from the torture chamber, I have not committed adultery with the wife of any man. 20. Hail, thou who regardest that which is brought before thee, who comest forth from Piamsu, I have not polluted myself. 21. Hail, thou mighty chief, who comest forth from the city of acacia trees, I have not caused terror. 22. Hail, Kemi, who comest forth from Kasue, I have not done that which is abominable. 23. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Urib, I have never uttered fiery words. 24. Hail, thou babe, who comest forth from the Heket Nome, I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth. 25. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Uns, I have not stirred up strife. 26. Hail, Bast, who comest forth from the secret city, I have not caused any to weep. 27. Hail, thou whose face is turned behind thee, I have not lusted, nor have I committed fornication, nor have I done any other abominable thing. 28. Hail, blazing feet, who comest forth from the darkness, I have not avenged myself. 29. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from Kenemti, I have never worked grief. 30. Hail, thou who bringest thy offering, who comest forth from Sau, I have not acted insolently. 31. Hail, Lord of faces, who comest forth from Chephet, I have never judged hastily. 32. Hail, Sekiriu, who comest forth from Unth, I have not transgressed, nor have I vexed or angered God. 33. Hail, Lord of the 2 horns, who comest forth from Sawi, I have not multiplied my speech overmuch. 34. Hail, Nepherdmo, who comest forth from Hettaka, I have done no harm nor have I done evil. 35. Hail, Mu in thine hour, who comest forth from Tatu, I have not worked treason. 36. Hail, thou who workest in thy heart, who comest forth from Tetu, I have never befouled the water. 37. Hail, thou bearer of the sistrum, who comest forth from Nu, I have not spoken scornfully. 38. Hail, thou who dost make mankind to flourish, who comest forth from thy hall, I have not cursed God. 39, Hail, Nehebnefert, who comest forth from. I have not behaved myself with arrogance. 40, Hail, Nehebkau, who comest forth from thy city, I have not been overweeningly proud. 40, Hail, Chesertep, who comest forth from thy hiding place, I have never magnified my condition beyond what was fitting. 42, Hail. Thou who bringest thine arm, who comest forth from Ochert, I have never slighted the god in my town. In the Nebseni Papyrus, Navil, Tottenbuch, BD.I, BLL, 137, 138, the XXVIII chapter ends as follows. 2. Homage to you, O ye gods, I know you. 3. And I know your names. Cast me not down to your 4 knives of slaughter, and bring not my wickedness into the presence of the God whom ye follow. 5. And let not the time of my failings come before you. I pray you, declare me right and true in the presence of the 6 universal God, because I have done that which is right and true in Tamara, I have not cursed the God. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in your hall of 7 right and truth, and who have no evil in your bodies, who feed on your own substance in 8 the presence of Horus who liveth in his disk, deliver ye me from Bobby. Who feedeth on the inwards of the mighty ones on the day of the great judgment which shall be holden by you. 9. I have come unto you, I have committed no faults, I have not sinned, I have done no evil, I have accused no man falsely, therefore let nothing be done against me. I live in right and truth. 10. And I feed my heart upon right and truth. That which men have bidden I have done, and the gods are satisfied thereat. I have pacified the God, for I have done his 11 will. I have given bread unto the hungry and water unto those who thirst, clothing unto the naked, and a boat unto the shipwrecked mariner. 12. I have made holy offerings unto the gods, and I have given meals of the tomb to the sainted dead. Oh, then, deliver ye me, and protect me, accuse me not before the great God. 13. I am pure of mouth, and I am pure of hands. May those who see me say, Come in peace, come in peace. For I have heard the speech which the ass held with the cat in the house of Heptree. 14. One have borne witness before him, the God, and he hath given judgment. I have beheld the dividing of the Persea trees. 15. Within Restow. I offer up prayers in the presence of the gods, knowing that which concerneth them. I have come forward to make a declaration of right and truth, and to place, 16, the balance upon its supports within the groves of Amaranth. Hail, thou who art exalted upon thy resting place, thou Lord of the Adif crown, who declarest thy name as the Lord of the 17 winds, deliver thou me from thine angels of destruction, who make dire deeds to happen and calamities to arise. And 18, who have no covering upon their faces, because I have done right and truth, O thou Lord of right and truth. I am pure, in my foreparts have I been made clean, and in my hinder parts have I, 19, been purified, my reins have been bathed in the pool of right and truth, and no member of my body was wanting. I have been purified in the pool of the south. I have rested in Hemet, on the north of the 20, field of the grasshoppers, wherein the holy mariners do purify themselves in the night season, that they may pacify the heart of the gods after I have passed over it. 21, by night and by day. May the gods say unto me, We let him come, and they say unto me, Who art thou, and what is thy name? My name is, I grew among, 22, the flowers, dwelling in the olive tree. Then shall they say unto me, Pass on straightway. I have passed by the city on the north of the groves, and the gods say, What didst thou see there? I saw, the leg and the thigh. 23, What hadst thou to do with them? I saw rejoicings in the lands of the Fenku. What did they give thee? They gave me a, 24, flame of fire together with a crystal tablet. What didst thou therewith? I burned it at the place of Madi together with the things of the night. What didst thou, 25, find there at the place of Madi? A scepter of flint which mocketh a man to prevail. What then is the name of this scepter of flint? Giver of winds is its name. What then didst thou unto the flame of fire with the tablet of XXVI crystal after thou didst bury it? I uttered words over it, I made XXVII adjuration thereby, I quenched the fire, and I used the tablet to create XXVIII a pool of water. Come, then, pass through the door of this hall of twofold Mahdi, for thou, XXIX, knowest us. I will not let thee enter in over me, set the bolt of the door, XXX, unless thou tell my name. Weight of the place of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee, XXXI, pass in by me, set the right post of the door, unless thou tell my name. XXXII, weigher of the labors of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee enter in by me, set the left post, XXXIII, of the door, unless thou tell my name. Judge of XXXIV, wine is thy name. I will not let thee pass, set the threshold of the door, XXXV, unless thou tell my name. Ox of Seb is thy name. I will not open unto thee, XXXVI, set the bolt socket of the door, unless thou tell my name. Flesh of his, XXXVII, mother is thy name. I will not open unto thee, set the lock of the door, unless thou tell my name. The Uchit of Sebek, the Lord of Bakhan, Liveth, is thy name. XXXVIII, I will not open unto thee, and I will not let thee pass over me, set the dweller at the door, unless thou tell my name. Arm of Shu that placeth itself to protect Osiris, XXXIX, is thy name. We will not let thee pass by us, say the posts of the door, unless thou tell our names. Serpent children of Renut are your names. Thou, XL, knowest us, pass thou by us. Thou shalt not tread upon me, set the floor of the hall, I unless thou tell my name. I am silent, I am pure. I know not, XLI, the names of thy 2 feet with which thou wouldst walk upon me, tell them unto me. Before Amsu is the name of my right foot, grief of Nephthys is the name of XLII, my left foot. Tread thou upon me, for thou knowest me. I will not question thee, set the warder of the door of the hall, unless thou tell my name. Discerner of hearts, XLIII, searcher of reins is thy name. I will question thee now. Who is the God that liveth in his hour? Say thou. The teller of the 2 lands. Who then is the teller, XLIV, of the 2 lands? It is Thoth. Come then, saith Thoth, come hither. And I come forward to the test. What, now, is thy condition? I am pure from, XLV, all evil, I am shielded from the baleful acts of those who live in their days. And I am not among them. I have tried thee. XLVI, who is he that goeth down into the fire, the walls whereof are crowned with uraei, and whose paths are in the lake of fire? He who passeth through it, XLVII, is Osiris. Advance thou. In very truth thou hast been tested. Thy bread is in the Uchit, thine ale is in the Uchit, and meals of the tomb are brought forth unto thee upon earth from the Uchit. This hath been decreed for thee. Plate 32. Continued. Vignette, the God knew. Text, 1, the hair of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the hair of Nu. Vignette, Ra, hawk-headed, and wearing a disk. Text, 2, the face of Osiris, the scribe Ani, is the face of Ra. Vignette, the goddess Hathor, wearing disk and horns. Text, 3, the eyes of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the eyes of Hathor. Vignette, the god Apiyut and standard. Text, 4, the ears of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the ears of Apiyut. Vignette, the god Anpu, jackal-headed. Text, 5, the lips of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the lips of Anpu. Vignette, the scorpion circuit, holding the Shen and Ankh. Text, 6, the teeth of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the teeth of circuit. Vignette, the goddess Isis. Text, 7, the neck of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the neck of Isis. Vignette, the ram-headed god, with Urius between the horns. Text 8. The hands of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the hands of the Ram, the Lord of Tatu. Vignette, the god Watchet, serpent-headed. Text 9. The shoulder of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the shoulder of Watchet. Vignette, the goddess Mert, with outstretched hands, standing upon the emblem of gold, and having on her head a cluster of plants. Text 10. The throat of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the blood of Mert. Vignette, the goddess Neith. Text 11. The forearms of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the forearms of the Lady of Sais. Vignette, the god Sut. Text 12. The backbone of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the backbone of Sut. Vignette, a god. Text 13. The chest of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the chest of the lords of Kurabieh. Vignette, a god. Text 14. The flesh of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the flesh of the mighty one of terror. Vignette, the goddess Sekhet, lion-headed, wearing a disc. Text 15. The reins and back of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the reins and back of Sekhet. Vignette, an uchet upon a pylon. Text 16. The buttocks of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus. Vignette, Osiris, wearing the Atef crown and holding the flail and crook. Text 17. The privy member of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the privy member of Osiris. Vignette, the goddess Nut. Text 18. The legs of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the legs of Nut. Vignette, the god Ta. Text 19. The feet of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the feet of Ta. Vignette, the star Orion. Text 20. The fingers of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the fingers of Sa, Orion. Vignette, 3 Uriae. Text 21. The leg bones of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the leg bones of the living Uriae. Appendix. The complete version of the XIII chapter of the Book of the Dead, referring to the identification of the body of Osiris with those of the gods, reads as follows: 836. 1. Chapter 42. The chapter of driving back slaughter in Sutenhenen. Seth Osiris, O land of the scepter. 2. O white crown of the divine form. O holy resting place. I am the child. I am the child. I am the child. I am the child. Hail, thou goddess Abert. Thou sayest daily, the slaughter block is, free, made ready as thou knowest, and thou who wert mighty hast been brought to decay. I establish those who praise me. I am the holy knot within the tamarisk tree, more beautiful, in brightness than yesterday. To be said 4 times. I am Ra who established those who praise him. I am the knot within the tamarisk tree, more beautiful in brightness than the disk of yesterday. 5. Going forth on this day. My hair is the hair of Nu. My face is the face of Ra. Mine eyes are the eyes of Hathor. Mine ears are the ears of Apiyut. 6. My nose is the nose of Kent-Sheps. 837. My lips are the lips of Anpu. My teeth are the teeth of Kepra. My neck is the neck of Isis, the divine lady. 7. My hands are the hands of Khnum, the lord of Tatu. My forearms are the forearms of Neith, the lady of Sais. My backbone is the backbone of Sut. My privy member is the privy member of Osiris. My reins, 8, are the reins of the lords of Kurabieh. My breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. My belly and my backbone are the belly and backbone of Sekhet. My buttocks, 9, are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus. My hips and thighs are the hips and thighs of Nut. My feet are the feet of Ta. My fingers and leg bones are the fingers and leg bones of the living. 10. Uriae. There is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. Thoth shieldeth my body altogether, and I am, like, unto Ra every day. 11. None shall seize me by mine arms, none shall drag me away by my hand. And there shall do me hurt neither men, nor gods, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, 12, nor any mortal, nor human being. I come forth and advance, and my name is unknown. I am yesterday, and my, 13, name is, seer of millions of years. I travel along the path of Horus the Judge. I am the Lord of eternity, I feel and I have power to perceive. I am the Lord of the Red Crown. I am the sun's eye, 14, I am in my egg, It is granted unto me to live therewith. I am in the sun's eye, when it closeth, and I live by the strength thereof I come forth and I shine. 15, I enter in and I come to life. I am in the sun's eye, my seat is on my throne, and I sit thereon within the eye. I am Horus who passed through millions of years. 16, I have governed my throne and I rule it by the words of my mouth. And whether I speak or whether I keep silence, I keep the balance even. Verily my forms are changed. I am the 17, God Anen, from season unto season, what is mine is within me. I am the only one born of an only one, who goeth round about in his course. 18, 1 a.m. within the eye of the sun. Things are not evil nor hostile unto me, nor are they against me. I open the door of heaven. I govern my throne, and I give new birth to myself on this day. I am not the child who trod, 19, the path of yesterday, but I am today for untold nations. It is I who make you strong for millions of years, whether ye be in the heaven, or, 20, in the earth, or in the south, or in the north, or in the west or in the east, fear of me is in your hearts. I am the pure one who dwell within the sacred eye. I shall not die, 21, again. My hour resteth with you, but my forms are within my dwelling place. I am he who is unknown, and the gods with rose-bright countenances are, 22, with me. I am the unveiled one. The season wherein, the God, created heaven for me and enlarged the bounds of the earth and made great the progeny thereof cannot be found out. 23, my name setteth itself apart and removeth from all evil things through the words which I speak unto you. I am he who riseth and shineth, the wall of walls, the only one, son, of an only one. Ra. 24, never lacketh his form, he never passeth away, he never passeth away. Verily, I say, I am the plant which cometh forth from new, and my mother is nut. Hail, 25, O my Creator, I am he who hath no power to walk, the great knot within yesterday. My power is in my hand. I am not known, but, I am he who knoweth, 26, thee. I cannot be held with the hand, but I am he who can hold thee in his hand. Hail, O egg! Hail, O egg! I am Horus who live for millions of years, whose flame lighteth upon your faces and, 27, blazeth in your hearts. I have the command of my throne, and I advance in mine hour. I have opened the paths, I have turned myself away from all evil. I am, 28, the ape of gold, 3 palms and 2 fingers, high, which is without legs and without arms, and which dwelleth in the house of Ta. I go forth even as goeth forth the ape of, 29, gold 3 palms and 2 fingers, high, which hath neither legs nor arms, and which dwelleth in the house of Ta. When thou hast said this chapter thou shalt open a way and enter thereon. Plate 33. Vignette, a lake of fire, at each corner of which is seated a dog-headed ape. 838. Rubric, 1. Osiris Ani, triumphant, is girt about with, fine, raiment, he is shod with, 2, white sandals, and he is anointed with very precious ointment. And a bull, 3, and herbs, and incense, and ducks, and flowers, and ale, and cakes have been offered unto him. And behold, thou shalt limn upon a clean tile, for, the image of a table of offerings in clean colors, and thou shalt bury it in a field whereon, 5, swine have not trampled. If this word then be written upon it, he himself shall rise again. 6, and his children's children shall flourish even as Ra flourisheth without ceasing. He shall dwell in favor, 7, in the presence of the king among the chiefs, and cakes and cups of drink and portions of meat shall be given unto him upon the table, 8, of the great God. He shall not be thrust from any door in Amentet. He shall travel on, 9, together with the kings of the north and of the south, and he shall abide with the, 10, followers of Osiris near unto Un-Nefer, forever, and forever, and forever. Vignette, Atet 839. Text, Chapter CLV. 1. The chapter of Atet of gold, Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, Thou risest, O still heart. 2. Thou shinest, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon my side. I have come arid, I have brought unto thee a Atet of gold, rejoice thou in it. Appendix. In the late recension of this chapter, Lepsius, Tottenbuch, BL 75, the rubric is divided into 2 parts, which read, to be recited over a Atet of gold inlaid in sycamore wood, and placed on the neck of the shining one. And he shall pass in through the doors of the underworld by the might of the words here spoken. It shall set him in his place on the day of the new year among the followers of Osiris. If this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall become perfect in the underworld. He shall not be thrust back at the doors of Amentet. Cakes and ale and meat offerings shall be offered unto him upon the altars of Ra, or, as some say, of Osiris Un-Nefer, and he shall triumph over his foes in the underworld forever and forever. Vignette, a buckle, or tie. Text, Chapter CLVI. 1. The chapter of a buckle of carnelian. 840. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, the blood of Isis, the charms of Isis, 2, the power of Isis, are a protection unto me, the chief, and they crush that which I abhor. Appendix, Rubric 841. This chapter shall be said over a buckle of red jasper 842, or carnelian, which hath been dipped in water of ankum flowers and inlaid in sycamore wood, and hath been placed on the neck of the shining one. If this chapter be inscribed upon it, it shall become the power of Isis, and it shall protect him, and Horus, the son of Isis, shall rejoice when he seeth it. No way shall be impassable to him, and one hand shall extend unto heaven, and the other unto earth. If this chapter be known, by the deceased, he shall be among those who follow Osiris Un-Nefer, triumphant. The gates of the underworld shall be opened unto him, and a homestead shall be given unto him, together with wheat and barley, in the Sekitaru. And the followers of Horus who reap therein shall proclaim his name as one of the gods who are therein. Vignette, a heart. Text, Chapter XXIII. 1. The chapter of a heart of carnelian. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, I am the Bennu, the soul of Ra, and the guide of the gods into, 2, the underworld. The souls come forth upon earth to do the will of their cause. And the soul of Osiris Ani cometh forth to do the will of his Ka. Vignette, a headrest. Text, Chapter XXVII. I, the chapter of the pillow which is placed under the head of Osiris Ani, triumphant, to ward off woes from the dead body of Osiris. 2. Ani saith, Lift up thy head to the heavens, for I have knit thee together triumphantly. Ta hath overthrown his foes and thine, all his enemies have fallen, and they shall never more rise up again, O Osiris. Plates XXXI and XXXIV. Vignette, the mummy chamber, arranged as a plan, representing the floor and walls laid flat, in 15 compartments. In the center, under a canopy, is placed the bier bearing the mummy of Ani, beside which stands the god Anubis 843. It enprovideth him with all that belongeth unto him, and saith, Flail to thee, thou beautiful one, the Lord. Thou hast been gazed upon by the sun's eye, thou hast been bound up by Ta-Seeker, thou hast been made whole by Anubis, breath hath been given unto thee by Shu, and thou hast been raised up by the fair one, the Prince of Eternity. Thou hast thine eyes. Thy right eye is in the Sektet boat, and thy left eye is in the Sektet boat. Thine eyebrows appear fair before the company of the gods. Thy brow is in the charge of Anubis. The back of thy head is in good case in tile presence of the sacred hawk. Thy fingers are stablished by written decree in the presence of the Lord of Khmenu, and Thoth giveth unto thee the speech of the sacred books. Thy hair is in good case in the presence of Ta-Seeker. Osiris is in bliss, and reverence is done unto him before the company of the great gods. He looketh upon the great God, he is led on fair paths, he is made strong with meals of the tomb, and his enemies are cast down beneath him in presence of the company of the great gods who are in the great house of the Aged One in Anu. With hands outstretched over the body. At the foot of the bier kneels the goddess Isis, and at the head the goddess Nephthys, each being accompanied by a flame of fire, which is placed in the compartment immediately behind her. The Tet occupies the compartment immediately above the bier, and the jackal emblematic of Anubis or Apiyut couchant on the tomb, with a scepter having pendant manats occupies the compartment below. The four children of Horus, or gods of the cardinal points Mestha, Hapi, Tuamotef, and Kepsenuf stand in the corners of the four adjoining compartments. In each of the two upper and outer compartments is the human-headed bird emblematic of the soul, standing on a pylon, the one on the right being turned to the west or setting sun, the other on the left facing the east or rising sun. In the right lower compartment stands the figure of the perfected soul, in the corresponding compartment on the left is a Shabti figure. Text, Chapter CLI. Isis saith, I have come to be a protector unto thee. I waft, too, unto the air for thy nostrils, and the north wind, which cometh forth from the god Tmo, unto thy nose, 3, 1 have made whole thy lungs. I have made thee, 4, to be like unto a god. Thine enemies have fallen beneath thy feet. 5, 6, thou hast been made victorious in, 7, Nut, and thou art mighty to prevail with the gods. Nephthys saith, 2, I have gone round about to protect thee, brother Osiris, 3, 1 have come to be a protector unto thee. My strength shall be behind thee, my strength shall be behind thee, for ever. Ra hath heard thy cry, and the gods have granted that thou shouldst be victorious. Thou art raised up, and thou art victorious over that which hath been done unto thee. Ta hath thrown down thy foes, and thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, 844. The flame of Isis saith, I protect thee with this flame, and I drive away him, the foe, from the valley of the tomb, and I drive away the sand from thy feet. I embrace Osiris Ani, who is triumphant in peace and in right and truth, 845. The flame of Nephthys saith, I have come to hew in pieces. I am not hewn in pieces, nor will I suffer thee to be hewn in pieces. I have come to do violence, but I will not let violence be done unto thee, for I am protecting thee. The Tet saith, I have come quickly, and I have driven back the footsteps of the god whose face is hidden. 846 I have illumined his sanctuary. I stand behind the sacred Tet or, the day of repulsing disaster. 847 I protect thee, O Osiris. Mestha saith I am Mestha, thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee, and I will make thine abode to flourish everlastingly. I have commanded Ta, even as Ra himself commanded him. Hapi saith, I am Hapi thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee. Thy head and thy limbs are knit together, and I have smitten down thine enemies beneath thee. I have given unto thee thy head for ever and for ever, O Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. Tuamotef saith, I am thy beloved son Horus. I have come to avenge thee, O my father Osiris, upon him that did evil unto thee. And I have put him under thy feet for ever, and for ever, and for ever, O Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. Kepsenuf saith, I am thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee. I have collected thy bones, and I have gathered together thy members. I have brought thy heart and I have placed it upon its throne within thy body. I have made thy house to flourish after thee, O thou who livest for ever. 848. The bird which fasseth the setting sun saith, Praise be to Ra when he setteth in the western part of heaven. Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace in the underworld, saith, I am a perfected soul. The bird which fasseth the rising sun saith, Praise be to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven from Osiris Ani, triumphant. The perfected soul saith, I am a perfected soul in the holy egg of the Abode fish. I am the great cat which dwelleth in the seat of right and truth wherein riseth the god Shu. The text near the Ushabti figure, chapter 6. Reads, Osiris Ani, the overseer, triumphant, saith, Hail, Shabti figure. If it be decreed that Osiris, Ani, shall do any of the work which is to be done in the underworld, let all that standeth in the way be removed from before him. Whether it be to plough the fields, or to fill the channels with water, or to carry sand from the east to the west. The Shabti figure replies, I will do it, verily I am here, when thou callest. Vignette, Ani, with both hands raised in adoration, standing before a table of offerings, behind him is his wife holding lotus and other flowers in her left hand. Text, chapter CX. 1. Here begin the chapters of the XXIII, and the chapters of coming forth by day, and of going into and of coming out from the underworld, and of arriving in the second, 2, Anru. And of being in peace in the great city wherein are fresh breezes. Let me have power there. Let me become strong to plough there. 3. Let me reap there. Let me eat there. Let me drink there. Let me woo there. 849 And let me do all these things there, even as they are done upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, for Set hath carried away Horus to see what is being built in the field of peace, and he spreadeth the air over. 5. The divine soul within the egg in its day. He hath delivered the innermost part of the body of Horus from the holy ones of Akert. 850 Behold, I have sailed in the mighty boat on the lake of peace. 851 I, even I, have crowned him in the house of 6, Shu. His starry abode reneweth its youth, reneweth its youth. I have sailed on its lake that I may come unto its cities. And I have drawn nigh it unto the city Hetep. 852 For behold, I repose at the seasons of Horus. I have passed through the region of the company of the gods who are aged and venerable. 7. 1 Have pacified the two holy fighters. 853 Who keep ward upon life. I have done that which is right and fair. And I have brought an offering and have pacified the two holy fighters. I have cut off the 9 hairy scalp of their adversaries. And I have made aft end of the 10 woes which befell their children. 11 I have done away all the evil which came against their souls, I have gotten dominion over it. 12 1 Have knowledge thereof. I have sailed forth on the waters of the lake. 13 That I may come unto the cities thereof. I have power. 14 Over my mouth, being furnished with charms. Let not the fiends get the mastery over me. 16 Let them not have dominion over me. May I be equipped in thy fields of peace. What thou wishest that shalt thou do, saith the God. Vignette, the XXIII or fields of peace, surrounded and intersected with streams. They contain the following. A. Thoth, the scribe of the gods, holding pen and palette, introduces Ani, who is making an offering, and his ka to 3 gods who have the heads of a hare, serpent, and bull respectively, and are Entedelpadi, the company of the gods. Ani and a table of offerings in a boat. Ani addressing a hawk standing on a pylon-shaped pedestal, before which are an altar and a god. 3 ovals. 854 The legend reads Unem Hetep Sexit Nifu Fent, being at peace in the field of peace, and having air for the nostrils. B. Ani reaping wheat, with the words Asex Ozar, Osiris reaps, guiding the oxen treading out the corn. Standing with hands and holding the Kerp scepter, and kneeling before 2 vessels of red barley and wheat. The hieroglyphics seem to mean, the food of the shining ones. 3 ovals. 855. C. Ani plowing. 856 with oxen in a part of the fields of peace called Sekitanra, with the word Sika, to plow. The 2 lines of hieroglyphics read. Re en Hedetiatro 1000 mof and Tet Usxf and Unremu neb mf and Hafau net mf. Chapter of the River Horse. The river is 1000 cubits in its length. Not can be told its width. Not exist fishes any in it, not exist serpents any in it. D. A boat bearing a flight of steps and floating on a stream. 857 above is the legend Tehafau 858. A boat of 8 oars, each end shaped like a serpent's head, bearing a flight of steps, at the stern is written and at the bow's meter Un-Nefer, the god therein is Un-Nefer. The stream which flows on the convex side of the small island is called Ashet Pet, flood of heaven. On the other island is placed a flight of steps, by the side of which is written the space to the left represents the abode of the blessed dead. And is described as Dusit su osen me sexef at me zemt and saku akaru a XXIII. The seat of the shining ones. Their length is cubits 7 the wheat cubits 3 the blessed dead who are perfected they reap it. Plates XXXV and XXXVI. Vignette, a hall, within which, on the left, Ani stands before 2 tables of offerings bearing libation water and lotus flowers, with hands raised, adoring Ra, hawk-headed. 859 Next are ranged 7 cows, each one couchant before a table of offerings, and each having a manad attached to the neck, 860 and a bull standing before a table of offerings. Behind them are 4 rudders. And on the extreme right are 4 triads of gods, each triad having a table of offerings bearing a libation vase and a lotus flower. Text, Chapter XXLVI. I, saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, homage to thee, 2, O thou Lord of right and truth, the One, the Lord of eternity and Creator, 3, of everlastingness, I have come unto thee. O my Lord Ra. I have made, 4, meat offerings unto the 7 kine and unto their bull. O ye who give, 5, cakes and ale to the shining ones, grant ye to my soul to be with you. 6, may Osiris Ani, triumphant, be born upon your thighs, may he be like unto 1, 7, of you forever and forever, and may he become a glorious being, 8, in the beautiful Amenta. Addressed to the rudders, 1, hail, thou beautiful power 861 thou beautiful at rudder of the northern heaven. 2, hail, thou who goest round about heaven, thou pilot of the world, thou beautiful rudder of the western heaven. 3, hail, thou shining one, who livest 862 in the temple wherein are the gods in visible forms, thou beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. 4, hail, thou who dwellest in the temple of the bright-faced ones 863 thou it beautiful rudder 864 of the southern heaven. Addressed to the 4 triads 865, 5, hail, ye gods who are above the earth, ye pilots of the underworld. 6, hail, ye mother gods who are above the earth, who are in the underworld, and who are in the house of Osiris. 7, hail, ye gods, ye pilots of Tazert, ye who are above the earth, ye pilots of the underworld. 8, hail, ye followers of Ra, who are in the train of Osiris. Vignette, Ani standing before a table of offerings, with both hands raised in adoration. Behind him is his wife, wearing a lotus flower and a cone upon her head, and holding a sistrum and lotus flower in her left hand. Text, Chapter XXXV. I, a hymn of praise to Osiris the dweller in Amentet, Un-Nefer within Abtu, Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, hail, O my Lord, who dost traverse, 2, eternity, and whose existence endureth forever. Hail, Lord of lords, King of kings, Prince, the God of gods who, 3, live with thee, I have come unto thee make thou for me a seat with those who are in the underworld. And who adore, 4, the images of thy Ka, 5, and who are among those who, endure, 4, 6, millions of years. 866, 10, may no delay arise for me in Tamara. Grant thou, 11, that they all may come unto me, great, 12, as well as small. Mayest thou grant unto the Ka of Osiris Ani, the power, to go into and to come forth, 13, from the underworld. And suffer him not to be driven back at the gates of the Tuat. Plate XVI. Vignette, A shrine wherein stands Sekeriazar Neb Set 8 Neter Aa Neb Neterzert Seeker Osiris, Lord of the Hidden Place, the Great God, the Lord of the Underworld. He wears the white crown with feathers, and holds in his hands the scepter, flail, and crook. The goddess Hathor, in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disc and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are tables of meat and drink offerings and flowers. Behind the hippopotamus, the divine cow, Mayurit, symbolizing the same goddess, looks out from the funeral mountain, wearing the manat on her neck. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text, Chapter CLXXXVI. Hathor, Lady of Amentet, dweller in the land of Urt, Lady of Tossert, the eye of Ra, the dweller in his brow, the beautiful face in the boat of millions of years. 867.